2025 Fate Grand Order Servant Tier Lists. You asked and we are here to deliver, and by we I of course mean myself and my lovely Sababi co-hosts. So let's get some quick introductions if someone for some reason still isn't familiar with them.
Hey everybody, Plushy here, and very glad to be invited again this year for the tier list. I'll be giving my input as usual, see what happens.
Hello, I'm Otto, the least known of the three of us. I'm Otto Bean on YouTube and Otto Bean O on Twitch. Yeah, glad to be here too.
Same familiar voices. We might even have a Dio come in because people have been asking about him too because he's a regular of this mobcast as well. At least for the first one.
Dio Emerald for those.
Yes, Dio Emerald. For now, we're going like this though, but you might see a bit of rotation in some weeks. So I'm not gonna yap a lot in this intro, but do know that there is one major difference this time around, and you can see it on the screen right now. So low star servants are gone, and we'll be only talking about the gold ones, aka the 4 and the 5-star servants. The main reason is that these lists are getting so ridiculously long as the years go by, so it's mostly due to reducing that physical fatigue of making these in literally one session. But don't worry, we can probably still cover the low stars in their own lists after we're done with all the main lists with their gold servants, of course. And also the order of the lists will be the same as last year, so starting with the knights, then cavalry, and then the extra classes. The plan is to do these weekly, so strap in for the next few months. Although, funnily enough, this Saber tier list will be one of the longest of them all because Lasengel really doesn't like making non-gold sabers, I guess. All the other normal classes after this will be shorter though. This time I'm also going to put less emphasis into sheets because 1, resources are kind of hard to come by, and 2, some data is hard to objectify when it comes to numbers. I do still have a AoE looping sheet over here because looping numbers are pretty straightforward. So shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamla for refining this list in particular that I will be referring to. Also, a big shout out to Mr. One and Only Copyright Suck for making this absolutely beautiful tier list template once again after all these years, still at it. What a legend. The links to all of the stuff I'm referring to, the sheets, the tier list templates, and also the my co-hosts channels will all be in the description if you want to check them out. Oh, and I know you guys love the timestamps, of course, so I will go through even more effort to write down all servants individually in the description on the video of YouTube later, so feel free to jump around with those as well. But as always, do click the final placements one, the timestamp at the very end, because there might be some movement happening throughout the list and at the end as well. And there you have it. So hey, grab your drinks and snacks and presumably have this on the background while doing something else, or maybe you're even falling asleep while listening to this. I'm not gonna judge because we're gonna be here for a good long while. And hey, smash that freaking like button. Come on, man, let's get this video some freaking likes. We're so back with tier lists, okay? So yeah, 48 gold sabers, with only 2 of them being new compared to last year's tier list. We got 1 new 4-star and 1 new 5-star saber. So not a big difference in terms of the amount, I want to say. Also, the order of the placements will be the same as last year as well. So we go from lower to higher rarity, and inside the rarity we go by release date. There were some comments saying maybe we should mix it up or whatever, but I do think this works the best. But if you guys really want to see some kind of a different order for some reason, then, you know, comments are always welcome. But we're just gonna go like this for now, the same as always. So yeah, the tier list starts. Welcome back. We're gonna be starting from day 1. We got 2 day 1 servants because a lot of people don't know Saber Lily is actually day 1 as well. But the actual real big day 1 servant we're gonna talk about, and it's a big one too. We got Saber Altar starting us off here. Okay. So where's my note? Okay, there we go. So a 4-star AoE Buster Saber. One of the many Artoria faces we'll be seeing, not just among sabers, but among other classes as well. 10.2k attack. Very, very good among 4-star sabers. Probably one of the highest. I don't actually know who the highest is. Disclaimer for these. I didn't really look them up. I think I know the 5-star one though. But yeah, that is, compared to the average, that is still much above average when it comes to 4-star sabers. So that's great. She's rocking a double Buster, double Arch deck, with her gains cards being pretty sad, not very great in particular. But she can at least do a Buster Brave Chain with her MP included. Now, skill-wise, what do we have? We got a lot of buff skills because she's been seeing a lot of changes over the years. So starting off with her first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% Buster up for 3 times, 3 turns. And then she gets this really crazy on attack buff for 3 times, 3 turns. So whenever she uses a Buster card with this, every target hit with a Buster card gives her 10% flat gauge. And then she also gets Invul Pierce for 3 turns. So yeah, we're going to talk about this after I cover the kit. But yeah, this was the big reason why she suddenly became super relevant again. This is a really nutty buff. Skill number 2, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 20% battery for herself and 20 stars on use. It's pretty simple, but you know, it works, I suppose. And then the third skill, the one that hasn't been buffed and one that doesn't really do too much, is her Charisma. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 12% attack for 3 turns. Not a whole lot, but you know, attack is still a nice buff to have on Buster Loopers in particular, because it tends to be missing from the main supports. Her only passive is Magic Resistance B for 17.5% debuff res, so considering she's mostly a farmer, it's not really super relevant, but for those running her in bosses, it can be a nice help. Third append is against Riders, which is mostly relevant being a neutral case, but sub-enthusiast, especially considering she can run Black Rail now, I'm sure will find this useful as well, but wouldn't say it's all that impressive. And then her MP has never been buffed, but the fun thing is, it kind of has been buffed since the beginning because it has irregular modifier for some reason, so it already hits harder than a base MP anyway, having a 450% Buster or damage modifier on the Buster MP.
It actually hits harder than an upgraded modifier, because usually you'll see 400 to 600 on an upgraded Buster NP, so
true.
It's a little bit harder than that.
So it's really weird day one game design, but yeah, good for her, I guess. And then the only other effect besides damage is the overcharge, which gives her a 10% flat refund on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. So pretty common with a lot of Artoria AoEs. 3 hitters, so not a whole
Saber thing going on with the vanilla NP.
Yeah, definitely. So there's the full kit, but again, because of the first skill, she's a pretty crazy looper now, because again, it's per enemy hit. When I saw this buff, I thought it was like, oh dude, it's like 10% per Buster Guard no matter what, so the MP would be 10% flat too, but no, it's not. For every enemy it hits, you get 10%, plus the refund from the MP itself, of course, on top. So that's why she can loop with a Black Grail. The minimum, according to the notes as well, it should be correct, it's 2x on the enemy composition, which is pretty crazy that she could even do it on lower than 3 enemy nodes as well sometimes. So, and you can see the numbers are also very impressive for a 3-star. Also, I should note at this point, I didn't mention it during the intro, but these calcs for non-welfare golds are done with MP1 in mind, welfares with MP5 and low stars as well, but we were thinking about it as well. We might not just consider MP1 necessarily for gold, non-welfare golds, because a lot of people, when they go for their favorites and whatnot, they probably go for at least MP2. I'm not saying we should do like, MP5 CACs for all the limited SSRs or anything crazy like that, but just to have a little bit more fun, and because, you know, that's it kind of is a realistic case because of what I said, because people tend to go for more copies of their favorites. But yeah, even at, you know, these MP, she's gonna hit hard as hell because Black Rail is Black Rail. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more so like, let's just not like too focus on the damage difference. The main
these are just guidelines.
Yeah,
just because we see like a welfare hit harder than someone else, it doesn't mean that, oh dude, the MP1 of the servant now sucks. No, it's just to get some comparison going, really.
I do think the problem would be even smaller now that we're excluding the 3-stars as well. We aren't gonna have that much problems with the whole like MP1 versus MP5 problem, because like you know, like MP upgraded MP5 3-stars very often hit harder than like MP1 5-stars, right? So that's what I feel like a lot of people are disagreeing with, but we're probably not gonna run into that often.
So wait, Tom was saying I'm running an outdated copy. Did you update it today? Because I copied this literally today, this list. Are you sure? Like, did you update the list today? The sheet? Because if you did, then it might be outdated. But I did copy this morning. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Let me make a new copy. You guys can discuss Salter meanwhile.
What changed? Like a pen 5 for her? I don't remember. I don't think it changed. Isn't it like a 5-turn cooldown skill? I don't think it matters, right?
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
a pen 5 really changed anything for her.
Yeah, I think this sheet mentions when a pen 5 makes something more relevant again. Like for instance, Summer Gareth, it says a pen 5 allows casting skill 1 again. So I assume for her, if nothing is mentioned, then it's probably not that significant.
Yeah, you have to have a 6 cooldown skill or a 7 cooldown skill, and sometimes 6 doesn't work either if it's a battery you have to save. So, I mean,
it's kind of funny. There's some comps where you can do like you can use 5-turn cooldown skills a second time, and you can do like Vich double Oberon instead. Like Erish and Takeda are examples of that, but like it's not really that helpful with her because you got to use her first skill on turn 2 to get the bonus charge, and using it on turn 3 isn't as valuable. So, and also she's able to do double Vich Oberon already. So,
yeah. I mean, my personal feel towards this character is like overall, I don't actually see her as like super broken compared to other Black Girl loopers because obviously, it is enemy count dependent, and you know her coins are kind of difficult to acquire. I asked many people like, do you ever actually do buster looping with her? I feel like most people end up saying no, but at the same time, I think it's not just, you know, it's not just buster looping. The Invul Pierce being on such short cooldown is really good, and the MP damage scaling being really high is also very good. So, and because she's a 4-star, it is understandable to, I guess, lower my standards a little bit. So I would still probably put her in S, just for all that reason. But I don't think she's on the same level as other Black Grill Buster Loopers in many ways, unfortunately.
Is there an S tier?
Oh, it's not S tier. EX? Sorry.
Well, sometimes we have an S tier as well when we get really like
sorry.
finicky.
Well, EX is what I mean.
Yeah.
So it would, but that's my general thought on this.
And it's one of those cases where the numbers are just so high. Like, how can you not really, you know? Especially for 4-star, it's pretty crazy. Also, someone said, I guess she does actually have the highest 4-star attack on Sabers, so that's nice too, of course.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really keep track of that most of the time because it's like at best sometimes like a 2% difference between that and like second most.
Yeah, the top are the mostly interchangeable, but yeah, especially comparing the full range, then you can see differences. But yeah, it doesn't really matter who's the number 1 because there usually isn't a huge difference. Unless you're John Alter, then there is a big difference between number 1 and 2, but yeah, even then.
Because there's like low rarity servants that'll out damage higher rarity servants because they have like higher buff values or higher multipliers or just more accessible. Oh well, yeah, NP multipliers because that. So I just don't really care too much about attack stat unless they're very crit focused. Then it can pose a bit of an issue, and we'll see some. Wait, no, he's not right. He's a 3-star. Never mind. I was gonna mention Theseus, but no, he's not on this list.
Yeah, true. But yeah, I think EX only makes sense just because of the first buff skill was so stupid. Really crazy. Right, moving on. Quite the opposite case, I want to say, in terms of Saber Lily here. First of all, also an Artoria face AoE Buster Saber. First meaningful difference, the attack stat, as we just discussed. I'm not sure if she's the lowest, but she has to be one of the lowest at 7.7k attack. Not good at all. That is so much below average among Sabers, is not even funny. She's got the same double buster, double art stick with the same gains. But in fact, are the numbers exactly the same? I think they might be. So again, gains are not very good in particular. Both the star and the MP gain. Skills. Sadly, doesn't do as well as Salter as well. So first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. You get 15 stars on use. She gets 20% battery. And she gets 50% healing up for 3 turns. So this is a healing amplifier. So all the heals on her for the next 3 turns are half better. There it is. Second skill, her mana burst. Sadly, not buffed like Salter's. On a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% buster up for 1 turn flat, and that's about it. How weak, how boring. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns. I mean, party-wide MP gain is nice, but if that's the only effect and it's 20% only being the only effect, you could definitely do better. Desperately in need of more buffs, I want to say, especially in terms of the skills. This is just so bare bones, there's almost nothing going on. Passive, 17.5% debuffers as well. I believe that's the same as Salter. But she also has 6% quick up, which doesn't really do too much when she only has 1 quick and it's the bare minimum at 2 hits. So it's a pretty underwhelming passive as well to have as a bonus, but bonus it is. Third depends against casters, which, much like Salter, doesn't hold that much relevance, especially for her, because, you know, even less of a reason to hit neutral with her. MP has been buffed, but like Otto said, still actually less damage than a Salter base MP because of funny game day 1 shenanigans. So it only does damage.
Her multiplier though at NP5 is kind of weird because
True.
her NP5 multiplier is actually higher than Salter's.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it's. I never realized that. You're right. Actually, the scaling is weird, irregular too in this case.
Yeah.
700%.
That's why her damage in a vacuum is actually a bit more impressive. Like, that's one of her best scenarios. It's just like she doesn't really fit into any of the relevant systems these days because 20% battery and so on and so forth.
Yeah. But yeah, the only MP only does damage, and the OC, instead of being refund, it is a self heal at base 2k, scaling up to 6k. So you can get a meaty heal, but you know, it's still a heal at the end of the day. So most of the time, how relevant can it be? It depends, I guess, but I think refund would probably benefit her more. But yeah, Saber Lily. Wow, what a comparison after Saber Alter. Again, one of the big problems is, like I was saying, 20% battery is the only thing she has. So even with the append, it's going to mean really awkward comps if you want to loop farm with her. And honestly, outside of loop farming, I would probably never pick her own bosses either. I'm just being realistic here. She doesn't really bring much at all to the table. Kind of selfish. A little bit of team presence with the team MP game, but it's just, you can do so much. Even the low stars, I would bring Fergus over her as well, honestly. I don't see it.
I mean, so far in JP, haven't we gotten 2 Fate Stay Night tickets?
Maybe,
did we get 2 or 1?
I think it's been 2.
I think we have 2 Fate Stay Night tickets. No, this character is unusable because, like, if assuming everyone picked Artoria Saber, there's literally 0 reason to use this character. I don't know where to put her, but like in a vacuum, if we rank her, she's not unusable, but in reality, she is pretty unusable. So
also worth noting, even in her like best looping setup here, you have to have a very special Z in her best case scenario, which is the anniversary guild Z, the 60%er. Obviously, you can still do other stuff, but that's like the best case scenario, and it's a hard Z to get.
Yeah, and it's double Oberon. So like it's just I don't see it. I don't see anyone using this character. I would just put her in trash tier, to be honest. I apologize. But I know her MP damage in a vacuum is not bad. But like if we're going with like how realistically unique and whatever she can offer, she just offers nothing. I would say quite literally nothing. I put her in like deep plus maybe. I don't know.
Is the Gilsey, is that the one with just Buster and Charge?
Yeah, 60%. They have links here, actually. I can open it.
There should be another one with like Da Vinci Lily that also works.
What is the one? It's on MLB.
Yeah.
Again, you need MLB to get the 60%, and then it's 50% buster up on full attack.
Yeah, good luck with this one, though. This one never gets fitted up.
I don't think I even have this on my main MLB.
I have it non-MLB on my my NA account. I guess I rolled on it sometime way in the past and got it.
It's been on some rotations, I think, on anniversaries.
Oh, we only have 1 Fate Stay Night ticket. Then she has like a 0.1% chance of being picked if you like armpits, I guess. There you go.
What?
Very important information.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm between like maybe thinking of like one of the Ds.
Yep.
Just because the MP damage is not bad, I don't think she's E tier, but she's not gonna place high.
Yeah.
E plus.
I think it's fine.
Just because it has the scaling is a little bit nicer when you have that free MP5 eventually. Maybe a D otherwise. Okay.
But to be fair, we're also comparing her to like NP2s this time around, so it's going to be harder for her to.
Honestly, I'm just gonna
hard of a
D her.
start.
I'm just gonna D her, especially with that in mind.
Whoa, dude.
Okay. Phrasing. Okay, that was out of context, but okay. Okay. Anyway, Saber Lily. All right. More day one servants. We got Ubu, the OG. I've seen many versions as well, but this is the OG one. So, AoE Arts Saber this time, rocking 9.4k attack, so just above average when it comes to 4-star Sabers. So it's alright. Double Arts, double Buster deck once again with the same numbers, and MP gain maybe even just ever so slightly lower, so again, nothing too crazy. She has a little bit more help with her skills and whatnot, but yeah, the base the gains are not very impressive. Now, skills. First skill, there's been a lot of buffs to these. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery for herself. And then if you have a city or water map, she gets 30% arts up for 3 turns. She always gets 100% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. And then a 2k heal. Not too shabby. Honestly, even if you don't get the arts up, which you obviously want, it's still not a terrible skill. It's a 30% on a 5-turn cooldown, so you can work with it a little bit. Second skill also buffed. This is a really nice one actually. On a 5-turn cooldown, it's an Imperial Privilege, so you still have the same 60% chance to get 44% attack and defense for 3 turns. She gets 3.4k on healing when using this skill. She gets guaranteed 30% arts up for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. This on a 5-turn cooldown, especially when we see the third skill making it even better, is actually really strong. This is a really strong... If this was on like a much better servant, it would be just flat out broken. But even on Umu, it's still so good. Very good skill. And I'm also very happy that the 30% arts is the guaranteed one, and the 20% one is the conditional one. Good for her. Now, third skill on a whopping 10-turn cooldown. She gets a Guts for 3 times, 6 turns for 600 HP revive, so the famous triple Guts. Then she gets this on Guts activate buff for 6 turns, so whenever a Guts is procced on her, she gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. She fully cleanses all her buffs or debuffs that can be cleansed. She gains 40% buff success rate up for 6 turns on use, and also 50% MP generation for 6 turns. Again, 40% on the buff success, very good number, because that means she guarantees the big attack and defense from the IP. And this also, all of the effects now last for 6 turns, so while the skill is on a really insane 10-turn cooldown, that means the uptime is still not the worst thing ever, honestly. And a lot of fights you can kind of wrap up in 6 turns, so I don't think it's as bad as it might seem. This is honestly... Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I just want to add a little thing, is because of how cooldowns work, the buff success rate up will always line up with her Imperial Privilege.
Yeah, on the second round as well, yeah.
Yeah. It will always be guaranteed, which is quite important. But yeah, sorry, that's it.
No, you don't have to buy. You can always cut in when needed. It's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's honestly, after all the buffs, she actually has a great skill set. Like, compare this to Saber Lily, I want to cry almost, but yeah, it's great. Passives, 15% debuff rest, cool, and 8% quick up, that's not so cool. But the debuff rest, she actually has boss presence, so I like having some resistance. She's anti-assassin on the append, which doesn't really do too much, just a standard neutral case. The MP, pretty boring. It has been buffed, but they didn't add any new effects. The one nice thing about it is, yes, it mostly just does damage, but it does ignore defense. That's always nice utility to have. And then on overcharge, she does a minus 20% AoE defense down for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. Kind of weird that it's only 1 turn. There's literally no ramp up whatsoever, and it's after damage, so it's like one of the worst AoE defense downs on an MP in the whole game because of that. If it was 1 turn, like, they should have at least made it before damage, but I don't think they really did much before damage stuff back then, because this buff is giga old as well.
Would boost her damage to very good, like quite insane levels.
It would still not be ramp up, but it would be a nice boost for sure.
Yeah.
But there you go. There's OG Umu. Funnily enough, she can actually do some farming now as well because of all the battery and the big 50%. Because her MP obviously is infamous for being a one-hitter, but because of all the changes they've tried to do on her, she's not a lost cause for farming. But obviously, I kind of like her more on bosses anyway. But you can literally farm with her, even go as far as to get a Black Grail on going for her, which is not something I ever expected to see.
Pretty restrictive what nodes she's able to do that on.
I mean,
but the fact that
333
she's able to-
assassins. It's
it's
as good as
just
333 assassins is my test. I mean, I did test it because people were asking, so it is quite nice. But yeah.
But to be fair, like I mean, you're probably not going to be using her on a regular nodes anyways. Like,
Yeah.
like you have to be able to single core irregular nodes. Like it's just so like unless it's 90 plus, which people generally don't care about as much with discourse.
I mean, since last year, I guess I might as well get it out of the way. Like since last year, I have slowly like ranked Black Girl loopers lower. Not like I literally dock points from them, but like like I used to be, oh my god, Black Girl looping, this character gets bumped up 2 tiers. I don't really think that way anymore because like if you just look at all the events that happened last year, how many events do we have 50 MP starting charge damage bonuses? Like almost every single one of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just something I want to get.
And also, I think multi-core is getting a lot of stonks over the years slowly over single core.
Yeah,
especially after Lohi came out.
Oh yeah, that was a big boost for Quick.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, back to Umu. I actually fought some of the other co-hosts on this on Smobcast. I put her in EX because I think like for a just DPS in general, this character is very, very insane. Like Imperial Privilege on such a short cooldown, spammable, always guaranteed, is always good.
And then she has the bonus effects on them too with the buff, the arts and the stars.
And her card gain, like one arts card is enough to gain her entire MP, right? So because it's 50% boosted, and like 6-turn cooldown, 10-turn, 6-turn duration, 10-turn cooldown. Yeah, the downtime is 4. It's a bit rough, but like if you have a pen 5, you can kind of mitigate it. A pen 5 feels a lot more impactful on this kind of stuff as well because it affects the first cycle. And overall, I think for a 4-star, this is like as good as it gets, right? Like, yeah, her farming is not the most relevant thing ever, but I think everything else is just kind of.
Yeah, she can even do solos, not terribly. Because the triple guts being a thing, and being able to mitigate a lot of damage with the defense up and some of the healing too.
Yeah, maybe I'm over it. Like we can move these later, but like I just think this character is so insane as a 4-star. She just has like so much, like her skill, every one of her skills are just like 5+ effects, which is ridiculous in my opinion.
Yeah.
How about you, Otto?
It must be nice having a one-hit AoE arts and P and a skill set to back that up.
Shoot and enjoy your question marks.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of what Plushie said, yeah, she's a servant with terrible hit counts, but she has a skill set that can actually compensate for it. So
yeah, who knew that even with 2-hitter arts with not the greatest MP gain on base, you can still get giga gains if your skill set just goes above and beyond.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm.
I honestly I'm not against the top tier. I think she's kind of cracked now.
Yeah.
Frick it, we balling, dude. Again, we might adjust later, but frick it, dude. Okay with that. Okay, next up, we got the more day one stuff still. Mr. Sumanai, the Dragon Man. So back to AoE Buster Sabers. 8.1k attack. Sadly, now we're back to being on the lower side of the attack. It's not as bad as Saber Lily, but it is not very great either. So that's unfortunate. He's got the same double Buster, double Arch deck with the same hit counts as all the other ones, and more or less the same MP again as well. So again, on base, pretty unimpressive. In fact, actually just kind of bad. skill set though. So on a 6-turn cooldown, first skill, he gets 30% gauge. He gets 37.5% MP gain because funny numbers. And then he gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Actually, pretty respectable skill after the buff. The MP gain is a weird number, but it's still a boost to his MP gain for the face cards, I guess. So there you go. But mostly nice for the attack buff and the battery, enabling him to actually loop as well. Very cool. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, fully cleanses his debuffs and gets a 2.5k heal. Just a boring disengage. I think I've always thought that disengage was one of the worst defensive skills in the game, even before we started seeing some of them buffed and a lot of other defensive skills. I just don't like it. It can be useful sometimes, but most of the time it's just a heal that doesn't really do much. Third skill has been buffed, so on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 80% anti-dragon damage for 3 turns. He gets 30% anti-dragon defense for 3 turns, and then 50% bust trap for 1 turn. So obviously the famous skill that, you know, makes him, like everyone's like, oh, play George with him. 80% is a lot. It is a lot, especially if you're hitting, you know, Lancers or Berserkers. So you can definitely feel that increase. It is a ridiculous amount of power mod that is not too uncommon of a trait. So it's still like, this and the first skill buff are the reasons why he's still kind of relevant, interestingly enough. His only passive is Riding Bee, so 8% quick up doesn't really do much for him at all. Very sad. Bad passives. He's anti-Saber, and funnily enough, it could be relevant because a lot of Sabers happen to be Dragon, because he's one of those weird servants that can actually do some significant neutral numbers if the target is Dragon because of the high anti-Dragon mod he has. So it could actually be somewhat relevant. His MP has been buffed, so he gets 20% MP gain besides the damage from the normal effect for 3 turns on using it. It is after damage, but it doesn't matter if it's after damage really, because, well, in some niche cases maybe, but his MP is buster, isn't going to refund normally anyway. And then again, you want that anti-dragon power mod, we got that super effective as well. So on base overcharge, 150% extra damage against dragon enemies, scaling up to 200%. So the standard overcharge range. But yeah, combine this with the power mod, dragons are gonna fall. They're just gone. But if you're not fighting dragons, I feel like you can do way better than this guy. Way better. But again, it's a fairly common trait, and yeah, well enough, it works.
I mean, he got one thing right. He is probably one of the most accessible options if you want to farm the 90 star thing return. Like on Bleach Earth. But yeah, outside of that, outside of that, it's just not really. I don't really see it. Just good anti-dragon. I don't know what else to say. Like you.
Yeah, I agree. It's the only thing he has going for him. But the fact is that it's still a relevant thing. Luckily for him, it's not completely like irrelevant.
Yeah, like single core 30 charge looping. I used to give him points for that, but I feel like nowadays it's kind of a low bar. So it's just dragons left, and weird. I don't know where to put him because like I genuinely don't see a place to use him outside of like just like in a 90 plus, right? You have to imagine because like a lot of times wave 2 you're also getting damage checked, so like it would have to be like a dragon themed event, like the last event maybe, if it had like a lancer node or a berserker node or something, then okay, then I'll use him. But outside of that, I don't see him being used just at all. He has George synergy, yeah, but you know, like with George synergy, you can do better with his wife. So like it's just
true.
I don't know.
I mean, she's a single target. So
George is a single target.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
the problem.
yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, a little fun fact: in a Buster looping system, he does more damage to dragon casters than Dobrynia does, which
I'm honestly not surprised. Not so much that he's impressive, but more so that Dobrynia is a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go full into power mod and not at all into super effective.
Yeah.
Not that our NP is bad, but
I don't know. I'm feeling maybe like a C+ or B because he still has a place in the game. Like, he's still relevant to an extent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
B is fun.
Then 4-star standard, you can put it lower. I don't know. B is fine, yeah.
Yeah, one thing that is a bit of a block with him though is since he is permanent, he is kind of hard to get coins for, which means you're gonna have to farm with him in the back line a lot before you farm with him in the front line, unless we do.
Well,
other things.
I feel like only like the battery and the cooldown depends would be somewhat relevant to him, because I don't see the others being that relevant. And because he's a day one permanent forced, I feel like most people that have older accounts, they already have like a bunch of MP levels, so they should have enough coins to get at least those two going pretty easily.
Yeah, but people who have older accounts probably aren't looking to us for advice.
Well, like Blushy said though, he's relevant in 90 star though, even if it's just one note.
One, yeah.
So even if you have an older account, you can still do it. He's cheaper for party cost too compared to 5-star. Anyway, I think I'll go with B for now. Alright, next up a special case. We're gonna take a pause from damage. Talk about Deon, the first tank of the tier lists. And Deon has actually received a new buff that didn't exist last year, which I'm pretty happy about. So a 4-star Saber tank. Attack is pretty relevant because, you know, you're not expecting him to do damage anyway. But 8.7k is below average because, honestly, you want it to be below average because then you get more HP, which is good. Although, unless you want to do the sack, then you want less HP. So, you know, dilemma is real. Anyway, double buster, double arch, same freaking numbers. Won't you guess it? It's like a bingo board. We already hit a bingo. It's the same numbers again. So not good, not good at all. First skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets a dodge for 1 turn, and then 16% defense for 3 turns. Yeah, funny numbers are back. Not a bad skill for tanking, obviously. Goes well with the taunt we'll see in a second. Defense up as well, matching the taunt duration. Alright. This is where it gets funny, though. I don't know why I said funny. Interesting. Funny and interesting. This is the new buff. So now on a 5-turn cooldown, the second skill is no longer a just a cleanse with a debuff res. You still get the full cleanse. You get the same 100% debuff rest for 3 turns, which also pairs well with taunt, because for those that don't know, single target enemy debuffs always get redirected to taunts. That's cool. But then we have the 2 new lines. Party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, and most importantly, party gets 100% buff removal resistance for 3 turns. Very cool. I am a huge fan of this buff. The arts is nice to have, but most important, that second effect. Good uptime, buff removal resistance on a servant that's very accessible. Such a nice buff. I love utility buffs like this that give some not so used servants more uses. So that is a very nice one to have. And then third skill is the taunt. So on a 3-turn cooldown, or 5-turn cooldown, gets the 3-turn taunt on self and then a 2.5k heal. A little bit awkward because if you pop it turn 1, you just waste the heal, obviously. But there are, you know, obviously cases we can keep down life to get a second taunt off as well. So then the heal could be relevant. But it works well with the debuff res and the defense up in the dodge. So the synergy is still nice for a tank. Now passives, 15% debuff res. Maybe not the most relevant because he already has a good uptime on basically immunity anyway. 8% quick up, pretty relevant again, would have guessed. Anti-assassin append, irrelevant because you're not going to have Deon do damage anyway. Especially on neutral. MP has been buffed and it's a really sad buff. So yeah, all the enemies get minus 10 to 30% attack and defense for 3 turns depending on your MP level. And then the overcharge is a base 30% chance to charm all enemies with individual calcs scaling up to 70%. Super unreliable. That's not even factoring in some potential base resistances that enemies might have. Terrible MP. Just absolutely terrible. But, you know, maybe a bit of a damage or mitigation boost sometimes.
Yeah,
not even super easy to get.
You look at the pre-buff NP and it's 10% chance to charm.
It's like AoE charm is so OP, man.
Yeah, literally all of the servants we've seen so far, they've
had more than 10%. Yeah, so he would always whiff on base. So funny.
Yeah.
And also, again, like I said, it's really hard to get the MP. He doesn't have any batteries. The arts boost helps, but it's not much when there's a 2-hitter on 0.83 gains, so... yeah. The MP sucks, but otherwise, very interesting servant now with this second skill.
It is the most powerful buff removal resist skill in the game, because like
uptime-wise?
And also like just straight up 3 turns. I don't think we have anything that is 3 turns. It's either one time 3 turns or it's 1 turn
I
or
think you're right,
something
yeah.
in between. Yeah, so it is extremely powerful. What
Yeah,
was I gonna say?
this is the best application of buff removal resistance in the game. Everything else is limited by like 1 proc every 3 turns or 1 turn and duration. It's just so useful. Uh, this is really like exactly what this character needed. I don't really care about the arts, and the arts is whatever. You could use this
Yeah.
person with a Buster Servant or a Quick Servant. Um, it's just like a good example of this application, this buff being really good. So I'm sure we all remember the last Morgan quest in Lost Belt 6 and how that last bar was so brutal because
Every
she would
attack
just
removes
delete
buffs.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deon completely shuts that down for several turns. Like the NP no longer removes everyone's buffs. She can't just like nuke, like just completely delete one servant because there's a taunt here and she's got an evade and so on and so forth. Like this is just a perfect counter to several fights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Um,
and also the Oberon challenge quest, or the, not challenge quest, the final quest. And spoilers, I guess.
to point out
That's on
something
this.
in chat, Nightingale's 1 time 3 turns. So like yeah, it's single target, but also it is only 1 time. And yeah, you know, repeated buff removal is not like it's super common, but it is not impossible. So at least he has a sort of niche because me personally, I think the taunt tank archetype is just very dead right now in the game, especially in arts. I know he's not just for arts, but like taunt tank in general. And we have probably better options than him, even though he's a really good one.
Yeah.
We have cheaper. We have George. Maybe you can consider Summer Talalak. You know, or you know, if you want an infinitely repeatable one, you have Kinji Huang, who's like more expensive. But like, I just don't think taunt tank is like that relevant.
Yeah, actually, nowadays they would have to do other stuff as well, and this is exactly like Otto said, isn't what I needed. This is the other stuff, right? You need something else besides being able to just take hits.
Yeah, it is usually overkill, but how much this is, but yeah, for certain stuff, I think he would have a irreplaceable role. So I don't know. It's another character that is like 90% of the time you wouldn't use him, like even more so than
But yeah, in
Siegfried,
that some
honestly.
rare cases, you'd be so happy to have him, though. That's the thing. And I
Yeah,
think that's
yeah.
that's fine, right? Even if they don't get picked all the time, it's still good. You know, I still would probably rank Deon fairly high actually with this buff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
okay. I thought you misheard her. I thought I misheard you. Yeah, Santa Nightingale is like unlimited for 1 target. It's still like a worse
no,
application.
isn't it
Yeah,
one?
They were arguing
no,
about the turn count,
it's
but
for 3
it's not
turns.
3 turns anyway,
Oh,
right?
it's just 3 turns. I'm
Oh,
stupid.
is
The
it 3
quest is
turns?
1
Okay,
turn.
yeah.
I don't, yeah, it's just 3 turns.
Yeah,
My bad. My bad. I don't know why I misread.
yeah.
My
It's
bad.
still a
But
worse
yeah.
application though because it only affects 1 target. Yeah, if you actually want a team that'll survive like a full buff purge everyone, uh, then this is a servant that's going to help you with that.
I apologize. This is more so the patch up like Castoria, right? Yeah, Medb Lily also gives functional resist, but it's targetable, right? I don't think. Is it?
I think it's
I don't
party
remember.
wide. Yeah.
Oh, is it party wide?
Yeah.
No, it's 1 target.
Is it?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like
Okay.
Santa Gale then? Okay.
At least I'm not wrong on that. Okay. So I mean, hard to say because like yeah, most of the times I will be using Santa Gale, but that is more so for min turns, not
Yeah, because you want the
for,
sack
like,
on the other guys anyway, in that
yeah.
scenario. But I feel like for stuff where you want your team to live, like the Morgan one, I think Deon is going to be great. I'm thinking B plus honestly. This new buff is really nice. It's niche, but it's really nice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I just had a thought. In the next 2 weeks, we're probably going to see one of these servants buffed. Just like statistically, this is very likely.
Yeah, nowadays they're buffing so much.
Last year we got 60 buffs, and we're kind of on track this year. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Right.
funny. for people to laugh at afterwards.
We can finally depart day 1. Next 4-star Saber we talk about is Rama, and also the first single target MP haver. Wow. So single target buster, a DPS 9.8 kit attack, stands above average a little bit, not too shabby. Gains tech, well, he has like +1 hit on his extra, that's about it. Otherwise he's still the same freaking case. Won't you love to see it? So not very impressive, unfortunately. Now, first skill on a 4-turn cooldown, he gets 5k, not 5k, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. It could be worse because it could be a 5-turn cooldown. I still wish the uptime was better because he kind of wants to be this crit saber, but yeah. At least from his own kit, it's not the best showing ever. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, party gets 18% attack for 3 turns. Just a base charisma. I'm still shocked some of these even exist anymore, but at least it's not an E rank. It could be way better. It's just good uptime, but way too little. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, has been buffed. First of all, he gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 1k revive. Then he gets a 3k heal, 30% battery on self, and 20 stars on use. At least now the guts has a slightly better uptime than what it used to, but it's still, you prefer guts is to have more than 50% uptime compared to the cooldown anyway. It's still not the best thing ever. Heal can be okay. Gauge helps with getting his MP out because he can hit hard depending on who you're targeting, and stars are always nice because again they combo well with his first skill. So at least you can have 1 turn where you're like, oh dude, you're pop it off. So there's, you know, occasional 1 good turn. Passive, you get some more stuff. So 20% debuff risk is very nice for someone that's just designed for bosses. I don't think I've really seen anyone use him in farming. I could be wrong, but yeah. A+ on writing. Again, doesn't really do much with that 1 quick card. Not good hit counts, nothing. So it's just there for lore. Divinity A doesn't do anything either. In fact, it honestly makes him more susceptible to anti-divine mechanics. Yeah, I know it's not really tied to like the trait, because you can have the trait without it as well. But whenever you have this passive, you also have the divine trait as well. And the passive literally does nothing, so this doesn't do anything. Anti-rider on the append. I'm not sure how many demonic riders there are. That would be the only case where you would use him against riders, but otherwise probably just a easy skip on this append. Buffed MP. Yeah, it's an interesting buff though. So there's a 20% minus buster is down on the target for 3 turns. It is after damage, sadly, but it is a form of ramp up considering he is a boss killer. If the target happens to be demonic, they also get a minus tick down, which is always welcome. And then the overcharge, of course, is super effective on demonic. So 150 on base, scaling to 200. So again, demonic, he's going to do good damage. Not so demonic. Maybe with some ramp up and support help, he could do some decent damage. But otherwise, you probably just look for someone else at that point anyway, I would say. Even among sabers. But again, demonic, much like Summonite, it's not the rarest trait. Some servants have it. Some normal enemies have it. It's definitely out there. It's one of the more common traits, I want to say. I still feel like Rama needs more though. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, he is just a like beat stick, right? Like he is just his MP. I would almost say he's just his MP. Yes, he has a very strong like crit for a turn. I guess I should count that. But I do think at this day and age with so many good supports, I think, I don't know if this is spoilers, but I think he is better than Suna. Then, you know, if you're trying to pick an anti-demonic unit, upgrade MP, and then...
Yeah, I would say you pick Tuna if the target is Oni, really. That's the main part, not the demonic part.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just wait for that Suna buff later this year that's going to make...
He's never been buffed this year. Well, I guess we were going to talk about probably that during him, but yeah, true.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it feels kind of like Siegfried, bro.
Yeah, it's a single target Siegfried. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to rank.
He's got good anti-demonic. I almost said Deonic. No. Just demonic damage. He's pretty good at damage. He's got a very basic kit.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of demonic, his damage isn't like really insane. Just kind of
yeah. At that point, you would just pick someone else, right?
Yeah.
C plus? What are we looking at?
I'd say like C plus.
C plus, yeah, because I guess not loop compatible, so lower than Siegfried.
Yeah, if we could maybe at least to contribute to a little bit to some multi-core farming, it'd be a bit more interesting. But all he is right now is just an anti-demonic boss killer. Okay. Alright, moving on. More single target stuff. We got the Lancelot Saber. So we're now single target artsing up, okay? 9.9k attack, just under 10k, puts him above average among his peers. Pretty good. Same deck again, but this time maybe a tad slight better on the gains as well for both stars and MP. Not a big difference, but a little bit better than, you know, the previous ones we've seen. That's cool. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% battery and 20 stars on use. So, you know, you charge up both your crits and your MP. What's there not to like, I guess? It's a bit basic, though, is the problem. With it. I feel like this cooldown could be 5 turns as well if it's only these 2 effects. Now, second skill, pretty infamous skill. 5-turn cooldown, he gets 6,000% absorb for 3 turns. And again, notably, this is on a Saber. That's the fun part. Normally, these 1,000% absorbs are on like Avengers and Berserkers. Very rarely on any other class that has a decent base absorb. So because he has a like a base 100 absorbers though on a Saber, this means he gets every star. He just gets every single star. You can't get stars from him. It guarantees he gets every single star. So it's a boring skill, but at least it does what it accomplishes. Now third skill on a 6-turn cooldown as well, 15 stars per turn for 3 turns, and he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. So the kit is super basic. I feel like they could either be lower cooldowns or it could do more, but there is synergy though. You know, it's crits and, you know, a bit of MP. So it's very simple, but it's still like kind of okay. But it could definitely do more. Especially once we saw Umu earlier. Anyway, passive 17.5% debuff rest, cool for a boss killer. I don't think you would really farm with Lancelot, so this actually is pretty relevant. 8% quick up is ever so slightly better because he now has a 3-hit quick instead of 2, but it's still just 1 card, so He's anti-Saber on the append, which doesn't really mean much. I don't think I would bring him on neutral case at all. The MP has been buffed, so it actually hits fairly hard. So before damage, you get 30% arts up for 1 turn. That's pretty cool, helps with the MP damage as well. Not so much with the refund because it's a 1-hitter. He does ignore defense as well on the damage, always nice utility to have. And the overcharge is it's like reverse divinity. It's so bad. So on base overcharge, the target gets 2,000 increased damage taken, scaling up to 4,000. So all your hits will like do 2,000 more. It's bad. It's just bad. Hardly ever would it make a big difference, really. They even buffed the number. Is the funny part. They doubled it with the buff. I still don't really see it being a big thing. But the normal effects at least are nice to have. Especially if you get a full arch chain on him with the MP. He's super basic, but he's fine, right? I don't see a huge problem.
I mean, Otto's gonna talk about the damage plus part, so I'm not gonna go over that.
I am.
Yeah,
News to you.
Because every time you bring it up, and I think it's actually a good argument, but I think he's just really washed, and the other problem is there's just so many single target art sabers, and I think this is probably a hot take. I think as of now, every single one is better than him.
I can't remember them all from the top of my head, but you might be right. I'm not sure.
I mean,
there's a lot of them to remember at this point.
We have
especially
Yagyuu,
on 4 stars alone.
The upgrade didn't help at all. We have Kurohime, who's not bad, who's got like
Hokusai.
Yeah, we got Hokusai, who's free MP5, and then we have Saitou, who has like really high hit count that can loop. I don't see it. Yeah, and Yagyuu after the MP upgrade just I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. So I mean, as a simp, I'm very happy, but man, they just buried.
Saber Mave. You never mind. Saber Mave is worse. There you go.
True. Honestly, as a DPS, I would say she does offer a little bit more than just damage, but I would say as a DPS, she loses to Lancelot for sure. It's not even close.
Yeah, I forgot about. I mean, Theseus is a 3-star, and also, I mean, there are people that are gonna argue Theseus is better. I think it's probably close because like assuming no grails, but like I don't know, it's just his niche is so crowded. He has gone from oh my god, this character is insane, when he first came out to like oh my god, there's like 20 people that does the same thing but slightly better. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't like
it's one of those cases where competition has become the biggest issue for him.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do something that you might be surprised about. I actually prefer Summer Mave over him, like most of the time.
God.
I feel like she just gets a bit too much hate because she's very debuff based. But she's not the focus right now. The thing you wanted me to bring up about like the damage taken plus, basically the way it works, it's basically a dot that applies every time you attack the enemy, and that includes supports. So if you get like 2 or 3 of those on the enemy, they're going to be taking like if you have 2 of them on the enemy, they're taking like assuming you don't use support NPs in a turn, you're taking at least 12,000 damage that turn. So it's unless you're trying to do dot stacking, it's just a way better version of dot.
And I guess on the topic of your comparison, it's also better than dots because dots can't break bars, but this could.
Good point.
Yeah.
So this bonus damage could actually be a bar breaker because dots would never be able to do that.
Yeah.
I guess maybe I'm still not a huge fan of it. I feel like in most cases it won't make a huge impact, but I guess it's a good point to add that it can add more damage on the long run. Sure. All right.
For a while, I was more so on the apples to oranges train when I was comparing him and Saber Hokusai, but over the years I've sort of I've leaned more Hokusai because he I don't know, I just don't think the crit is as valuable these days. Being able to crit reliably is pretty nice, but it
also he would probably need a bit
stars.
more stars than his own generation to fully feed himself all the stars that he needs.
Yeah.
And Arts doesn't have the best tools when it comes to star gen.
Yeah, I mean it's just Avalon,
in
right?
general.
It really, I mean, you can use what's her face,
Johanna.
Yeah, Johanna, but like Johanna kind of has his kit. You know what I mean? Like the Star Absorb Up and the Star Return. She has
he doesn't need the Absorb. He's already covered on that. He just wants stars.
Yeah. So a big part of her kit feels redundant. When used on him as well. So yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate.
I feel like he's. I'm leaning between B or B plus. Maybe B. What do you guys think? He's not bad.
I think we can be a little bit mean to him, but just because,
he still works. It's just a competition. That's the tough part.
I thought B was being nice to him, but
it's
a matter of perspective.
No,
I don't think I can put him in C plus with the MP upgrade. I'm gonna put him in B. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just his damage is I guess he can make up for it with his crits, but his MP damage is also just pretty lacking because it's just 30% arts.
Yes, indeed. All right, more Knights of the Round Table. Next up is Gawain. Back to AoE of the Buster kind. 10.1k attack is pretty high for a 4-star Saber. 10k is always on the high end here. That's nice. First time full Monkey deck, so triple Buster. Gains cards actually still not super impressive, despite the MP gain obviously being higher due to the triple Buster, because they're only 2 hitters. So could still do way better on gains. But full Monkey is real. Not a bad thing necessarily though. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then if you happen to have a Sunlight field active, he gets 30% Buster up as well for 3 turns. And on the second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack, and he enables Sunlight on the field for 1 turn. So obviously you pop this, then you pop skill 1, and you guarantee your Buster. Unless you for some reason have Tez on your team who already went, then no Sun for you, I guess. Otherwise, you're pretty golden to go. Third skill, I hate the third skill. 6-turn cooldown, 20% battery, 10 stars. Guts for one time, one turn with 2k revive. What is this skill? What is this skill? Why is it so underwhelming? That's a terrible uptime for a Guts, first of all. Then it's a 20% battery, the only one he has, and only 10 stars? Come on. That could be like 30 easily. Come on, what are you doing? Why hasn't this skill been buffed to this day? I'm so confused. Pretty basic kit, but at least a lot of damage in it, I suppose. Passive, 70.5% debuff res. It's alright. Honestly, he's not really a farmer anyway, so helps with some of the bosses. Riding B, forget about it. Anti-rider, nah. MP has been buffed, yay! So, skill seals all enemies for one turn after damage. He also gets 50% buster crit damage for 3 turns if used on Sunlight Field, much like his first skill. He also gets 300% Buster Absorb for 3 turns, again on Sunlight Field, so it's, the combo of the Buster crits. Cool. And then he does a 1k burn on all enemies for 5 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 5k per tick. Would say the overcharge is still pretty irrelevant. I don't think they even touched that at all, actually. Yeah, it's the same. But I like this new addition of this Buster crit stuff, honestly. I think it's good. Because he is triple Buster, so yeah. You can get a nice amount of damage from his face cards. You will need supports, obviously, because his own star generation will be terrible. But, I mean, that's what supports are for. The Buster definitely not lacking on crit supports, though, so that's the nice part.
Yeah, you got star bombs everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
He's very explosive. I think, like, you probably don't expect the fight to go on for too long if you're trying to use him, and you're just trying to, like, beat enemies down with the triple Buster, and, try to use his MP as, like, a one-time crit buff, right? Because, like, the sun only lasts for,
Yes,
oh, sorry,
one
no.
turn, unfortunately, from the second skill.
Yeah, so it's I've definitely seen him pull off some stuff, but like every time when I see him pull off stuff, it is not it's scripted, it is
like, why
well
this should have been 3 turns. It would have made a big difference, actually. Why is the sunlight only 1 turn?
Yeah, they might have thought it would be too broken because like if he keeps spamming his MP, but like he's a gorilla servant, so like if you are trying to spam his MP, you are kind of giving up on his card damage and whatnot. But he's very explosive. Like he's like hyper offensive version of. I mean, no, he is base Gawain. Sorry, I almost said he's hyper offensive version of Barghest, but he's actually the OG. But yeah, I don't know. He's I don't think he's bad, but like, I feel like for most people, unless you really like him and you know how to script your stuff, probably not. Not insane, but also I would say solid for like just bursty DPS. I don't know. How about you?
He's got good, like, he's really good for card damage. Like, if you just look at the sheer amount of buffs, like he's got 50% Buster crit. He's got, what is it, 40% attack and 30% Buster
and high attack too for a 4-star.
Yeah, and he's got a Buster deck. He has basically everything you want out of a servant that is going to like be Buster critting. And then he also has really low cooldowns on his first and second skill, so there's some more Korean synergy there. Very easy to double up on his skills. He's very similar to Fergus, from my experience, except he's not as tanky, but he's also more offensively geared. But also his NP damage is pretty solid because he's got the upgrade and a good mix of buffs. If they buff his third skill, he could be a pretty competent Buster Looper.
Yeah, the third skill just sucks. Otherwise, like you said, he is pure offense otherwise, and it's not necessarily the worst thing ever. It can work. Rating, though. Rating. I assume he had all his buff last year, did he? I assume the MP buff existed then back then.
I think it was year before last.
Yeah, so...
Last year he had...
Last year we had him on B+. Does that still apply? That might still apply. B or B+. Or has competition made him look a bit worse?
I think B+ would be pretty good from... he he isn't like mediocre. I'd say he's above mediocre. So
I mean, numbers can carry you. He's one of those examples. Can still slam a bit. Yeah.
I think a deck.
Yeah, it's actually very important that he is triple buster.
Yeah, I wouldn't really see him as that high if he wasn't, but yeah.
Yeah. Right. All right. Time for the first. Actually, no, not the first welfare, because Saber Lily kind of is the first welfare. A very special case though. But now for the first actual welfare brand release, when she came out, unlike Saber Lily, we got Brave Liz, first of the Elizabeths as well. We'll be covering them all across the weeks. So single target buster, a DPS 9.9k attack, give or take, above average. So that's fine. Deck is double buster, double arts again, and the gains, they're arguably worse. It depends if you can buffer more though, but yeah, the gains are not very pretty either. Sadly, we still haven't seen like a single Saber that's like very nice on the gains. We will see some later, of course, but a lot of these older ones just sadly kind of suffer on that front. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets a 1/3 of invul and 50% MP gain on self for 1 turn. So a bit awkward to use because it's her, main defensive tool. Yes, you could RNG the third skill, we'll get to that in a second, but this is the guaranteed main defensive skill that she has. And then it's only 1 turn of MP gain. It's not even 3 turns, so if you want to utilize that MP gain, I would probably just save it for the survival, and then just if you happen to get something out of the MP gain, cool. But yeah, it's an awkward combo. On a pretty big cooldown as well for the MP gain at least. Second skill is her mana burst. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a nerfed version of the buster up. It's only 40% for 1 turn, but it's because she has another effect. She gets 20% defense up for 1 turn. Honestly, I would just take the full buster. 20% defense for 1 turn. I mean, it's not a great skill at all. And then the third skill, the actual meme, where they try to even fix it, but I still would not really use it. In some cases you can, but yeah. So on a 6-turn cooldown, you have to pay 50% gauge. Now this is the only reason why it's semi-usable is if you have a lot of supports on her, and she's a free MP5, meaning you can go above 100% gauge. It actually, because it used to, I believe, it was a minus 100%, but it only takes 50% of the gauge. So if you actually happen to go above 100 with like a fat overkill arts crit with like an arts buff from some support or whatever for some reason, you might actually gain some extra MP to be able to use this as a bonus. That's like the best case scenario. Otherwise, you're going to have to do a trade-off, and the trade-off is not worth it for the MP. But let's see, what can you get though when you pop this skill? We pay that 50%. She can get 50% buster up for 3 turns. That's probably one of the better cases. That's a nice buff. That's a lot. Then the full party can get invul for 1 turn. Cool. The full party can get a 3k heal. That's the one where you cry when you get that one. That sucks. The full party can get 50% attack for 1 turn, which is really awkward because if you're going to bring her, you probably won't bring other DPSs too much. So what are your supports going to do with that attack? I don't know. Should be like 50% for 3 turns, like the buster up on herself, if anything. Or you can get guaranteed crits, 50 stars. That's also an interesting one. But yeah, it's full gamba. I wish they let you at least choose with this buff as well. Like, yeah, the cost reduction was nice, but at least let us choose. It wouldn't be OP at all. Come on. She would still not be amazing. Just let us choose the effect. Like, come on.
The UI is probably too much effort for
technical limitations is real.
Yeah, I genuinely think it's because
it actually might be true. Yeah,
just don't want to fucking deal with it.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not done yet. I forgot.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, 20% debuff res is nice because she's basically exclusive to bosses, no farming presence whatsoever. 6% art support herself is okay. She has a couple of triple hitter arts, so it can up a bit. It's not bad. She's anti-avenger, which is pretty much irrelevant. Rare class to fight to begin with, especially on bosses, so no. Is free, I guess, though, because of welfare, but I would not prio that level. MP has been buffed, so she ignores the defense on damage. Then she does a burn amplifier on the enemy for 5 turns, so they take double damage from burns from one of these things. The overcharge is on base, gives the target a 500 burn for 5 turns, scaling up to 2.5k, and then just does damage. So it's not a particularly spammable MPs. I would say both the burn and the amplifier. You can't really stack them well enough for it to be anything considerable. If the burn was maybe like 3k on base or something, but it's a 500 on base, so it really is just a nothing burger. Ignore defense, again, nice. And the MP can hit semi-hard because she's a free MP5, but she's one of those, she just lives and dies by MP, and there's so many single target sabers. You can even switch card types and still do better. You don't need a buster one necessarily. She just not good, right? Not good. I don't know what to say.
Unusable, in my opinion.
I would maybe agree on that.
Yeah, just unusable, like genuinely unusable character. Yeah, there you go. I got nothing else.
I don't think I would ever like. When would you pick her over someone else? Maybe if you have a brand new account and you got a welfare copy fast.
Well, recently I was doing a thing on my stream where we democratically vote on random servants to use, and
like a randomizer.
Of course, yeah. Basically, we randomized 3 servants, and then we put it to a poll, and she showed up, so she obviously won. It was the worst type of place for her too, because it was a 6 enemy node.
Oh no!
And
her MP's not even that spammable.
She doesn't do card damage.
Yeah, her card damage sucks. Her gains are bad. Ugh.
Yeah, Korean Light was getting more done than she was. So,
yeah.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever put a welfare servant on E tier, but it's just like, why would you use her? You wouldn't, right? There's so many. You would pick anyone else over her almost on single target sabers. Like, would you ever use her?
She is
ignore
pretty bad,
defense. Like the only thing I can see is like if there's a raid, and then it's a Lancer, you have nothing, and it has.
And they have like a big defense buff on battle start or something where you need to ignore defense.
Yeah. That is like the best hypothetical thing I can come up for, and I don't know, man, bro.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, she does have an upgraded NP. It's like she has bad modifiers for it, but like yeah.
Maybe D again for the upgraded MP, barely escaping the bottom tier.
Yeah.
Just for the upgraded MP.
It's just unusable character outside of the MP.
Yeah.
All right. With that, I think we now don't have a reason for D tier.
Yeah, because we don't have low stars. I'd be shocked if anyone did worse than those two. But we're still gonna keep it there because it makes the list look the way it should. Anyway, next up, AoE Saber once again of the Buster Guide. We got Suzuka goes in, the OG variant. So 9.5k attack puts her just above average, ever so slightly. No, it's not too bad. Double Buster, Double Arts is back on the menu. It is basically the Saber deck. I didn't mention it yet, but it is the most common Saber deck. In fact, it is. I think it's even called the Saber deck of all the archetypes. Some of them are named after the classes. This is like the Saber one. Her gains... Yeah. Her gains are not good either, sadly. Still, despite not being day one, they're just not very good. Again, we'll definitely see an increase later on when we get more modern servants, but it's just not very good. Her skill has been buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 40% Buster up for 3 times 3 turns, 50% Star Gen for 3 turns flat, and then 50% crit damage for 3 times 3 turns. I mean, the numbers are okay, but I'm usually not a huge fan of the hit-based buffs. I mean, it's okay if you want to, use her MP. You can loop with her, but it's really ugly. It's just so ugly. So in that sense, it's nice that every MP can maybe benefit from the Buster buff being 40%, but just the comp itself sucks, so it's not really worth it. I still think she's mostly an AoE DPS over a looper. I wouldn't farm with her at all, honestly. I'm not a huge fan of the skill. The Star Gen actually is kind of underrated, maybe, because she actually can generate quite a bit of stars when that is active, especially with the MP having a lot of hit counts, even as Buster. Second skill and 6-turn cooldown, 100% base chance on max rank to charm a male enemy for 1 turn. And then on anyone you target, it's a minus 20% attack for 1 turn. I do wish it was a universal charm, of course. And I do wish the attack, if it's only 20%, it should be like 3 turns at least. On a 6-turn cooldown, come on. That's like almost a nothing burger with the attack down. So I'm not a huge fan of this skill. A bit niche and doesn't do much. Like sometimes it just does the attack down and that's about it. And even that can be resisted, so. Eh. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns. She ignores evasion for 3 turns and then gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. It's too slow. It's too little too slow, I want to say. I like the utility from this sure hit, but it's just like 10% gauge per turn, really? That's what we're doing? Yes, the uptime is good, but it doesn't do much. It's just not much at all. Could be 20% easily. Or some other stuff with this skill. It's just a bit not much. The skill set, I don't like it. I just don't really like it. Overall, it's not very good. Passives, 20% debuff is pretty cool, because again, I do think she mostly is usable on bosses, so it can be relevant. 8% quick up with just 1-3 hitter is not the best, it's pretty forgettable. Divinity A, completely worthless. She has anti-ruler on the append. You want more insult to injury? There you go. God awful, unusable. Why would you ever pick her against ruler? Who knows? You wouldn't. MP has been buffed though as well, though. That's cool. So she gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns on the use, which at that point maybe her gains are a little bit better, but probably not a huge difference. And then she gets 40% crit damage for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 80%. So she can have a bit of damage for her crits too. The problem is, outside of MP turns, she won't be generating any stars really. So you're gonna need, your supports to feed you all the stars as well, pretty much. But again, she's Buster, so it's not the biggest issue ever. Yeah, she just wants to MP often and then do some face guard damage. That's about it, I would say. Not much going on with this kit. What do you guys think of Suzuka? I feel like no one ever talks about Saber anymore.
Yeah, I don't really use her, so I have no idea. She doesn't seem very impressive. But yeah, I'll leave this to Otto. I have like no takes.
Yeah, I think she's all right. I like the ability to ramp her crit. It means that not only does she have higher peaks, it also means that she loses steam slower. And so like even when you don't have her first skill up, she'll still be able to hit some decent crits. I really like the sure hit on the 3rd skill. And yeah, the 2nd skill could use something. Personally, I feel like they're gonna buff her 3rd skill before they buff her 2nd skill, but I don't know. Because like I'd imagine what they'd go with is some sort of battery, like maybe a 20% battery. But I'd rather have that on the 3rd skill than the 2nd skill.
Or make the MP region like 20% and then add like 1 or 2 new lines and just leave the other 2 as is.
Yeah, I don't know. They usually when they buff AoE servants these days, if they make like any sort of change to them, they also add like the ability to bust or loop. That's what they did with Dobrynya. Like they gave her an NP buff, which is kind of what she needed.
I think the latest one of them all is the Gorgon buff.
Oh yeah, Gorgons is another example of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's a really solid buster looper now. It's funny.
Yeah. Funny how it works. We're gonna be talking about her in about 2 months. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yikes.
Anyway, Suzuka, I'm thinking one of the C's. Like she's not hopeless, but I never really pick her anymore these days. She's a good waifu though, but gameplay wise, I feel like you can do better.
I don't feel like she's that much worse than like Gawain. Like,
Is she not?
I feel like she's quite a bit worse, but I don't know. I like the full triple buster with the full off. He has a set game plan at least. This guy's kind of trying many things. Maybe a C plus.
I don't either.
C plus. I definitely prefer Gawain. I don't think a full tier between them is that bad of a judgment. Okay. Summertime. We got Saber Fran. Single target quick Saber. In fact, is this the first quick Saber, right? I just realized. I mean, Saber tends to be mostly arts and Buster anyway, but yeah, first quick Saber. 9.3 kit attack is around average for 4-star Saber, so nothing too remarkable there or bad. Double Buster, double quick decks are the first of this archetype as well in terms of the deck. Gains cards actually very solid, especially once she has her MP gain skill active. But even on base, they're not too bad. They're okay. Actually, not bad at all. So the first Saber that is not fully gimped on MP gain. Wow, imagine that. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She needs to pay 10% gauge, which is stupid as hell, but at least you can maybe do that with an append or something. But then when you pay that, you get 80% MP gain for 3 turns. Now imagine doing some overkills with these 3 gains cards. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She has one of the most ridiculous arts cards in the game.
Yeah.
As a result of it.
Yeah, I totally believe it. So honestly, it is the only thing it does, but when this is active, it's pretty easy to just loop the MP. So that's nice at least. Now, second skill on 5-turn cooldown, you need to pay 500 health this time, but at least it cannot kill you, I guess, if you have like a 1 HP guts from a C or something for some reason. But then it reduces one enemy's attack by 20% for 3 turns and does a full buff strip on them. She has at least 20% for 3 turns, unlike Suzuka, so that's cool. The demerit is fine. I'm okay with that. I don't like the first skill demerit, the 10% gauge. It's a bit awkward, but this one doesn't really make any difference. Effects-wise, it's just okay, I would say. It could be full AoE almost. Maybe not on a 5-turn cooldown, but they could do something more as well. But it's acceptable. Alright, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then does a 200 damage burn on herself for 5 turns, which again, not really a bad burn. Also, apparently you can't even stack it, so it's even less annoying if you happen to get cooldowns, I guess. And of course, it's cleansable, so you can do command codes or other supports, etc. So it's a meaningless demerit. It's just okay as a DPS skill. It's nice that it has mixed buffs, of course, and a decent uptime, but it's just pretty basic. So kit is pretty bare bones.
Adding on to what I said earlier, she actually has a better arts card with that skill active than Irish.
Yeah, I'm not surprised because 80% is a ridiculous number for MP gain.
Yeah, she already has a really good arts card because it's like 2.8%, which is well above the...
Yeah, 2.8 is
3-ish
very crazy. Good point. 10% debuff rest on the first passive is like the minimum, but you know, it's still nice to have, I guess. 12% quick up now, finally, an actual good use for riding, and especially it's the highest rank, so great. 2 triple hitter quicks and her MP is quick, yes please, good passive. 2% Buster up, also not irrelevant, she has 2 Buster cards, and Summer Scotty with this deck is obviously, you know, what you want, so it could help with that a bit too. 2% obviously not much, but, you know, so far I would say the best passives, I guess, of the Sabers we've seen. Anti-Berserker, great append as well. That's nice. 2.0x on that damage. Yes, please. MP has never been buffed, but let's see the effects. So, it does this charging debuff on the target for 1 turn. So, after the enemy goes that you target, there's a 20% chance to stun other enemies that don't have this buff, so whoever you don't target have a 20% chance to get stunned for 1 turn. And then on the target itself, you have a 60% base chance to stun them for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 100% on max. Again, this doesn't factor in resistances either, so it's a bit unreliable. But better than like an instant kill or something, I guess. And otherwise it just does damage. Kind of a weird MP, I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, because of her skill set, it's at least fairly spammable. One of the more spammable quick MPs in the game of the single target variant. 5-hitter as well, get some stars out of it. I think she could use more, though. Like, yes, she can spam like crazy, but if she doesn't do crazy damage, then is that really that impressive, right? Like, she doesn't really have, like, too much crit stuff either going on, besides being, like, Summer Scotty compatible with her cards. So,
I mean,
feel
that's
like
usually enough.
yeah.
But I
guess.
mean, I know what you mean. I don't have this character. Like,
There's no
this,
hard
like,
defense either, by the way. Oh no, quick servant, which is not the thing you want to see on a DPS.
I have the servant.
How do you even get this character? Like in JP, I started at year 4. I basically just never see her in anything. Like
She's
in
rare,
terms
yeah.
of rate up.
I mean, she got a banner last year. I got her on my alt, so. I think she was she rated up with Tom Lancer? I don't remember if that was the only thing I rolled on my alt because I got
Could be.
120 Tom Lancer, which is epic. Well, I will say her lack of damage is something that I really do feel. She's able to spam. I like the buff removal, but yeah, she does struggle a bit with NP damage. But that's likely because I have her NP1. If she was NP2, it would definitely not be as bad.
Yeah. I also don't like the unreliable stuns being the only other effects on the MP. You can't rely on either of those. They're just nice bonuses if you land them. So it basically only doing damage is not very fun.
I'm telling you, dude. One of these days, we're going to get a quick support that has debuff success support, and it's going to be the best thing.
Yeah, I wish that happens. I feel like Quick has a lot of stuns in general, like quick DPSs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of debuffs in general, yeah, as well.
True.
I think there's like 7 AoE RNG stuns with quick servants now.
Might be, yeah, I don't know. Saber Fran. Again, loops like crazy, but not the highest damage, so you can probably do better elsewhere. I feel like she's C tier? What do you guys think?
I feel like buff removal is in keeping her out of the lowest.
Yeah, fair.
Sounds loopy.
B plus or C, but maybe just a C, yeah. Surprised she has never gotten a buff though, actually. That's surprising. Ooh.
I mean, it's Frankenstein. They hate both of them, so.
True. So I honestly, I'd say Berserker is even worse. Holy. Stay tuned for that in 2 months as well. Anyway, next up is a big one. This is a big one because we have a new buff that did not exist last year. We're going to talk about Yagyuu next. Single target arts DPS. Rocking 10k attack, which is above average. That's nice. It really does trigger me though. That is 1 under 10k. Like, come on, bro. Really? Anyway, decent attack. Double Buster, Double Arts is back on the menu, and on base, his card gains are not super impressive, but his kit definitely complements the gains as well. But they're not as bad as a lot of the other ones we've seen so far. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets 50% Arts up for 1 turn, 500% Absorb for Arts cards for 1 turn, and then 100% debuff resistance for 1 turn. So it's literally just an Arts mana burst with some added utility, so it's not very great. But with this active, his MP can actually be kind of a nuke with the recent buff as well. But yeah, obviously not the greatest skill ever made. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion. So that's nice because it used to be 6 turns. Because the standard for 1 turn evasions and dodges is 6 turns. So they did bring it down, which is nice. 20% attack for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Interesting. He honestly doesn't really generate any stars himself, but you know, if you happen to land crits on that turn, they're gonna hurt for sure with that 100%. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, minus 50% attack for 1 target for 1 turn, and then he gets 50% MP gain for 1 turn. So with this active, you can definitely get some face card gains at least. But again, there's quite a bit of downtime on his kit. But supports do help, and I think the main point of the second skill buff was so that at least all the cooldowns are now 5s. So it's not, yes, it's a lot of downtime, but 555 overall is not a bad cooldown. It's actually a very low cooldown skill set in general. It's like the Lee thing all over again, where it's like a lot of downtime, but you know, the highs are high though. Now, first passive, 15% debuff rest, very nice for boss killers, 8% quick up. It's a 4-hitter at least, the 1 quick he has, so it does something. Anti-pen is against Sabers, which is not that relevant. He doesn't really have any niches that could maybe warrant too much neutral cases. Now, the big difference. The MP has been buffed, and boy, this was a buff, dude. I'm very happy with this buff. So he now has an Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. awesome. He does damage, and then after damage, he does a minus 20% arts res down on the target for 3 turns. It is after damage, but it is a form of ramp up, considering he, is a boss killer. And then the target gets minus 20% attack for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 60. So, funny enough, if you combo this with the third skill, you can actually you can sometimes even tank some enemy MPs, depending on their buffs and your other buffs and debuffs, etc. It's kind of funny. You can kind of nullify stuff. You do have to land debuffs though, which is not easier said than done, but it is doable. But yeah, this MP is pretty nuts now. It's like both in addition to the Invul Pierce and the Arts Res down, it not only helps him spam more, but then having that utility with the much increased damage of having the Invul Pierce. Oh boy, what a buff this was.
I think the arts down sort of makes up for the low uptime for her.
For sure.
Her skills. Yeah, so now he always has like an arts up. If he's spamming, which he will be, and Invul Pierce really nice as well. I don't know, not much to complain about this buff. Just literally the perfect buff he could have gotten. Other than like it depends on if you wanted Invul Pierce versus an anti-trade. Like either way would work.
I think this is better.
So yeah, I don't know. This character is really nuts. I think he is just one of the best. Like one of the biggest reasons I kick Lancelot all the way down there is this character as well. So
his NP buff, like it fixed 2 of his big problems. One was the fact that he just didn't have very good damage, and the other was the fact that he only had 1 turn things. But now he's able to ramp. Like, aside from his attack debuff on his NP, everything was 1 turn. So, yeah, and it's kind of funny because we were ranking him pretty low last time because he's just kind of redundant in the arts.
Yeah, he was similar to a lot of his competition. He didn't really stand out.
Yeah, it's crazy how once you get an NP upgrade as an arts servant, you're just immediately way more valuable.
Yeah. So I'm thinking A+ minimum. What do you guys think?
A+ minimum, yeah. 100%. Yeah.
That's a full tier upgrade, because last time we had him on B+, which is very deserved. Maybe start with A+ for now, and we'll see later again when we get more comparisons and whatnot. Just very solid. Crazy MP buff. Right, Summer is back again, and now we kind of mentioned her earlier, but now we're going to talk about Summer Medb. So, single target arts, Saber. Attack is the one really atrocious part. 8k basically flat, that is not good. That is a lot below average compared to 4-star Sabers in general, but that's not a great start. She's got the same double buster, double arch deck that most Sabers do. Gains cards, pretty bad, sadly. Actually, very bad. So, at least the 2 arts cards she has, very unfortunate.
I'm out of the loop here. Why is your chat calling her Medb?
Oh, it's okay. I can give you the lore real fast. It's because I have this TTS on, and for whatever reason, when someone types her name as Medb, like MEDB, the TTS just says Medb in all the voices. So that's why people always spam the TTS, and it's like Queen Medb. So everyone just says Medb now. It's stupid.
That's cute.
Yeah. The TTS can't. I mean, honestly, no one else can read her name either. These freaking what are these Celtic names? They're a puzzle in and of itself. So, yeah. First skill though, a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 20% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns, and 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. It's a pretty okay, like a machine to keep things rolling, even if it is a bit basic. And unlike Suzuka, she at least gets 20 per turn, which is nice. Although she needs it less, which is the funny part, being an arch servant. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn on base, and then does a minus 20% arch res down on them all for 3 turns. I really like the arch res down, not being both AoE and you can apply to anyone, and it's 3 turns. That's cool. The charm I have mixed opinions on, because it's obviously like the shoot-in case all over again, where, it's a base 60. So again, that can be lower with the resistances. And even on, it's still 60. So you would have to get some debuff success rate up or whatever to make it a bit more reliable. So it's just a nice bonus, really. Again, it's not reliable. But at least the arch res down is a nice part of the skill. Granted, even with it being 3 turns, it's still a big downtime because it's a 7-turn cooldown. But I don't hate this skill though, I guess. Third
The
skill,
skill is called Ew the Toilet.
that's like a
Oh, that's
perfume,
funny.
right? It's like it's French, but it's like a perfume thing.
I don't know, man. I'm American. I see toilet and I see ew.
Yeah, it is kind of funny, yeah. But it's funny because the name actually implies
don't
the
wanna know
otherwise.
what
It's supposed to be like a
is.
good smell because it's like a perfume. It's like a thing you like spray on yourself, kind of. I think it's one of those. Anyway,
Oh, like the Korean stuff.
I think stuff like that. Yeah, it could be. Maybe she got hers from Medb. You never know. It's pink, right? Ooh, theories. Alright, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and then 30% crit damage for 3 turns, except for herself though. She gets excluded for crit damage, which I feel like is not that big of a deal because she's an art servant anyway that doesn't have much star gen going on besides her first skill. So at least I'm at least happy she gets the attack up. That would have been really annoying if she doesn't get that. Overall, this skill set, I feel like it could still use more. But like, there's not many effects, and then there is a bit of downtime in places, like the second skill most notably. But I mean, it's still better than some of the skill sets we've seen so far, I guess. It having, you know, she's almost like one of those duo DPS as well, because she does help the team out quite a bit too. Passives, 18% debuff rest is cool for anyone going up against bosses. 10% quick up doesn't do much, but you know, 4-hitter quick is something. Anti-Berserker Append is again very cool. Get that good attack affinity, so that's relevant. MP never been buffed, and it's an interesting one. So she on base overcharge per hit of the MP, which is a 6-hitter MP, she has a 60% chance to inflict this nice shot on the enemy, which is a flat 10% defense down for 3 turns. And then scaling up to 100% chance on max overcharge. But even though the MP is a 6-hitter, you still can't apply it 6 times. It would only apply it 4 times max per MP. So the best case scenario is you get minus 40% defense down on the target for 3 turns, which is still good. Like 40% for 3 turns is a lot. And is it actually before damage, right? Like it's applied per hit, right? So it's not like it's not before the actual hit, but like let's say hit 1 applies it, then hit 1 still does normal damage, but that means hits 2 plus would do 10% more, like because it's 10% defense down. So it's not like before hit damage, but it is before the next hit comes in. So it actually can. It's so weird, but it still works, I guess.
That's why she always shows up really low on damage spreadsheets. It's because they don't calculate it. Because it's such a pain if he has to calculate.
Yeah, you have to do that manually because the calculators are not built like that, the ones they have for FGO.
Yeah, but if she lands these, it's pretty decent damage.
Yeah, 40% is a lot.
Yeah.
Simulator.
And that's the only effect on it too, but yeah, it's honestly, I don't hate the MP. It's just basic, but it's fun.
Also, it's pretty good refund. Like there's some lower end AoE arts NPs that have about that level of NP gain. It's 4.32%, and she has recharge. If Saitou wasn't already occupying that niche, I think she'd be doing pretty.
Yeah, so your Hokusai might be up there as well. And also she has that arts press down, which can help with the MP refund quite a bit too.
Yeah.
I think she's just okay, honestly, personally. I never saw her being that good. I think Otto of us 3 probably sees her in the best light, based on the earlier topic, but to me, she's like a C-tier servant.
Oh yeah, I forgot she's chaotic evil, because she's Maeve.
Good old Maeve.
For what that's worth.
I mean,
I'm not sure if I'd use her.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They don't really synergize that much, honestly, but...
Dude, what if Dolman is going to be that quick support who gets buffed and gets that debuff success rate up? Then you could party her with Maeve as well, because then she would land her charm better. Ooh.
No, actually, what this thought I came to an epiphany the other day. They should do that for Fuma. Like Fuma already has like the debuff resist down for a turn, and then like he's just such a good, like he would be such a good pick for like a low star quick support.
Yeah, they could do more stuff with him.
Debuff bait. Yeah, it just makes so much sense. Targetable evade. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, to me, Maeve would be like a Z tier servant.
It's fair.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a fair comparison to Fran. Fran spams her MP a bit better, and if he lands stuns is cool, but otherwise May probably a bit more consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah. RNG, CC on both though. Right, next up, Boars, single targets. Saber Diarmuid, single target quick DPS. 10k attack is a good start on the higher end of 4-star Sabers, very cool. Double Buster, double quick deck is back as well, and his gains are actually not too shabby. The arts card is pretty good, the quicks are okay. It's alright, it's one of the better ones we've seen so far. Yay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, much like Yagyuu has that 5-turn cooldown on the 1-turn evade. Pretty cool. Then he gets 20% attack and quick for 1 turn, which is awkward, because again, quick servant, you probably don't want to blow your dodge easily. I mean, you can sometimes if you have planned out the whole thing for a min-turn or something, but otherwise you might want to save that quick in case, you know, you need some defense. So while it would be nice to have that mixed buff,
I brought it up last year, but the one thing about these types of skills is like usually, okay, so it's going to be on a burst turn that you use this, and burst turns are also the turns you're most likely to break a bar, and
oh, like in
bars,
full bar
yeah,
ticks.
it's pretty common for them to quick charge on their bars. So oftentimes, like if this gets you to that bar break, then it is going to justify using the defense as well.
Yeah, that is like the best case scenario, true. So it's not the worst thing ever sometimes. Otherwise, it is pretty awkward if that doesn't happen. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 600% absorb for 3 turns and 15 stars on use. I mean, there's a bit of synergy there, of course. Cool, a bit of crits. Kinda boring though, doesn't do the most. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets 30% defense for 3 turns and then 30% MP generation for 3 turns. This on top of his base numbers not being too bad for gains, means he can actually get some reasonable MP gain going. Making his MP pretty spammable. Not too bad. Kind of basic again, but yeah, it's the case. Everyone besides Umu so far hasn't really had the craziest kid in terms of skill, so what can we really expect from these servants? We'll see more crazy kids later, but for now it's just gonna be what it is. Just alright. Passive 21% debuff res, very nice, that's on the higher end. 8% quick up, very nice as well. Having 2 4-hitter quicks and then a quick MP with 10 hits despite being single target, that is very nice for gains as well. Anti-Saber on the append feels pretty irrelevant. Don't really see much of a use for him with that. MP has never been buffed, sadly, but it does have the nice utility of removing defensive buffs. However, it is after damage. But it's still, you know, you'd still rather have it than not have it, right? It could just be damage without that, so, you know, that's cool. I still wish Guts was considered a defensive buff, though. That's the one thing I'm sad about. Like, then it could eliminate a Guts. But it's for some reason not.
Then he could beat one of the most direct competition of himself with Santa Karna, who removes Guts.
True, that is true. But does anyone else find it weird that Guts is not a defensive buff? Like, why? Why is it not a defensive buff?
Heal. It's a heal. It's really dumb. It's a heal.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
why.
Basically a reactive heal. So
that's a scam, bro. Either. Anyway, the only other effect he has on his MP is a instant kill chance, I believe, after damage. So it's a 60% chance on base getting up to 100%. Considering he's a boss killer, completely trash, worthwhile, useless overcharge. You hate to see it. So the MP is one of the weakest parts about him, honestly, because it's mostly just damage. And if you can get buff removal going, then yeah. But at that point, those buffs either completely already soaked your MP damage or mitigated a lot of it anyway. So the MP is kinda... It could be way better. They should buff him. His MP. But otherwise, his numbers are not bad and his gain is fine, you know. He's got some stuff going for him. I feel like he's a little bit underrated, but maybe not too much. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. There are so many characters I don't use nowadays, so I can't even tell you. But he doesn't even... He's less interesting than Fran and Maeve, so I will gravitate away from him. I don't know if realistically he's worse. I don't think he really is worse, but
I don't think he's worse, at least, than those two.
I think at best they're probably the same tier. I don't know.
I think he's someone that he fits surprisingly well with more modern supports. Like he has pretty decent gains. He has a good deck for it. I like the 3-turn absorb that, even though it's a kind of a lackluster skill, it helps him with his crit capacity with Scotty and her ilk. And then also, like, there's a little bit of survival with the 3rd skill. He's got some soft survival and he's got low cooldown hard survival. So he's pretty comfortable to use, I would say. It's just on his own, he does look pretty sad.
Yeah, he really wants Summer Scotty on the same team. He really, really wants her. D+? What do you think?
Sure. Got no idea.
Sure.
Yeah, I kind of like him a little bit more than Fran and Maeve. Okay. Ooh, we get a support next. And also someone who has a new buff compared to last year, I believe. I can find him because I'm blind. There we go. Prince of Lanling. So, an art support. You can also do a little bit more stuff than just art supporting as well. So 9k attack is not the most relevant thing. You can do a bit of DPSing with him, but you would never use him as a primary DPS, so the attack is pretty relevant. HP is okay at 12.6. Double Buster, double art stick, standard Saber deck. Gains they're better than most we've seen so far. Nothing crazy, but they are better than those. So it's actually nice because his MP is actually not bad, so it would be nice to be able to use it a bit here and there for bosses. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he himself gets a 2-hit 3-turn invul, and the full party gets 20% attack. There's like a charisma that gives him some protection, granted on a higher cooldown, but I feel like it's a decent trade-off. Second skill, so here we go. This is the new one, right? Yes. So on a 5-turn cooldown, target ally gets 30% MP gauge. The full party gets 40% buff success rate up for 3 turns, and you get 20 stars on use. Such a nice skill. Oh, it gives him so much more use even outside of Arch teams now, potentially, just because of that party-wide buff success rate up to. Is so nice to have. 40% is so key for a lot of these servants with RNG buffs. And the targeted 30 is also very nice to have too. Great buff, great skill, just love it. Good buff, lasagna. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arch for 3 turns, and then a 60% chance to give the full party 50% star, gen, and crit damage for 3 turns. And then, of course, with the second skill popped first, you don't have to worry about the RNG. And again, if you wanted to do this previously, you had to target himself on the second skill because it was only for the target. Really so now you can not penalize himself, get these crits and star gem buffs, and if you bring him to support someone else's buff success rate up, that works too because it's all AoE. And what's nice also is that these 2 skills share the exact same cooldown at 5 turns, so they can always be used in tandem, which is great. I really like this skill set, honestly. For a 4-star, it's a pretty premium support skill set, I want to say. It's good. Yeah. This was like literally the buff that he needed this second. This is one of my favorite buffs probably of the recent times. Very good. Alright, passives, 15% debuff risk, cool for boss supports or anyone that going up against bosses, of course. 10% quick up is pretty relevant for him. Anti-assassin depend is relevant because he's not a DPS to begin with. Then the MP, so AoE tick down on all the enemies, guaranteed. Great, delay is always good. All enemies get a minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns, which eliminates a lot of base crit chances already. Not all of them, but a lot of them get, completely eliminated. Then the party gets some damage cut, depending on your MP level, anywhere between 500 to 1500 for 3 turns. 500 is not much, but at 1500 it already starts to feel pretty beefy, actually, for non-crits especially. You're not going to be taking a lot of damage at all. And then the overcharge, 30% attack up for the full party on base for 3 turns, getting up to 50%. I'm actually impressed that it's actually 30% on base. You would expect 20, right? But 30 is actually already very solid. His MP actually is a pretty good support MP, really. It really is. Like, he's just a good servant now. Like, he's a really good. Like, he was always not bad at all, but now, especially with this, this like kind of completes him in a nice way. Yeah.
Yeah. The only problem I see is just again, like, usually for art stall, what people want is you want one Castoria and then you want someone to charge Castoria, and he kind of overlaps more with the Castoria role, like defensive buff on MP, attack up on MP, and good battery spreads. That's the only unfortunate part about him, which is like if you're trying to do a frontline, but he's really solid in a vacuum. The MP is super defensive. The MP is super defensive and offensive at the same time, which is super nice. And I can definitely see certain cases where, like, if maybe the enemy attacks a lot of times and the Solemn defense feels pretty bad, maybe you prefer him. But yeah, the buff success rate up gives him a nice niche as well. I think he's really, really
And a great uptime as well.
Yep, really good as a.
He's like the Deon for buff success rate up now. He's the same case.
Yeah, and buff success rate is probably, in general. I mean, I sincerely hope buff removal resist never becomes that needed to be used that often, because that's a horrible enemy skill. But like as of now, this is for certain servants. This is a saving grace. I just can't really think of one that immediately, because one thing that they also like to do during buffs, though, is of course give anyone who has an RNG buff a buff success rate up. Like we see that on Sitanai, we see that on Nero, we see that on many other characters. But still, like overall, I like this a lot. But I don't know where to put him. I just feel like Arts has so many supports that you almost like have too many choices to pick from.
Yeah, I do really love his buff. It fixed like the biggest problem he had. His biggest problem was sometimes like you got his second skill, and if you want him to apply his third skill to everyone, you have to use it on himself. But like, I mean, it's a targetable battery. You usually don't want to put it on someone else, because for those who don't know, if you put it on an ally, it doesn't mean they would guarantee the buffs to that ally. It means when they use a skill, that skill has that.
Yeah, it's the caster who defines the chance, not the receiver.
Yeah, yeah. Buff success is weird in that way.
Relevant in Kamazat's fight, I guess, if you want to mid-turn rush it. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
But yeah, they also amped it up to 30%, which is like it's the number you want. So
yeah,
he's just really solid now. I haven't had a chance to use him much after his buff, but I could imagine he's like some sort of serviceable side grade to Jufu as far as like crits go. I think he's going to be better for crits, but he also doesn't have as much star gen. But I mean,
I'm thinking like A tier at least for sure, right?
Oh yeah, A tier at least. I think
even
like
A plus. I don't know yet.
If he didn't like overlap with Castoria so much, or if he was like a different card type support, I definitely would put him in A+.
Yeah, it's funny because normally we talk about competition when it comes to DPSs, but this is a rare case where competition on supports is actually a thing as well, yeah?
Yeah, Arts has too many of this type supports where like, oh, the MP is really good, and it gives a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense. This is the only reason Jean isn't considered a ridiculous crazy servant, just because like, oh, we have other options.
Dude, Jean would be picked so much more if Castoria didn't exist, because her MP is like Castoria MP. Come on, dude. So she suffers so badly from Castoria.
Everybody does. Every support does, I guess. Hard to say. Anyways, I'm not getting into that anymore because it pissed a couple people off on Twitter, where I had this like crusade against Castoria. But I'm not gonna do that anymore. She did nothing wrong. It's Les Engel's fault. But there you go.
Oh, don't worry. You can take the caster day off. Like Rio and I are both more oriented.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna be spicy.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm gonna complain about her when we get to the Berserkers.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Anyway, I'll place him in A tier for now.
Yep.
Next up, we got Lakshmibai. So AoE, quick DPS, and an interesting kind of a support too in a way. It's interesting. So basically having 10k attack, much like Yagyuu, not bad at all for a 4-star Saber. She's rocking the double Buster, double quick deck as well, that we've seen a few times already. Her gains are alright, actually. They're not the worst, they're not the best, they're alright. They're just okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And then, much like Lanling, 60% chance to give the full party a 50% star gen and crit damage for 3 turns. So you get that same RNG on those other 2 effects, but we'll see. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, targeted invul for 1 turn on an ally. The ally also has a 60% chance, or when you cast this, there's a 60% has to give them 2k healing for 3 turns and 2k damage cut for 3 times 3 turns. That's quite a bit of damage cut. So unless you're getting crit or MP'd, you're not really going to take any damage when that's up. That's a lot of damage cut. Then the third skill, which has seen above. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she herself gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. Excuse me. She herself gets 20% quick up for 3 turns, 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and then the full party also gets that nice 40% buff success rate up for 3 turns. So she has the same thing that Lanling does, basically. Granted, hers is on a bigger cooldown, but it's effectively the same thing there. But it's also nice for helping her own, you know, DPSing at the same time. I kind of wish the quick up was AoE too, to be honest, because it's only 20%, but oh well. But with this, you can obviously now guarantee the star gen and crit damage, much like Lanling as well, and then potentially your allies' RNG skills. So again, the same argument there. Just nice to have. Cool little buff. Granted, the one awkward part is that the first skill is on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's going to come off cooldown before the other RNG-related stuff. That's the one awkward part.
Well, I mean, oftentimes, like when I'm using her, I'll use her 3rd skill before the other skills anyways, so it's not really too big of an issue.
Well, the second skill you're probably not going to use immediately, but the first one you probably would.
Yeah, but like if I use her 3rd skill 1 turn before her first skill, then they're synced up just fine. Either way, like they're still like her first skill is gonna be able to come up at the same time as her 3rd skill since it's 3 turns. So
yeah,
it's just not really an issue I end up facing when I use her.
Fair enough. Alright, passives 20% debuff risk, cool. High number. 8% quick up, very nice for a quick servant. Then she has a useful version of Divinity, the first of its kind. So the flat damage of 200, no one cares, it is completely irrelevant. But hey, another 20% debuff rest tolling to 40% from passives alone. That's going to be a hard target to debuff, which is great if you're using her. Not so much if you're facing her, but yeah. A lot of innate debuff resistance, love it. Append is against Berserkers once again, so another good choice of Append, assuming you're using her to do some damage as well, which you probably are. The MP, so besides damage on the normal effect, it removes all offensive buffs from the enemy. So anything that basically increases their damage, they're gone if they can be removed. Then after damage on base overcharge, she does a minus 20% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 40% on max OC. I like the OC as well. It's always a meme that I'm such an advocate for crit chance down, but I think it's a great debuff for bosses. Especially if you manage to get it to a level where it basically eliminates all base crits, so, you know, RNG free runs, am I right?
Yeah, that combo with the offensive buff removal is just really nice. It just destroys the enemy's ability to do a lot of damage. Unless, of course, they have unremovable buffs, but that's just kind of part
of
it.
Yeah, it's funny because it's an offensive MP, but it's also really defensive MP. It's like an offensive defense MP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like between being able to give like pretty solid offensive support with the first skill and then also really good defensive support. Like, I mean, you get 12,000 health out of her second skill plus an invuln. Between those two, she is like perfect for if you want to pocket one servant, but you don't think you need so much, like that you. She's what you use if you don't want to use Habitrot, either because you don't want to, or you want more offense, or they're a guy.
Yeah, females
That's
only in
also
Habitat.
deterrent.
I mean,
So
oh sorry.
yeah, you guys go on.
So this character is a character that kind of does everything. Like Otto said, she does support. She does both defensive and offensive support. She has the buff success rate up. The niche, which I mean, Lanling just got his as well, but she already had it. She can quick loop. She can solo. She can DPS. I think overall she's just really solid in all fronts, and she's also a pretty budget option. Minimum, I will put her at A. I think there like if she got an MP upgrade, she'd be like A+ to S, depending on how good it is. But I guess I'll keep her at A because of the unupgraded MP.
Yeah, I used her recently, and I noticed her damage wasn't really the highest it could have been. But again, I do like the other points. Like, she offers a lot of stuff, though, so she's still very solid. But I do wish her damage was a bit higher. I think I might agree with an A tier. Right next to Lanling. Solid servant. We're finally seeing these kids having more stuff to them than just, 2 lines, maybe. That's cool. Back to Summer, and hey, we talked about her briefly earlier as well, but yeah, Summer Hokusai, single target arts DPS. 9.3k attack, should be around the average for 4-star sabers. Her deck is the first of its kind, I believe, in this list so far of double arts, double quick, so it's a pretty gainsy deck. Numbers, the gains themselves are not the highest, but considering she does have 4 gains cards, it's kind of fair. So I would say the gains are still not bad overall. Just because there's
slightly higher than the average we've had here.
So yeah, but just the fact that there's 4 of them helps a bit for sure.
Yeah.
Right, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% battery and 20 stars. Very similar to Lancelot's skill, but I guess you get less cooldown but less battery as well, so, trade-off, I guess. It's alright, it's just a, bursty skill. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, and 2k guts for 1 time 3 turns. Not a huge fan of this skill. Honestly, there's a lot of downtime, and the guts is not even half of the I always prefer guts to be like 1 turn at least above the, like it would be 4 turns in this case. But oh well. And I don't like when guts is coupled with some offensive buffs as well, because then that means the offensive buffs get more downtime, because every guts skill always gets some more cooldown because of the way guts works. But at least he's not missing out on too much, I suppose. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns. And then she gets this on-attack buff, on-attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she crits, she gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns. But although sadly, I'm pretty sure this is after damage. So a bit of a DPS loss there, because a lot of these are before the hits themselves happen. This one not. Oh well, but the arts up at least is the main nice thing about this skill, because she can do crits, yes, but honestly I still want to say she's mostly about just spamming that MP, which does decent damage. Crits are just a nice boost bonus, not the biggest focus. Passives, 50% debuff rest, pretty cool. Divinity E, no thank you. Third appendage against foreigners. Yeah, probably not.
Very, very useful.
Very common enemies too. Very common.
Yeah, just in case you want to use your ex-foreigner against a foreigner.
Oh yeah, of course. The MP is super basic, but it's not the worst. It literally only does damage on normal effects, and the overcharge is 30% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 70%. It's a nice boost though, which is even nicer when she's a free MP5, of course. But yeah, that's it. It's a very basic MP, but it's very spammable. One of the more spammable single target MPs we have on the Saber side, for sure. It's kind of what I think she lives and dies by. I could be wrong, but I don't really see the crits being all the super impactful.
Personally, I think she is. Obviously, the MP5 still helps a lot. And outside of that, I would say most like recently buffed or newer single target art sabers I would take over Hokusai, just because their kit definitely offers a lot more than what her kit does. Like you said, at the end of the day, she is just kind of like like a single target arts MP saber. The skill set doesn't matter that much. But I don't know. It's hard to say. I honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of the servant outside of the free, like how free she is. Um, but I got to give her credit for being how free she is. So I'm a little bit torn on where to put her.
It is kind of sad. Like her skills, like you could remove her skills and she'd be almost as good as she is right now.
Yeah, just keep the arts up and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like she has a 30% arts buff. She has like the NP damage buff on NP. That's it. Like that's really all she needs with the free NP5. So she's functional. It's just if you want actual things like Yagyu's got he's got his own Pierce Envil now, so like there's utility options, but if you just need damage, she'll cover you just fine.
Yeah.
Just vanilla, high calorie vanilla ice cream. That's it.
Just a bunch of vanilla ice cream.
I mean, I like vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with some vanilla. So, I might just plop her next to Lancelot. A part of me kind of likes Lancelot, maybe a little bit more though. But she's a free MP5. But we're not specifically rating based on MP1 now for non-welfare golds. I'm not saying MP5 Lancelot, but he's permanent too.
Let's say for reference, Lancelot. Oh wow, his lack of self steroids really screwed him. Apparently, Lancelot with the MP upgrade, still loses to Hokusai after MP4. Like,
I guess true. The only buff for his MP is the 1-turn arts up before damage.
Yeah, so that's kind of unfortunate, but
at least he has something else. He can do a bit of crits. I feel like maybe that's why we can place him on the same tier.
Yeah, for sure. And also with external buffs, he would look better because, like, if you're looking at the damage sheet alone, characters with really good self buffs are put a lot higher. But like when you start throwing in Castorias and the other supports, the Avalons, the whatevers, the Tomoes, it dilutes the personal buff.
That's why Lancelot doesn't seem as impressive as her. It's because she not only is they're the free NP5, but he just has 30% arms. She has NP damage, which generally stacks pretty well because Castoria is like attack and arts. So
true. I'm just gonna put him in the same tier. Okay, another summer servant, back-to-back summers. Not welfare this time. We got Summer Tomoe. AoE Art Saber. Now, did she get a buff after last year's tier list run? She did. Upgrade. Yeah, she did.
It's pretty relevant, actually, I think. Yeah.
That's cool. Alright, 9.5k attack is a bit above average. Nice. Double Buster, double Arts deck. Gains, not very impressive. They're just the same, even though the numbers might be a business. Oh, it's higher count than the day 1 servants, but the MP gain itself is not very high, so... Yeah, unfortunate. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-time 3-turn guts with a 3k revive, 100% crit damage for 3 turns, and then this delayed debuff, so after 3 turns, she gets stunned for 1 turn, 500% chance. You cannot, like, resist it, but you can immune it, and the debuff itself, this clock thing, also cannot be cleansed because it is considered a buff, but... Yeah, an immunity can deal with it. And also when you do get stunned, the stun itself can be cleansed as well. So it's maybe not the end of the world anyway, depending on what you're doing. And also even her skill set, we'll see in a second, has 1 potential answer for it. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 1 turn and 500% arts absorb for 1 turn. one of these mana bursts again. It is on a lower cooldown, but man, that is not a whole lot of arts for 1 turn uptime. And the absorb can be cool, I guess, because she kind of wants to art script, but kind of weak, just weak. Third skill, 6 turn cooldown, 25 stars on use. It's alright for a bomb. Gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns afterwards. Just a bonus. You will need more than that though, because she won't be generating that many stars besides that if you want consistent crits, but it's something. And then she gets the debuff immune for 1 time, 5 turns. So if you don't get debuffed by anything else, up until this thing goes off from the first skill, this will immune the stun. So, but considering these 3 turns, unless you're farming, but to be honest, you're farming for 3 turns anyway, so then it's relevant anyway. But yeah, for bosses, if any other debuff lands on you, that will take off the immunity already, so then you will get stunned, so you need another answer.
Use a mirror.
Yeah, you can use the mirror CC, that is true, because it is a stun. Yeah, true. That is one okay option for sure. And there's 2, you can have 2 of them as well. So yeah, there are ways for sure. I don't think the demerit is as bad as it might seem. Depends.
It depends.
So, passives, 20% debuff res. Okay for bosses, for farming, irrelevant. 9% quick up. Not very good on her, but cool bonus, I guess. Anti-alter ego is honestly not the worst append for any knight class, because while they do hit neutral on alter egos, they do get the defensive advantage. So if you don't have a lot of pretenders or like Kama or what have you, the Musashi maybe, the prime alter ego anti options, not cavalry, that would be bad. Knights are not a bad option. They are still a legit option to fight alter egos. So I would say you could do a lot worse than this append. Now, the append, or not the append, the MP has been buffed since last year. Hallelujah. Much needed, honestly. So, before damage, she gets 20% arts and buster up for 3 turns. So, ramp up and before damage. Hey, that is very lovely. She does a 2k...
It's literally the buff that I was asking for.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
It's really good, honestly. It does a 2k burn on all enemies for 5 turns, flat. And then the overcharge is a 100%... burn amplifier for all enemies for 5 turns on base, scaling up to 300%. Now, I'm not super familiar. Can you actually make the dot do any damage? It seems like it could maybe do some damage, because it's fairly spammable now. I'm not sure, but I'm just happy that the MP got the damage upgrade and also those ramp ups that are really big. So, it's a great buff, though. It's a great MP buff.
I mean, one single MP is going to do a total of 20,000 dot damage, and it's pretty easy to get her to back-to-back MP. So on the second one, you're going to be doing like 12,000 per turn. And she ramps up her dot damage really fast. So it's something I do quite like about her.
Just like on the borderline of not being a meme, it can actually be useful.
Yeah, it just does damage. Yeah, it does damage over time. Yeah, whatever. What insightful commentary from me. Thank you.
Wow, dots do damage over time. Ain't no way.
But yeah, it can add up. It's sort of the same thing with Marie Alter, although Marie Alter is
way higher,
ramp up faster.
Mm.
Well, Marie Alter has like 5k just immediate, but
base curse, yeah.
But like being able to apply 2,000 each time, it adds up tremendously.
How does her numbers even look like now for looping? I assume I maybe still prefer her for bosses. Yeah, okay. So
yeah, it depends on whether you're counting Black Grail or not, because she isn't like she's not, her refund isn't that great. It's basically the same as Muramasa, but she doesn't have the battery.
Yeah, in this form, she's calc with Ocean Flyer, so I assume they went with the safer option.
Yeah. On 3-3X, she can.
Yeah, she
still can on 3-3X.
But it's not that easy, yeah, for sure. I mean, single core arts looping.
Yeah, honestly, she looks way better as a DPS.
Yeah, single core arts.
Because she has that 100% crit damage too. With the buster up now from the MP.
I think she's decently solid at this point, to be honest. It's just Yeah.
I think she could do potentially good damage. Yeah.
I'll put her in like B
I'd say.
plus.
I think last year we had her on B flat,
Yeah,
so
I'd say B plus.
yeah, we should probably bump it up.
She's. I feel like she's kind of similar to Lancelot in how she functions, except her crits scale better, but she's a little less focused on. You know, she doesn't absorb stars as easily. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. She does have other stuff nice. There's agree putting her above just barely above Lancelot, yeah. I'm okay with that. Yay for Saber Tallboy. Ooh, big one. We got Saitou Hajime. Single target arts Saber. Famous for, I believe, having the highest single target refund in the entire game, right? Not just Sabers? Or is it, no, it's Artoria. It's Artoria, isn't it?
Artoria.
Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah.
But is he like the second one?
Do you count charge per turn?
Oh, then you would do Draco, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, still good though. I mean,
yeah, is basically
really...
god tier anyway. Anyway, 9.4k attack, just puts him just above average for 4-star Sabers. He's double buster, double arts, which is fine. Quick deck works for him. The funny part is his face card gains are actually not very impressive, but that's fine because the MP is stupid. The face cards themselves are not very impressive for gains. Funny.
Yeah.
First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% arts and buster for 3 turns and 20 stars on use. I mean, it just works, you know. You get the main card types. You can maybe do some crits. Just damage. I like that it's not a 6-turn cooldown. 5-turn is actually acceptable like this. That's good. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1-turn evasion with 18% defense up for 3 turns. I think this is the exact same rank that Deon had as well. It's a defensive skill. Yeah, it works. Maybe not the most needed on an art servant, obviously, but, you know, if you need more defense, then there you go. Stay safe. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% attack for himself for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and 100% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I'm okay with the crit damage being hit-based, because, you know, they don't get consumed on every hit anyway. But I'm not a huge fan of the attack. You literally can't even do a Brave Chain and benefit from it. Like, the extra would be... Imagine you do a full blue with the MP. How sad is that the extra doesn't get that attack buff, which would do a lot of damage? That's so sad.
Yep.
So, I have mixed feelings about this. Obviously, his kit in general, his skill set is super basic. It really is. Like, it's nothing crazy. It just kind of works. It's like Lancelot again. It's just a basic kit. He just lives and dies by his MP as well. Passive 12.5% debuff rest is just alright. It's just a bonus. 6% crit damage can be nice because he actually, you know, kind of wants to crit, especially with the third skill and the star bomb. Anti-assassin is pretty relevant for the append. And then the fun MP. So, target besides damage gets minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns. Pretty good, considering how spammable this is. They're never going to crit if you can debuff them. And then the really big overcharge, a huge overcharge. Minus 20% arts rest down for 3 turns before damage on the target, scaling up to 40%. And it's a 7-hit MP. So, needless to say, this MP can fully refund itself. It is possible. It can just go from 0 to 100. Back to back, no face cards. It is doable. So yeah, that's Saitou. It's his MP. That's him.
Yep. I mean, I think right now the very interesting choice between, at least for me, if I were to pick if I want to pick a 4-star single target Saber, I guess we have Kurohime, but like because she's relatively new, let's pretend she didn't exist yet. It's between him and like Yagyuu. It would really depend on what you're looking for. Yagyuu would provide better damage, especially if neither are at a high MP level, and also just better utility. But Saitou would have the very satisfying looping. So I don't know. They both have.
I think Saitou is the one where you think less though. Like, if you just want to think, you just spam his MP and you're good.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And his damage is still very good because the art's downs before damage, right? It's
Also, I want to say I've actually used him in farming. He can be used in farming because the MP,
Oh yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's probably single core basically, but it's doable.
It's really just because like we've had like I think like 2 or 3 111 nodes, and they've all been like
Like literally the
Lancer.
last event on NA had the 90++. I'm pretty sure I used Saitou, and it wasn't even an event damage boost because it worked for him. I forgot exactly what the node comp was, but I remember using Saitou.
Yeah.
Funny.
So my feelings with them are pretty similar to how I feel about Vlad. I got a big video on that if anyone's interested.
Like just stack
but
supports and
I
spam
just-
MP.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it's all that valuable to be able to 100% loot, because the times that'll matter, like it'll matter in farming, because like you're going to be able to get cards, and like if you don't get cards you can bridge the gap with batteries. So it's like single target refund, like yeah. But to be fair, his cards are all right too, so it's not like he's taking a hit on cards. And yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of it. But he does have like the bones of a kit. Like he has his own survival, he has his own stars, and he has his own.
Yeah, he
his own
can be a
buffs
bit
and stuff.
self-sufficient.
Yeah.
I would put him on the same tier as Yagyuu, but I can understand if you want to put him on.
I think I would put it after Yagyuu. I think I would put him a
lower.
minus down after Yagyu's MP buff. I
Yeah,
would put him in
half
A
a
tier
tier.
personally.
Have a tier lower, maybe. Yeah.
How do you feel about that, Otto?
Yeah, I'd say below.
Like it's not even a full, it's a half tier, it's a minus.
Yeah,
Yeah, half
not
a
by
tier
far,
is-
but yeah.
He's still good though.
Yeah.
Right, boars, single target sabers. We entered the era of all the ST 4 stars. So we finally got to him. We mentioned him earlier when we were talking about Rama because they are very comparable. But yeah, Watanabe no Tsuna is next on the chopping block. Single target buster, DPS, and at least he has a really high attack. 10.1k is among the highest of all 4-star sabers, I want to say. That's good. Normal buster saber deck with the double buster, double arts. Gains cards are better than most of the ones we've seen so far, but nothing too crazy. But still not too shabby at all. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 600% buster card absorb for 3 turns, and then 50% crit damage for 3 attacks 3 turns. So it's like Saitou with less damage. Interesting. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion for himself, 600% arts absorb for 1 turn, and then 50% MP gain for 1 turn. I always failed to understand why they wanted to do this dual card type thingy. Like, you're just going to be fighting for the absorb anyway. I guess overall it's just more stars for him in general, but like, it's kind of weird, like, having the same mechanic for 2 cards. And they're even different cooldowns? Like, what are we doing here?
They really like this like star manipulation thing, like the star weight down on Yangqing or whatever.
You know what's
like,
funny?
back in
On
the
that
day,
note, we're
they
going to
don't
see
do
the
it.
absolute worst example of this in this tier list later. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. There's one thing that doesn't make any sense regarding these specific card type absorbs.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but he is a solid servant outside.
Yeah,
of
but that
yeah,
part is just stupid. But yeah, we'll get to him later. Anyway, I never really understood this dual gimmick. It's weird. Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown, 40% buster up for 3 turns is really rare for a servant to have 40% card tap up for 3 turns, and especially on a good uptime. They're like the other ones are like Fujino, Yvonne for buster at least. There's probably others, but it's really rare to have 40%er. So that's pretty cool. He gets sure hit for 3 turns. Nice to have sub utility as well. And more utility, enemies get minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns. At least this skill is sick. This on a 5-turn cooldown, this is a sick skill. I love this skill. This is really good. These two, I don't know, man. They could be better. But, man, this one, ooh, great skill. 20% to debuff risk, very cool for a boss killer. 8% quick up, not too relevant with a single 4-hitter. Anti-Berserker, hallelujah, great append, especially when you go up against his absolute best case scenario, which is MP is tailored against lore-wise to a servant we have in the game, which is Ibuki, of course. So the MP on that note, 200% super effective against Oni enemies. Yeah, just 200. Like just flat 200. I mean, obviously Oni is not a common trait, that's why they gave it to him, but yeah, that's a lot. And then the overcharge is
whopping 20%.
Yeah, 20% on the common trait for one turn. It is before damage, but it's 20% for one turn, scaling up to 40 on max OC. Interesting. So obviously you would definitely go with Rama if you're just fighting demonic, no questions. But if you happen to be fighting Oni, this guy is really legit. But the problem is, even though I don't hate his kit, I'm not sure if I would pick him against non-Oni though, unless you don't really have a lot of other single target Saber options. There are good things about his kit, but I think I would probably just pick someone else. Yeah. Like the MP is literally only damage too. So if you're not hitting that anti-Oni, you know, it's just there. It's not even buffed.
Yep.
Also, why? He has never been buffed to this day.
Yeah.
Why not?
Has he even appeared in anything outside of Heienko?
Like mini cameos or something?
I think he's made an appearance in like some Rites of Servants interlude. I don't remember which one.
Dude, his VA literally makes more appearances on the official streams because he also voices Kadok. He's in like a couple of Kenjins like every stream. You think they would buff him while his OG servant?
They're just gonna make a Kadok servant object.
True. Oh yeah, Tsuna.
He's like okay, it's just his NP damage is really lacking.
Yeah, okay, or when there's a lot of competition, it's just not good.
I mean, at least he's not a single target art saber. There's two, actually, just way too much single target art sabers out there.
Yeah, for sure. Placement. Last year we placed him on. Let's see. I have the open almost second screen here. I can't even find him. Oh, he was C+. I feel like that's not too bad.
I think he's worse than C+ here for sure.
Honestly, I kind of like... yeah, maybe, actually.
I don't know.
I think Summer might be better or at least equal.
Yeah, I like Summer more than... I'm putting him in D+. I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
Or we either put him in C or... I don't think D+ is a bit hard. Maybe we bump Maeve to C+ or something.
Sure.
No, keep it that way. And look at how...
It is balanced, though.
This is the most balanced tier list I've ever seen.
Dude, just you wait. After that Hokusai, that middle finger is gonna rise. It happens. We get the middle finger every time.
Yeah, it either becomes a middle finger or a Simpsons face.
Yeah. And if it's an extra class, it's like a stonks chart. It goes up.
Yeah.
All right. Welfare time. Let's talk about Santa Karna. Single target quick puncher machine boxer. 9.1k attack puts him up or below average among 4-star sabers, but not a whole lot. Double buster, double quick deck is back, so that Saber Scotty synergy is real. Gains are actually decent. Not bad at all for the gains cards. So he's got that going for him. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% the buster and quick for 3 times 3 turns, and then 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, it's that hit-based card type thing. At least it's 2 card types instead of 1, but yeah. Why not just keep those flat and make the crit damage one hit-based? Or just have it all flat, that would be better. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of these only lasting for 3 hits each. Whatever. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. Cool. First of the hit-based evasions on this list. Gets 500% absorb for 1 turn and 100% quick crit damage for 1 turn. So with that and the first skill, his quicks can actually hit really hard. Especially if you have the card type effectiveness up to at that point still. I also like that it's hit-based evasion, because again, it would be like Diarmuid all over again otherwise, or someone else, where it would, unless you're getting that bar break scenario that Ada was talking about, it would be a bit awkward, but Hit base up across 3 turns is more flexible. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, targeted 20% battery for 1 ally and also gives them debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns. The battery is like a whatever burger, but hey, 3-turn debuff immune is actually interesting. That's some cool utility. On some debuff heavy bosses, you'll be very happy to have some immune. Most likely gonna use it on himself, but you know, it's nice having that flexibility of it being targeted. Alright. Overall, better than some of the kits we've seen so far, but nothing crazy in the grand scheme. 20% debuff res is nice. 200 divinity or flat damage, not so very good.
You know what that third skill means. That means sometime they're gonna tag it again. Sometime here in the future, and they're gonna make it a 30% because they're doing that for a lot of welfares.
Yeah, they realize 20% is not a nice number.
They're probably gonna do that with the Summer U as well sometime soon. Probably needs it the least though.
Yeah. Third passive, 12% buster crit damage. So he has this second skill that gives a crazy amount of quick crit damage, but at least you get a permanent amount of buster crit from here too. So it's pretty cool, especially again with Summer Scotty. Not too shabby. Pretty good passives. Well, it's one of the better ones we've seen so far of these 4-star sabers. Anti-saber append. Nah, you wouldn't bring him on neutral. MP time. So before damage, removes the guts from the enemy if it can be removed. So bye-bye. I guess maybe again that's why Diarmuid doesn't do it because defensive buff. But yeah, Karna can do it because he's only anti-guts. And then before damage, he gets 20% quick for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%. So it's not ramp up, but it is a nice boost to his damage, especially considering he is 3 MP5. So he's like the Kentucky Rider of sabers. With a better kit, but less spammable MP, but still good, like enough. The MP is spammable enough, is the point. So I actually quite like him. I think he's very good.
I agree, but at the same time, Kentucky Rider, like, who's he competing with? Right? Like, it's just, you know, we have Setanta, who's the other welfare quick single target.
He did get a buff as well, I believe, since last year's tier list, which was a pretty decent one.
So, like, overall, I don't know. A lot of the hit-based things sort of irks me on this character, and also he doesn't do that much, and, like, single-target sabers are just... I don't know. I feel like I'm never that satisfied with a lot of single-target sabers, because there's a lot of them. He's just okay. I don't know. He's okay. At least he has the most offensive deck for it, but... I think at this point he is more so just a beat stick. I don't actually remember how good it is his internals are. But yeah, I don't know. You know, battery small as well.
I think his
like,
numbers are better than a lot of
battery.
the 4-star single targets, for what it's worth.
I don't know. I'm honestly, like, I remember when he first came out, I was like, wow, this is a kind of nuts character. And then Summer Scotty came out, and this was like considered the absolute nuts. And then slowly as time went on, it's just like, not really actually, at least in my opinion. But I don't really use him that much, to be fair. So maybe I didn't give him a fair shot. But I'm not like super big on this guy either. I like him better than Diarmuid though, just because of.
Oh yeah, I do too.
Oh, yeah.
I have no strong feelings about this character one way or another.
Okay. Let's see the rankings comparisons. I'm between B+ today, which may be high for you guys, but I don't know, I think he's very solid.
I'd put him B+ then.
Yeah, B+ is fine.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
That is fine. No, we're sub 2 rows, ain't no way. Still quite a bit of 4-stars left though. Next up, LB6 era is upon us. We got the Gawain on the block, Barghest, AoE, Buster, DPS. The one thing that's not so crazy about her is the attack. 8.7k is definitely under average. But honestly, the HP being a bit higher is not the end of the world either, at least in some of her use cases. So, you know, could do a lot worse, I guess. She is full triple buster, much like OG Gawain, of course. But unlike OG Gawain, her gains cards are better. So they can actually do stuff, especially if you land some mighty chains. Yay. That's cool. First skill, the Gawain inherited one. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 18% attack for 3 turns. And then if the map happens to be Sunlight, she gets 28% buster up for 3 turns. But unlike Gawain, this skill is on a lower rank and she cannot guarantee a sun field. So it's either going to be very underwhelming or fairly decent DPS skill, depending on whether you have sunny skies or not. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets guaranteed 30% buster for 3 turns. Then she gets this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she's using a normal attack, again, this excludes the MP, so any of her face cards or extra card will give her or heal her for 1000. And then when she's again normal attacking, not with the MP, she removes the latest buff from the enemy with each attack. So -1 buff from, right to left on the enemy HP bar. And if you happen to remove a buff for every one that is removed, she does a -10% defense down on the target for 3 turns with a 500% chance to, unless they're immune, you're guaranteed to land that. Pretty cool skill, I want to say. Obviously, it's always going to be decent, at least because of the 30% buster. The healing is mostly relevant for solos, but then the utility of the buff removal and the defense down with it can actually be pretty cool. So it depends on how much value you get from this skill or not with the encounter. Third skill is also pretty interesting. It's a high cooldown of 7 turns, but the full party gets a 1k damage cut for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Then she gets this regen buff for 3 turns, so every turn, the full party gets 15% battery for 3 turns. But it is tied to her, so if she's gone, you don't get this. It's not like everyone gets their own one of these. It's tied to her in particular. Pretty
Thanks
cool.
to her 5th append, she's actually barely able to buster loop, because she can get that on turn 2, so you can have 30% regen.
I wonder if it's mentioned on the sheet here, actually. Yeah, it is.
She's
It's
actually really
mentioned
close
here.
to She's really close to triple casting her first skill too, because she has so much cooldown reduction.
That would have been crazy on Sunny, but sadly no. Anyway, honestly, I like the skill set. The first skill is obviously very mixed value. Second skill, at least decent on base, and then third skill can be pretty good too. So I'm okay with the skills. I'm okay. I think it's pretty good. Passives, 50% debuff res, cool for bosses and solos. Madness Enhancement A+, really good. 11% permanent buster up on someone that has 4 buster cards is pretty nutty. That's very good. Anti-alter ego, so again, if any knight class will always be decent against alter egos if you don't have the premium anti-alter ego options. So it's a decent append, I would say. Not the best, but usable. The MP. So you get 3k max HP on her for 5 turns whenever you MP. Then she gets -1 cooldowns on all of her skills, which is why some of the cooldowns are not even all that bad, and why, Otto said with the append 5 you can also reapply skill 3 on wave 2. And then she gets 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%, which is nice. It's not ramp up, but it's a nice OC. It could be like a burn, like Gawain. It could be instant kill in the worst case. So we do like some damage, of course. Her MP is really good. FX-wise, it's very good. Barghest. A woman of many uses, really, huh? I feel like people don't really farm with her, though, even if it's possible. But bosses and solos can be doable, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, she's very tanky.
Big bar.
I of course, I went over it like last year. I do find Buster Servants that have like survival options like that. I find them pretty valuable because a lot of the time you're just loading them up with Buster crit stuff, and the hardcorest of Buster supports are just not as defensively based. I guess Merlin got a buff recently. So that, and then also she has really high skill uptime because she's able to NP and reduce cooldowns. Yeah, it just winds up working pretty well. in my
She's
opinion.
really solid, and her game plan's very clear. If you're against bosses that have multiple buffs to remove, she's obviously extremely powerful. I will say though, like the skill 3 is a nice sort of party-wide effect, but if you want to maximize her effectiveness with the buff removal, you probably want to use her cards a lot more, which in a team, sometimes you might feel like it's not that enough, even though with double coin light you can actually remove 2 buffs per attack. But like I don't know, it's the character. I think she could have gotten a buff during Lost Belt 6 Super Recollection, because I do think after the Bavanshi buff, she's probably
Yeah,
the
I was about
weakest
to
out
say,
of the 3
considering we
current
got the crazy MP buff for her, I'm kind of surprised they didn't do anything for Barghest.
Yeah, so it's gonna feel a little bit awkward with her, and I also do believe that also do feel in a lot of the cases in terms of like soloing modern stuff, she probably needs to be against Lancers, because a lack of hard survival kind of walls her in certain fights, and like in order to take full advantage of the heal, you probably need to not be taking fatal damage, which against a lot of like modern bosses, they just keep making them hit harder, and you don't have something ridiculous like 50% defense up or attack down or something like that, right? So
I mean, she does just like casually set at like 22k HP a lot of the time.
I assume that's why
so.
Plashy said
That is
it has to be
true.
like Lancers, so you can actually maybe even tank some heavy hits.
I
I
don't
mean,
know. She's like you're
depends
still
on the fight.
like
Yeah.
she's effectively counterclassing when she's at neutral because she just has double the HP you'd expect.
Yeah,
So like
I mean, I'm not trying to say she's bad. I'm just saying, like, as a solo unit, she is not like the tippy top tier. She's a very high tier soloer, but I don't think she's the tippy top tier of solo. Because like a lot of solo runs are also damage rush runs, which she can do because she has triple buster. But you know, there are servants that damage rush better, and also they have just like 2 hard survival, so they can like block and then kill them. And then Barghest kind of lacks that ability to block any fatal damage even once, unless you give her like a CE or whatever. So I don't know. My opinion. I don't know where I put her. Where I said I would put her last year, but like I'll probably just put her in A. I like my opinion of her has been a bit lower as time went on, but like I thought you know, before, like last year I would have said she was like, you know, one of the best 4 stars, but probably not anymore. Just
I've always seen her like an A tier myself until they decide to buff her. Someone in the chat said an interesting idea, like giving her like she can enable sunlight as well, and maybe a guts as well. Yeah, that could be interesting.
Oh yeah, the guts with the cooldown reduction on MP would make her solo like a lot better, because she could like keep on refreshing it. Like the cooldown would realistically, the cooldown would be would be like 3-4 turns maybe, which would be pretty nuts. But
yeah, but the thing is, like, it would just be too much, I think.
Would it? Have you seen Summer Bavanshi? Would it? Like, dude.
I mean, she can like she gets screwed over by debuff immune, and
yes,
like
she's completely
and she can be out damaged. But like, if you can get guts every couple turns, and like, I don't know.
I kind of agree that we've seen a lot of crazy stuff, so I don't think it would be necessarily too much anymore, as crazy as it is.
I'll accept it if it's a 1-turn guts like Gawain's.
Okay, here's my
she has to inherit that shitty skill too.
I just feel like solo, like you just have to make sure she isn't unkillable. Like you just have to make sure she isn't literally unkillable. I think soloing as a playstyle right now against like some modern bosses is, if you're able to do it, then they should just let you do it. Like I don't know, man. It's just my take, but
I like ever since she's been released, she's always been like A tier in my eyes. It still hasn't changed. She's just good. She's just good. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just a good servant.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna actually be too broken. If they give it to her, what's her longest cooldown skill?
3? Or skill.
It's the 7-turn cooldown.
Yeah. Oh, but it is the most unbuffable skill though. I was like, maybe put it on the longest cooldown
it's
skill.
Also
it's
her
probably fine.
deepest skill.
Yeah, so probably that's hard.
No. With their third skill, they're gonna give it like a 20% battery or something,
Make
and
her
some
eat
stars.
Nero. Bro,
Yeah.
if she fights against Nero and she uses
Unless
a
they
Brave
buff her
Chain, she
anything.
would eat all of her buffs because Nero has like 20 buffs in her skill set or something.
Yeah, but Chizumu, you know,
Yeah.
she
Alright,
gets the pass.
Ooh,
But yeah,
got the
I
guy.
placed her in A for now. So next up, back to single target, we got the naked bad Roland. Single target buster DPS, 9.6k attack, standing above average compared to his peers. Standard Saber deck of double buster, double arts. Gains cards, sadly, not the best though. So, doesn't have that going for him.
Kind of standard for like as opposed like it's
Yeah.
on average with like all of the other day one.
Yeah, it's very similar to a lot of the other ones we saw earlier, which is weird because he's so far from day one, but I guess he can't win on every department. Skill one.
He's been in the game's code for a long time. I don't know. Maybe they designed him a
Yeah, I
long
don't
time
know
ago.
actually.
Maybe his second skill didn't have the buff removal before, and that maybe that.
Yeah, who
that's
knows?
the lineup. Anyways.
6-turn cooldown on the first skill. He gets an invul for 1 turn. He gets 100% defense for 1 turn and then 20% battery. It's kind of a funny skill. Obviously, most of the time the defense is completely wasted. Only if the enemy either removes your invul or bypasses it, it's kind of relevant because they're both 1 turn. So I always found this skill kind of funny. Not sadly in the best way. So it's like insurance defense, really. That's what it is. It's like you really want to stay safe.
Got a second wall if you pass the first wall.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and then you get impeded by Summer Ibuki. Not Summer, or it's Saber or
Ibuki.
Summer, honestly.
Oh, Summer Ibuki just removes it. Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah.
Honestly, either way.
Yeah. It's a whatever skill. Not the best. But this one, though. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. He fully cleanses his own debuffs. He becomes charm susceptible by 50% for 3 turns as a demerit. Not that big of a problem, I want to say, in most cases. But then, full buff AoE strip on enemies. Yeah. That's cool. It's not even single target. It's a full-on AoE buff strip on command. There's still not that many of these on skills. There's definitely less than 10. This is... And it's on a 4-star. Permanent 4-star, too, which is pretty impressive. I've always been a big fan of this skill. A lot of good utility. Very nice. The one awkward part is that you probably want to pop it turn 1 for the bust drop. So, the cleanse and the strip might be not the best thing ever. But, you can always save it. Because you get a lot of buster from your supports, most likely, anyway. Very cool skill. Third skill on a 3-turn cooldown. He gets 20 stars, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and 10% the battery for himself. Then does 500 damage to himself, which cannot be lethal. Honestly, a pretty good skill. It's like the one time one of these instant 1-turn skills is any decent because it's 3 turns of cooldown, actually. It's not that bad of a downtime. Pretty cool. I like this skill, surprisingly. Oh, so it's an interesting kit. Better than most we've seen so far, but obviously still not, insane.
I've never seen the name of that skill. That is such a weird name.
Yeah, I would like to see the Japanese name, how this translation came to be. Actually, I need to look that up later.
Like fashionably late elephant.
Maybe they wrote it in katakana, so it's meant to be like this in English. Because that was how would they try? Like, what would this translate to in Japanese? I have no idea. I have to check later. Funny. 20% magic res, very solid for an anti-boss servant. 10% quick up, irrelevant basically. Anti-append is against riders, which I would also say pretty irrelevant. The MP has got some cool stuff going for it though. Actually, a very solid MP. He gets invul pierce for 1 turn before damage, great utility, and then on overcharge base, before damage, for 3 turns, he gets 20% attack and crit damage, scaling up to 40%. Whoa, the double ramp up though. Okay, dude, this MP is really good. A really good MP. Holy. Basic, but just what the doctor ordered. I think I say this every year, but I think he's very underrated. I think he's very good.
Oh yeah, people just don't like him.
Because people hate when they spook him or spook them, right? They just hate it because whenever you say gold saber is always Roland.
Yeah, if you look at him and then like Tsuna and Rama, you're just like, oh wow, Those two
Yeah,
are
it's
real
crazy
big
on the
stinkers
difference.
compared to him. Like, my God. Yeah, he is. He's really solid. I mean, it's kind of difficult to, how do I put this? Like he doesn't have an anti trait, so like and he doesn't have an upgrade MP, so he's gonna be more of a crit servant, I'd say. And a lot of times having such solid crit kits gets watered down if you have like good supports. But I will say attack up ramp up though is pretty important because Buster supports, if you're using Koyan Light, she doesn't have any form of attack up in her kit. So Buster DPSs with their own attack ups are usually considered pretty nice. I think he's just a nice, like, if you need a Saber, you throw him in, and then you don't
he's
have
a
to care
great
about anti-trade
generalist.
and whatnot. Yeah, great generalist. It's just like because the age of the game, there are a lot of like welfares that can kind of do a similar thing and all that. But I think it doesn't.
Yeah,
really
if
take
anything,
away
like
from how good
Iori
he
is his main competition, but he does have some utility as well that he doesn't.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I think I like him. Well, I don't like him, but like I like his kid.
Yeah, AoE buff purge on a 4-star is also just kind of nuts. It's funny because it has a demerit to compensate for that, but it's like charm resist, so who cares?
Not a real demerit. Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
I hate it. I hate it.
Oh no.
Oh, that reminds me. I made an edit off of that. Hold on.
Do I even want to see it?
Yeah. Yeah, you could show it on stream. Hold on. I gotta go way far back though.
That's a happy Valentine's Day, am I right? My god. But yeah, I mean,
Dude, that grass looks clean as hell. I would do the same, honestly, if I was him.
yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Amusing.
God, it is just as hideous as the day it was born.
All right, let's see it.
Here it is.
So it's a bunch. Did you combine like a bunch of Bonsies and whatnot?
Yeah,
What's the
it's
background
Exodio
one?
Hime.
What's the background Bunsey? Is that Morgan? No.
Maybe? I don't remember which one it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow. Pet the doggo,
But
yeah.
yeah, this is ooh.
Like the arm that pets the doggo is the other way around, though. It's like twisted. Pretty funny. Thank you for that.
Love it.
Anyway, Roland ranking. What are we looking at? I'm thinking, honestly, A tier. I think he's really good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Easily.
Yeah. People try out your Rolands. Don't just hate him when he spooks you. Be like, oh, dude, he can do more MP damage now. Unless you're already at MP5, then, you know, fair game, I guess. Chances are you are. If you rolled on the Cream Hilt banner, you definitely have an MP5.
yeah.
Okay. So...
Oh.
This is a tough one. I was thinking this was one of the ones I was thinking about a lot when I was like, you know, thinking about servants we were covering today. Summer Gareth. I can't believe it's been like, what, nearly 3 years and she hasn't received a single buff. How is that possible? That's crazy. But yeah, we're just going to give her a fair rundown anyway here. So AoE, Buster, DPS. You can farm with her, but you will not farm with her is all I'm going to say. So don't do it. First big problem, 8.1k attack. Ouch. Just why? Why though? That is bad. It hurts. Deck is the Saber deck. Double Buster, double Arts. Gains, not good. Why did they have to do her? If you're gonna give her a low attack, then why also? Oh, it's so bad. Plus she started vacuuming. Interesting. It's so funny to see the avatar going.
I think the wrong mic is working.
Does he have a different mic?
Because we can't hear you say anything.
Yeah, it's just like a vacuum cleaner going off right now.
Man, this commentary sure sucks.
I mean, this is what the people want to hear, clearly. Okay. That was funny. Alright, yeah, but the gains are also bad, sadly. So stat-wise, she got absolutely scammed off the bat, which is not a good thing. Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20% Arts and Buster for 3 turns, and then 20 stars on use. This one actually not bad skill. I kind of like this. It's like a better
I thought I
version of
muted, my
Saitou
bad.
skill.
I spilled something.
Oh, did you have like a small vacuum cleaner or something?
Yeah.
That's so
I
funny.
got it.
That was that's fine. It's just funny. Anyway, at least this skill is pretty good. There's no issues with this one. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. One ally gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns. Revives with 3k HP. Okay. 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then makes the map sunny for 3 turns. I mean, it's nice having some utility with the targeted guts, I guess. 10 stars is not a whole lot though, but you know, cool, I guess. Stars are always nice to have. Sunlight obviously benefits herself too, but can potentially benefit from some other allies as well, because, you know, we have some other sabers we covered that also like Sunfield, so it's okay, I guess. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. 30% buster up for herself for 3 turns. 20% battery. Then she gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she's normal attacking, she does a burn for 300 damage for 3 turns on the target. Doesn't even work with the MP because he's normal attacking. And 300 is like nothing. Is literally nothing. It's like, hey, now you don't have to use command codes for your, you know, freaking Honey Lake, I guess. But even then, it's not 100% uptime. It's not the worst skill set ever, but it could be better as well. Passives, 18% debuff for us. Cool, considering she doesn't really farm and she's mostly for bosses. 8% quick up, no. Anti-saber, no thank you as well. And the MP. So besides normal damage, there's nothing for normal effects. Overcharge though, she always gets 10% attack for 1 turn before damage on base, scaling up to 30. And then if the map is sunny, she gets another 20% attack for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 40. So sunny map, worst case scenario 30% attack, best case scenario 70%. But like the funny part is she has a lot of offensive buffs in her kit, right? She has buster up, 2 buster ups. She has attack up, 2 attack ups as well. You'd think like, oh dude, she can probably do a lot of MP damage. She cannot do any MP damage. I don't know what is up with this servant. She just doesn't do any damage. And she can't farm. She's an AoE DPS that is just super underwhelming. And maybe it's because they scammed the numbers too hard. I don't know. She's just something about her is just so sad. There really hasn't been a bad summer servant in a good long while. She was literally the only bad summer servant in that respective summer. This was the one where we got all the crazy ones too, like Lady Avalon Summer, Ibuki Summer, Scotty, and many other good 4-stars too. She was the only one that wasn't actually very good.
Yeah, I mean, I have come up with a couple of theories as why the damage is so bad. Like, Buster Up is the most abundant buff type in, like, Buster supports, and, like, the attack up is not stackable, low attack stat. I don't know, man. It's so hard to justify using her in any sense. It's just there are servants that do exactly what she does but better. There are servants that, because she doesn't actually do anything, does she? Like her
I mean, the
kid,
guts
yeah, it has a
utility,
lot
the
of stuff,
sun
but-
map, but you don't really need to bring her for that.
Yeah,
I
it's just
mean,
like,
she doesn't have enough
like-
supportive effects to justify being, you know,
Like they should make
supportive.
all these skills AoE and whatnot to the buffs. Make the battery AoE too.
maybe, I don't know, man. It's just like we live in a world where I feel like it's hard to justify some 5-star AoE Buster Sabers. So this character is just not gonna see any play. I just
Yeah. Very unfortunate. D or D plus? What do you think?
D plus probably. I think her base kit is probably still better than, but Lily has better MP damage though. Hard to say.
Yeah. Yeah, she does quite a bit more,
Yeah.
I guess. But hey. Oof, that is
Big
a
yikes
real
overall.
tragedy.
Yeah.
We'll go with D plus for now. Next up, sadly not the Lanling, but somewhat I like a lot because I'm a Shinsengumi simp. So we got the Yamanami Keisuke. Support Saber once again. So 8.7k attack is not the most relevant. He can do a bit of deeps, but you are not gonna bring him to do any damage, so it's not the most relevant stat ever. He also... Who was the other one? Was it Diarmuid? I forgot. Someone else had the double arch, double quick. No, it wasn't Diarmuid. I already forgot. Frick, we just had one earlier. It's a good deck, because, you know... was it Lanling?
Hokusai.
Oh, Hokusai, yes. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, it's a good deck for him, because he, in particular, just doesn't care too much for damage. He just wants gains. And his gains are sadly not really good either, honestly. I mean, there's 4 gains cards, which is nice, but the individual card gains are just not super high. First skill at a 6-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% MP generation for 3 turns, and 10 stars on use. It's a pretty good support skill. I like it. It's basic, but, you know, it works. Can't really expect miracles from 4 stars, so just alright. Kind of universal. 6-turn cooldown on second skill. He gets 30% arts and quick for himself for 3 turns, and then himself gets 20% battery. I'm okay with the battery being self, but I really wish the card types were AoE here. I really wish they would have been AoE. Like, the battery's fine, but it's just full selfish. Granted, it's nice to have the MP, but it's not like it's not even as good as Lanling's MP, honestly. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Party gets an evasion for 1 hit, 3 turns. They get a 3k heal, and all their dots are removed. There's like a improved Harp of Healing, I guess, in a way, because it heals more. It's a pretty meaty heal on AoE as well. But considering he's mostly used with art stuff, do you really need a lot of healing? It's okay. It's like a panic button that can save you sometimes, but not the most defensive skill I've ever seen. Overall, the kid is just like, is okay. But when you see Lanling after his buff, it's kind of sad, right? In comparison, so... Alright, passive number 1, 12.5% debuff for us. Cool. Could use more, though. 2% quick up is really sad, considering he has 2 quick cards. Could use more of that, too. Anti-Berserker is a great append if he was a DPS, but I guess, you know, still better than a neutral case. MP, so you get on MP1 the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, max 40% on MP5. You get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns flat. Shinsengumi allies get 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then the full party gets 10% gauge on base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. I feel like they could have made that base 20 if it's on an MP as well. Come on, bro. What is this now? So, again, most of the time you won't get the Shinsengumi buff unless you're like me and, you know, like Shinsengumi servants. So, the other stuff, there is stuff there, yeah, but there's like, it's pure offense is what it is. But it's not even the craziest numbers for any of those 3 effects, really.
Honestly, I think the direction is actually right here. If they want to build like an offensive version of Lanling,
yeah,
but the skills are just not good enough. Like the MP, honestly, I think it's acceptable.
yeah.
Maybe the attack up could be better or the battery could be better, but the skill is just not good enough. The skill set just doesn't do enough for the party to justify. Either he needs to have a really
and there's
good
nothing
MP
special either, like, you know, that buff success rate, that buff removal resistance, something. The only kind of special thing is like the dot removal and the 1-hit dodge, but it's not super unique. Otherwise, it's just generic buffs.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say a way to save these characters easily is to give them like a 50% anti-something power mod targetable, right? Like maybe give him like an interesting anti-trait that is. I can't think of one that's good right now, but you know, like
it should be anti-man because they fought samurais.
Yeah, maybe, right? But I mean, if it's anti-man, even for arts, I might use Coin Light. But it's still, I don't know. It's just he doesn't do enough as a support. He doesn't do enough as a solo DPS. I think like Lanling actually probably performs better as a solo DPS because of how tanky he is. He just doesn't do enough. I don't know.
Yeah,
Probably.
I actually feel like I feel like he can DPS. He's like balanced, shittier 4-star go. That's the way I usually put it.
Yeah, he does himself get the crit buff from the MP. He is a Shinsengumi servant.
And he does build up attack buffs and crit buffs pretty easily. So even don't be Like, don't underestimate his NP gain. His NP gain is like really good.
I mean,
'cause you
I
got
understand that, but shittier Go is like how much shittier, right? Like, come on. He doesn't
how
have a
hungry.
guts. He doesn't have a guts. The crit up is depending on your MP level, it's 50% versus 200%. And no terror. I mean, I understand his looping, like solo looping. It's really fun. It's satisfying to do, but
Yeah, I mean, it's not just solos though. Like when he's looping, he's also charging the team. So it's like he's still doing things.
Yeah, I think the numbers could be a bit higher in places or have more team presence. That's my main issue with him.
Sure.
And then competition, those three things.
I think that one thing. I think the direction is correct because it doesn't try to out tank Lanling, who is it's really difficult to out tank Lanling. So they're just like, okay, what if we make a offensive version? Sustainable star generation on MP as well is really nice. Like I know we have Avalon, but more of these don't hurt. It's just that I don't know. Maybe they could.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Last thing, like they could buff him to maybe suit a particular Shinsengumi. I think it might be better to buff him so he suits Hijikata more.
I was about to say anyone but him because he's already favoring arts and quick.
Yeah,
I just like for them to make his second skill either targetable or AoE.
Yeah, exactly.
They could also like do some sort of thing with his NP where they just like make it so everyone gets the crit and he has another crit for Shinsengumi.
Yeah, double down is not bad.
It's sort of like Go, because Go also has like the attack buff and then the crit and then more crit. So makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully they buff him. It's been like a good long while now, over 2 years.
I don't have him either. He's so rare.
He doesn't get a lot of raid, actually.
Yeah, and I didn't get him when the Saber thing happened.
Oh yeah, true. When they release Kondo next Gura, then he's gonna get a buff. Hell yeah. Shinsengumi Bros Unite, come on. Kondo in the game, come on. It's overdue. Anyway, I'm thinking one of the C's.
It's kind of funny because like I have NP4 Riku and I've been rolling on her so I could 120 her. I do not have KSK on my main account.
Wow, that's crazy.
I don't know how. He's just staying away. I even have him like a little bit grailed on my alt. He just like doesn't show up. Poor guy. A little bit shy. What can I say?
I'm thinking flat C. I think it's the same as last year.
Fair.
Oh well. Buff him, please. Alright, we're not too many 4 stars left. Next up, we talked about him previously a bit too on Santa Karna because they're kind of comparable. Setanta. Single target, quick DPS. Same attack as Yagyuu, funnily enough. That really annoying 1-off from 10k, but yeah, basically 10k. So it puts him above, quite a bit above average for 4-star Sabers. That's nice. He has the same double arts, double quick that we've seen a couple times now, literally just before this too. Gains-wise, considering there's 4 gains cards, I would say overall not too shabby, actually. Not the craziest individual card gains, obviously, but because there's 4, it's actually not bad.
I mean, with the buffed skill, it is pretty insane.
Yeah, true, that as well. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% attack for 3 turns. He cleanses his own debuffs, and then he gets 20 stars. Actually not bad. And you're not even super sad if you like don't get anything out of the cleanse, because the stars and the attack up are already pretty nice. Just a nice bonus there. So yeah, this is the buff then, huh? So on a 5-turn cooldown now, he gets 100% Wild Beast power mod for 3 turns. Then he gets 20% quick up for 3 turns, and then this old attack buff for 5 times. So whenever he's attacking, he gets 10% gauge, no matter what card it is. This includes his MP. It's just any attack. The next 5 hits 3 turns gives him 10% extra gauge. That's pretty cool. That means his MP is definitely more spammable than ever. Pretty interesting. So you definitely want to pick those cards. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown. He, well, this is the really funny part. It is an RNG skill, but luckily it's the good Civ kind, because the RNG gets eliminated if you level it up. Red hair could never. Anyway, so he gets...
I mean, they buffed that about red hair, though.
is it all of his skills now? Like that? I forgot.
Oh, no, he has 3-time buffs. His second skill was RNG, but they buffed it.
Oh, yeah, he has
still
more
has
issues
a
than
lot of
that.
issues.
True. Anyway, yeah, so if you max
It's
the
a
skill...
gay problem.
It's a 40% crit damage for 3 turns when you max it out, and 400% absorb when you max it out for 3 turns each. And then he also gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. Not too shabby. Again, because it's not RNG when you max it, it's actually not a bad skill at all. It's pretty decent. Funny how that works. Honestly, pretty good skill set for a 4-star. There's defense, there's good offense. The Wild Beast power mod obviously hardly ever works, because I don't think is there even any... It's like there are other servants besides Lobo who even have it, so it's mostly just normal enemies. But everything else is nice.
Or is it Demonic Beast? I forgot.
I think it's Demonic Beast.
Cat?
I think she's...
In fact, I'm just gonna click it right now and find out.
Yeah, just click it.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, a
Yeah.
bunch of servants.
Nobles.
Okay. And there's a couple of Lancers too. That's the best case that are Taiga and Summer Dobrynia.
Oh, Loki. Only 3rd Ascension. Oh, true, because it's a hard.
True, yeah, she's a harpy.
Where's...
Wow.
Oh, they really count Huyen Jewel because of the horse leg? That's crazy.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, not a bad skill set. Alright, 17.5% debuff res is okay. Divinity B, bad. B for bad. Anti-assassin is, or anti-pen is against assassins, so not really. Unless they're wild beast. Was there actually any wild... I'm gonna check again. Was there any wild beast assassin? Huyan, right? Wait, no, it's only light, a dark. Man, scammed. It's Huyan, yeah. So against Huyan, maybe you want that. Because you get 100% power mod. It's funny. But otherwise, just forget about it. Alright, the MP. So before damage, sure hits for 1 turn, cool utility. Also ignores defense on damage, great. And then after damage, does a minus 20% defense down on target for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. It is ramp up, sadly after damage, but still cool. Actually not a bad MP at all for a welfare. One of the better single target welfare MPs, I want to say. And free MP5, of course. I think Setanta is actually very legit. And from what I remember in the damage chart, I don't have the... I'm not using the single target, any single target damage, but I remember him being very high there too.
It's... If you're looking at raw MP damage, it is better than Santa Karna, which I do think is slightly relevant. The only thing I like more about Santa Karna is his 2-buster. Everything else I like Setanta a lot more.
Yeah, this deck is not the most poggers deck. 2 arts is kind of weird on him. I don't know why there's 2 arts.
Yeah.
Especially now that with this buff, because he doesn't need that many gains cards anymore. Because he gets so... Every card will give him gauge now. Even the busters.
Yeah. For a lot of servants, this is my least favorite deck, but... I mean, for quick servants, fine. For, like, arts...
I think this is maybe the worst deck in the game, honestly, for DPSs on average.
I mean, depending on the MP type, like, Buster MP triple arts is really bad. So...
True, Enkidu moment. And some Berserkers and whatnot.
That's triple quick.
I mean, Enkidu's deck is also pretty bad. Like Enkidu, or like if you're talking about triple arts with Semiramis and Arjuna, I don't like those either. But yeah, I think his kit is really solid. Like one of the most well-rounded welfares. Just like any coup, I guess most coups are just well-rounded.
Dude, I swear the arcade event had 0 bad servants.
Yeah, and they buffed a bunch of them as well with the rerun with Skahak and Nero. So it's really nice. I like him quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I had to. I was maybe it was more so Rio who wasn't happy about it, but I remember having to fight with you guys about the buff. Like when we did that tier list of buffs.
Oh no, I was also against the buff because I thought it was lame.
Like lame, but not like, but still good, right? Which is lame.
It was the same. It was the same time when Skahak got her 100p mod extended, and also 20% gain whenever she attacks, and also when Nero got that 3rd skill. which is so in comparison, I did think
Yeah,
this was
yeah. I mean, oh yeah. In
buff.
comparison, it's obviously not as exciting or great, but it's still a nice buff though on
Yeah,
its
but
own.
also his deck, like you said, kind of make it. I mean, it's nice. It depends on if it makes breakpoints, right? I'm not sure if it makes breakpoints, depending on your comps, obviously. But like a lot of times, if you're using double Scotty, it's probably overkill anyways. He's gaining too much MP, so it can feel like it does nothing. That's a problem with these charge-based skills that are not straight up batteries. But
Yeah.
I think even without the buff, he's fine though. Like right, the buff wasn't really needed. And
Yeah.
and overall, I think he's nice. I put him in like I don't know. I like him more than Santa Karna, but probably not A yet. I don't think he's A
I think he could be a.
maybe because a free MP5. Yeah, maybe.
I think he's like a plus above Karna. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
How about you, Otto? Do you agree? I don't want to like always cut.
I don't know,
what
like
you're saying.
B or something. He's another server I just don't have strong feelings about.
I think I'll go with the A. Alright, 2 more. The last of the old 4 stars from last year, and a pretty big one, especially on the topic of welfares. We got the samurai bad himself, Miyamoto Iori. There he is. Much like Setanta just now and Yagyuu, also 1 attack off from 10k. Also his single target buster DPS. The attack is pretty good. That's nice. He has the standard Saber deck of double buster, double arts, and his gains cards on base they're not super impressive, at least. But hit counts are okay. Then we have a lot of stuff on his skills though. This man has a lot of effects for welfare. That's the one point he excels on though. The first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 500% absorb for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, 50% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. I mean, you could just slap this in a skill on a SSR too and be okay with it. I mean, it's a good skill. It's like, it's literally what you want from a crit skill. It's you know, it enables it and then it keeps going. So it's very good synergy. And the defensive, the utility aspect of it is also something that's not awkward. It's not like a 1-turn dodge or something. It's just there, which can help you constantly. So, great skill. Wow. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 30% battery, 20% attack for 3 turns, 20 stars on use, and then a 1k burn on all enemies for 3 turns. The burn is like whatever, but again, another good set of effects besides that. And it's all selfish too, like he just goes. Wowzers. And both the attack and stars especially combine really nicely with the first skill. Yeah. And then the third skill. So the 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, 500 damage cut for 3 turns flat, and then the evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. There you go. We get the card types too. So I guess he gets all the offense, all the crit related stuff, and defensive stuff as well. He's like, this is a 5-star kid, it really is. This is still to this day, one of the best welfare kits they have ever printed. I want to say favoritism is definitely real. But yeah, that's a great skill set. Not only for welfare, but a 4-star in general. Just really great skills. Passive, 17.5% debuff res, cool bonus, 8% quick up, pretty not relevant. That's the one thing that's like whatever on him. Anti-Saber Append, not really relevant either. You know, he wants to duel all the sabers, I guess. Then the MP. We saw a similar MP that was post-buff earlier, but yeah, 20% red and green for 3 turns before damage on himself. Ramp up dual card type before damage. Let that sink in for a second again. Sure hits for 1 turn before damage, because we need that utility too. And then 10 stars on base overcharge, scaling up to 30 on max. Another great MP, like, bruh. Man, this guy, though.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. And also, worth noting, the quick up is also there because of Yuri, right? Because he only has 1 quick card. It's there to enable more synergy as well.
Yeah. I mean, last year we made the tier list like right after he released, and we're obviously very hyped up about the character. I like after a year of usage, I think the 30 battery actually was so relevant because there are so many farming comps where I just need a like Buster Saber to kill something, and I can't fit some other options in just because they don't have a battery. And his 30 battery ended up being really relevant for that. He still has like the generic guy syndrome where he doesn't do like one thing particularly good, but he just does like he has like a really well-rounded kit. He doesn't necessarily need to be run in a certain team to be effective. And for like a new player, he would be like just a wonderful DPS for generic use. I don't know. There's really not much to complain about this character. Like I will say, like if you already have like a 5-star Saber at like maybe MP2 or higher, you probably would kind of retire him. But you know, sometimes you would still use him to farm just because like he has the battery plus Oberon big damage with third wave. I think I've used him in multiple farming like 2 to 3 times for last year, which is actually pretty high for a character that doesn't have any party buffs and whatnot. So yeah, really good. I don't know if I'm gonna put her in S just because like I feel like characters in S kind of do something that not even 5 stars can do. But in terms of like a welfare and how well-rounded he is, I really don't think there's much competition here.
I'm sorry to disappoint chat, but I just don't really have as much to say about him this time.
I feel like Flushy covered it really well just now.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying. But like as of late, they have been like amping up the standards for welfares. So like they've been going back and buffing older welfares, so they're closer to his power level.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I don't feel as annoyed by it anymore.
I feel like he's like now the golden standard for welfares.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, yeah, I definitely just for the welfare factor, I would put him in A+.
I think A+ is definitely a really fair ranking. I think we placed him in EX last year, but yeah, maybe like you said, if you have some 5-star Sabers that are even some MP levels, you probably would use them over him. But man, he's just such a good generalist anyway. So good.
Yeah, like not even just, but like if you have like I don't know Medusa Saber, you probably sub him out. If you have like
yeah, she has a lot of nice things going for her. We'll obviously cover her later too, but yeah, very solid Saber.
Yeah.
Right, all right. The time for the last 4-star and the first new entry in this year's tier list and this tier list in general as well. Gonna be talking about also the latest Saber. Yeah. We got Kurohime. There she is. Yet another single target arch Saber of the 4-star kind. There was a long gap that they didn't make any of these, but now they're back again. Let's go. So, 9.7k attack is not bad at all. Competes well with her peers, I suppose. She's got the quick double arch deck, the gains deck that we've been seeing quite a bit of these recent 4-star Sabers. Gains are better than most of the other ones, for sure. Not amazing, but definitely better than most of the ones we've seen so far. That's cool. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns. 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. 30% MP damage for 3 turns. And then all allies besides her that have the Serpent or Dragon trait get 30% MP damage as well for 3 turns. And it's an or statement, so if you have both, you don't get 60%, you just get it once. So again, she gives the same buff to her allies that have one of these traits. Honestly, even if you don't land on your allies, this is a very nice skill, honestly. That's a lot of stars, good amount of MP damage, flexible evasion, so it's a good skill anyway. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown as well. She gets 30% of her main card types of blue and green for 3 turns. Same with crit damage as well, so 30% all across the board. And then same thing again, if one of your allies or more happens to be Serpent or Dragon, they also get 30% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, an or statement. But much like the first one, maybe this one is not as impressive to me as the first skill, but it still stands on its own, even if you don't, end up supporting allies with crit damage as well. It's fine. Luckily, again, mostly because it's flat amount of buffs, not like 3 hits or something that we've seen a lot of these other 4-stars. That's cool. Third skill is interesting. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 3-turn taunt, but it only works against serpent or dragon trait enemies. Otherwise, they will just attack how they normally attack. It's kind of really weird. It's like how Yang used to have a taunt that only worked against male enemies, but then they changed it to be universal because they realized it's dumb. But then they're like, oh, let's do it again, though. Because why not, I guess. Kind of weird. Anyway, she gets a debuff immune for 1 time, 3 turns. Cool. She gets 1k healing every turn for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery always when you use this. And then the conditional thing. If there are any serpent or dragon trait allies or enemies on the field, she gets 10% per. And also, was this an or statement or not, or was this inclusive of both? I forgot. This one was a bit tricky.
I think it is. I'm not sure if there's a serpent and dragon at the same time.
There are some. There are.
Then
I think this was the opposite of the first two. This is inclusive, so you can have 20% from one target, right?
Can you?
I think so. I remember because I was doing the first two. I think someone tried, and I think they reported it works.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
So yeah, go ahead. But yeah, even then, it's like, assuming it's 10%, you could still get a bunch of MP gauge. But again, it really depends. Mostly your allies are not going to have these traits, assuming you're using her normal supports. Yeah, it really is Oberon. But if your enemies happen to have them, hey, it's just bonus gauge, right?
Yeah. It's kind of unfortunate that Castoria is one of the only Artorias without dragon.
True.
Oh,
that is unfortunate. Yeah, no, I think like almost every other Artoria, if not every other, actually do have it. So they clearly thought about that.
Is Ibuki Saber serpent and dragon?
I think so. I think he was one of the ones because I looked it up.
So.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm just gonna open it real quick.
Probably just look at a list and process of eliminate. Maybe not process of elimination, but you just click on one.
She is dragon.
Serpent and dragon. Yeah, she's both.
Okay, serpent and dragon.
There's one example, but yeah, there was some that are both for servants and some enemies. I think like normal enemies could have the both of them as well. Like some of the enemies in the event, like the weird snakes, I think may have had both. I'm not sure.
Another 90 star unit, because it's 3 cobras.
Ah, yeah.
Why is Kira a dragon? Because of the 3 head. I forgot his name. Isn't it just Zahak? Isn't it the guy from the event? Is just part of his. I don't
probably.
Remember.
Yeah, I love Zahak.
Oh yes, and obviously Bishona from the same event is both serpent and dragon as well. They clearly thought about that too. Anyway, this skill set I like it for the most part. I think it's better than most of the ones we've seen so far. I mostly have issues with the third skill. I hate the taunt being, selective. I don't think that makes any sense. Otherwise, it's mostly pretty good. For a 4-star.
Remind me, it's flat 30 and then 10 more per.
Yeah, 30 from using the skill on max rank, and then it's always flat 10 no matter what the rank is from per trait.
I only got 10 from Ibuki.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
unfortunate.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna say anything though because I hadn't tested.
Okay.
It.
Oh yeah, you could try. Yeah, that's what I think that's what X-Naya did. We compare him with the Summer Ibuki, which is another quote unquote art support. That's but it's kind of brute forcing it.
True. Anyway, passives.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you just like you're sacrificing a charger for a 10% charge. Like
yeah, it should be just a bonus. You shouldn't play your comp around it. Really, it's not worth it.
Yep.
17.5% debuff res, pretty cool. 6% quick up, actually not bad with the double 4-hitter quicks. Anti-rider on the pen, well, depending on how much, traits we have there, I guess, it could be something you might want to look into. But then the MPs, so before damage, she gets both sure hit and ignore defense for 1 turn, and it's actually very rare for an MP to give a turn-based ignore defense. I mentioned this during my first impression as well. Most of the MPs that ignore defense just do it for the MP damage itself, but she actually gets it for a full turn, meaning her face cards can also benefit from it afterwards. I think that's pretty cool. She does a 20% arts risk down on the target for 3 turns. It is after damage, but assuming you're fighting a boss, it is a form of ramp up as well. And then she does super effective damage against serpent or dragon trait enemies, the standard 150 to 200% range on overcharge. Dragon obviously being way more common, serpent a bit more rare, but yeah. Not a bad super effective. Honestly, even without it, the effects are still good. That's a lot of good shit.
Yeah, the way I ended up using her is just like it's a Saber version of Cream Hill because I could use her with
Did you use
George as
George?
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even the art style is the same, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
and I guess defensive buff removal versus sure. I think of like at least in terms of their MP, they're pretty similar. But she has the nice like 15 stars per turn for Art Servant. That
Yeah, I
is
was
really
surprised it
nice,
was
so I don't have to worry
15
about
actually.
stars.
In fact, no
Yeah.
other 4-star Saber had 15. A lot of them had 10 per turn, but no one else had a 15. Actually, wait, no, Lancelot does,
Yeah.
right? He's the only
I
other one.
think so.
Yeah, he's the only other one.
Yeah, so she's critting for gains. She doesn't have any crit buff, but she's just okay. I like her hit counts and whatnot, and like the anti trait is relatively common.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say, and you can force it. Depends on if you feel like it's worth it or not. So I do quite like her. I mean, it's a permanent servant. I still kind
Yeah,
of feel
true.
a
She is
little bit of,
permanent. One thing I like
Yeah,
about
I
her that
think-
I kind of talked about during the skills as well, that a lot of these servants that have these conditional things on their skills and whatnot, they're like really gimped if they don't land them. Like, let's say, like Ryder Nemo. There's a lot of gimmicks with him. If you don't land a lot of that stuff, you definitely feel the difference. But if you're like, if your allies are not Serpent or Dragon for these 3 skills, do you really care that much? Not really, honestly. You still get a bunch of shit
Yeah.
around from this. But she doesn't get
mean,
gimped but with the
usually-
lack of those traits.
Usually don't use her as a support anyways. I mean, like she has the capacity to support other serpent and dragons,
Yeah.
but like it's more likely you're gonna just use her as a single target art saber, which unfortunately is very crowded. Like I definitely would have liked it better if she was like quick, but
Hot takes.
yeah,
But honestly, I
honestly,
like quick
though-
too.
Yeah, but then again, we have a lot of 5 stars that are quick, so it's kind of difficult for the single target saber to shine. Like we went through so many already, we haven't even gotten into a single 5-star.
Yeah.
So she's just kind of shoved into a very crowded class, but I think she's solid. I'll put her in a
A tier?
yeah. I like
plus
her
A.
skills better than Saitou
Yeah.
and her MPs.
Yeah, her
worse than
skill set is
Saito's.
definitely better than Saito's.
Yeah, I put her in A. I think she's pretty solid, and the anti-dragon does give her a niche, so you can push her damage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's good.
It's fair.
She might be my favorite single target arts saber with arts resist down ramp up out of the like
I take
10.
offense to that, but okay.
I mean,
Fair enough.
Depending.
Like, we've already gone over like 3 of them, so
Yeah.
there's
Oh,
more.
man.
to
Yeah, one of
come.
my favorites is in there as well.
We totally don't have a bunch of berserkers that does the same thing as well that competes with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Yeah,
Hey.
But if you want to see redundancy, skip ahead towards the AoE Buster servants here.
Yeah. So now, nearly 4 hours in, we completed the 4 stars. Yay! And now
Yay.
there's
That
let's
means we
see.
got 5 hours for 5 stars.
That's how
Oh,
many? Is that
no.
25 stars? Quick maths. Yeah. So buckle up. We're not done anytime soon.
I don't know
Alright.
how we would have done 1 hour of one.
But again, the silver lining is this and the extra
So-
classes will be the longest lists. The others after this for the longest time will be like at least an hour shorter, a minimum an hour shorter. We'll see. Okay, so 5 stars. Back to day 1. Wow, scroll up the list. We got the OG Saber. So OG that my voice cracks back to when I was OG 13 years old. Okay, there she is.
Back in the dark ages.
Yes, we don't talk about those. I was so cringe in middle school. I don't want to remember that stuff. Anyway.
When are you planning on stopping being cringe?
Okay, dude. I just announced we're gonna have Rio Emerald taking Otto's place next week for archers.
Oh, yeah, so
pure
you can
coincidence.
replace
I
me
just
with some-
remembered about it now. Yeah, it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, because the total age number was not already too
Okay,
high
dude. He
here,
just
and
keeps going.
yeah, just
Okay,
increasing it.
dude.
Just
you
too much
wait
I
when
have
you
a
hit
maxed out,
30 as well.
medium-
Okay, is all I'm gonna say.
I do have a maxed out archer class score, so I should probably show up next week.
True.
But yeah.
Anyway, Artoria, AoE, Buster, Buster DPS, and Farmer. Probably mostly used in farming. Doesn't really have like a lot of stuff to do with DPS, helping with her DPSing, but hey, she's still a nice farmer though. So 11.2k attack is actually below average for a Saber. quite a bit. You'd be surprised. It's actually not even that close to an average, but it's not a bad number in general. She's got the standard Saber deck. We're back to literally the same numbers again since the start of the tier list for the longest time. So again, the gains are like whatever. Not much going on there. First skill, the one that hasn't been buffed. 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 18% attack for 3 turns. Boring, but you know, it's kind of nice to have some attack when you're buster looping, I guess. But otherwise, could use a buff. Do something fun. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% buster up for 1 turn, 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and then all her command cards become a buster for that turn that you have on your hand. So yeah, it's an interesting mana burst, I guess, because you can go full monk whenever you choose to. Well, you gotta have her cards because it doesn't brute force the cards in your hand. But yeah, every card that you have will be like that of hers. Obviously can be used twice in a loop as well, meaning there is that 1 turn where your damage is a bit awkward, but you know, 2 out of 3 turns ain't too bad. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% the battery and 15 stars, and that's it. That's the whole kit. Again, for DPSing, I'm not a huge fan of this kit. It's way too bare bones. I want to see way more stuff happening, maybe some utility as well, but hey, for farming, who would have guessed it still works? You still have some tools for farming.
She has 4 buffs in her kit.
Yeah.
She has 4 buff icons that you'll see, and 2 of them last for a single turn.
Funny how it works. Passives.
Well, actually, 3 of them.
Oh yeah, true. 20% debuff res. Well, if you are bringing him to bosses, it's nice, but otherwise not really needed. Riding B, pretty much completely irrelevant. Anti-rider, nah. Unless you're that guy that has every Artoria maxed and you're like, yeah, I'm going to use her in neutral as well. Although at that point, you can just use whatever class you want because she's in every class. Anyway, the MP has been upgraded. It's the most boring upgrade of all time because it was literally just a damage upgrade on a 1-hit AoE. Yay.
Might be the first upgrade in the game.
This probably was one of the first, at least maybe the first MP buff. I don't remember, but yeah. Also, the only other effect besides damage is the overcharge. The Artoria face overcharge, you get the refund. So base 20 on base overcharge and then 50% on max. This is the reason why she can farm with the Rising Mud Rain, because it increases the refund to a level where she can literally get some more MP damage out. Which is why she's still kind of relevant.
Chad, who has MLB Rising Mud Rain? Like, genuinely.
Be honest.
I think I do.
I'm genuinely asking this question because, like...
It took me like 3 years to get it on JP or something. Like, close to 3 years.
For a normal spender, like, I don't think people have that. People just don't have that.
Granted, it's still probably her best C. If you level it to 20 on non-MLB, it's still probably her best farming Z, right? Surely, because there's still a lot of MP damage.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I didn't calc it, but I assume it is.
They would have to. There's no way like Bunyan would be more or something. Or whatever else you would end up. Wait, how much is Heaven's Feel actually? I actually don't know.
I mean, she can't Heaven's Feel anyway. So.
Heaven's Feel.
Oh yeah, true. You don't have the overcharge. I'm stupid. Yeah, you're right. I was just thinking of the MP damage.
I was thinking a completely different homunculus CE.
There is that. What's the CE with Rin's dad? This overcharge at MP damage.
Oh yeah, it's like
it's not a whole lot damage though.
I thought it was something.
It's Duke of Flames, yeah.
Something.
Tokyomi's is Duke of Flames, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually had this conversation before, like not that long while ago. I think I like to compare it to Altera a lot, which I mean we'll talk about just in a bit. But
yeah, literally next.
I do think her MP spam ability is better, but her like overall utility is just worse. You do have the capacity to do a lot more card damage with her if you like you get her actual buster cards, and then on another turn when you have her crappy other cards, you pop the buster skill, and then you turn her entire hand into buster. Then you know you can push a lot of damage. But outside of that, I don't know. Her kit is just not that great for challenge quests.
Yeah, I would just skip her on bosses like almost every time.
Yeah, because like even if she does have good burst damage, it's like you got 2 turns of it and you're done.
And then
Yeah,
nothing
all
else
of
on the
rest
kit.
of
Literally nothing else.
Yeah,
So I
everyone
can
else
see
has
it in
like
min
return
turns,
buffs.
maybe.
It's just
I can't see her in some min turns. I mean, but yeah,
Yeah,
I don't.
but you have to have turns where you don't need the second skill to kill, and when you don't have the second skill up, you have what 18% attack, and that's it, and then B upgrade.
Yeah, the
Basically,
one
everyone's
turn
out
with
doing
this
that.
not active, you definitely feel it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she's still gonna place like relatively well because she's such an easy farmer to use that still hits pretty decent numbers. That's the fun part.
Yeah,
I don't even use her to farm anymore though. Like,
Yeah, I get that.
actually, ironically, I use her maybe more in multi-core because like I have better card RNG on the single. Like in some turns when I need to push extra damage, I can use her buster cards more easily. And also charisma is at the end of the day charisma, so it's still a party buff. But I don't know. I don't know Saber Buster Loop. I don't know how viable that is. It might feel more viable just because there's a free Saber ticket that everyone can have.
Yeah.
But,
I would say
think
just
in terms
A
of that
tier,
job,
personally.
I might even put her lower, but
Is it time?
I'd put her B plus personally because I think even if we're just looking at Buster looping AOE Saber, there is a better servant.
What do you think,
than
Otto?
her.
B plus A?
I just I don't feel like I don't feel like she's really that amazing at farming. Like, I mean, she's a decent farmer, but then like, okay, she's locked to 50%, like all of the other Buster Loopers. Unless you're a psycho that wants to go with one of the overcharged CEs. It just like, I mean, good damage, yeah, but
The one good thing
just
is
not
like
sold
her
on her.
6 CE has a higher chance. Her 6 CE comps have a higher chance of working because Losengo likes to print those useless fucking overcharged CEs every
True.
event.
There's a lot of
For absolutely
OCCs.
no reason. It's another reason why like
Yeah, but they're always in
Multicore is a
gacha.
lot better. Yeah, but like for 6 CE comps, you know. But yeah, it's always in gachas. It depends. I don't know. I don't think she's that great.
I think I'm gonna go with the B plus then. Yeah. It's like the lowest
Yeah, I'm
rating
fine
she's
with
had
that.
ever since Buster Looping was introduced. But it's not a bad rank though. Still, like it's above average.
Yep.
All right, the other day one 5-star Saber, because for some reason they needed to have 2 5-star Sabers on launch despite there only being 5 SSRs on launch. Gotta have some poster girls, I guess. So Altera, there she is. AoE Buster, DPS and Farmer. I might even say DPS in her case, honestly, because I think she actually has maybe some uses as a DPS. Unlike Artoria, who I would never really use as a DPS. Now, and also unlike Artoria, she actually has very nice attack. 12.3k is now instead above average. So they're like on the opposite sides of the attack stat too. That is a nice thing she has going for her. Standard Saber deck again, with the exact same freaking numbers as everyone else from day one. Like, dude, they had no originality. Every single day one Saber had the exact same deck with the exact same numbers, give or take maybe like a 10th of a fucking decimal of a MP gain. Like, is it crazy? Like, why? So boring. Obviously hasn't aged that well either. That goes without saying. Why is there random wiki questions here? What are you doing? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, sometimes they have really funny answers because
have
it just like
trivia?
focuses on one thing. Like Tonaliko's was hilarious because every single question ended with it talking about how Habitraw was in her animations.
Right. Anyway, skills. 5-turn cooldown on first skill. Full party gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. All the enemies defensive buffs yeet. Pretty cool. It's not a full buff cleanse on command, but a full defensive buff cleanse on command on AoE is still pretty cool. And maybe a bit of, you know, niceness for that MP damage buff being AoE as well. Not bad. It's very basic, but not too bad, I guess. Second skill has been buffed twice. Rare skill like that. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 30% battery, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 120% offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns. So you ain't touching that damage. 3k heal, and a 300% absorb for 1 turn. So it's a skill that's kind of all over the place, but not necessarily in a bad way. It's just useful stuff packed into one, I guess. I kind of wish there was a star bomb too, but I guess that's already in her third skill. But maybe like stars per turn, cool. Although it's only one turn of absorb. I don't know why that's not 3 turns actually. Why isn't that 3? It's only 300%. Why is it 1 turn on 300? So weird.
I mean, 300. You don't need a lot for a saber.
But usually sabers are like 500 to 600. That's and even then they tend to be 3 turns. But this is 1 turn for 300, so it's kind of weird.
I guess this is a more recent buff, but I guess they just don't want to give her 3 turns of full absorb. It's a pretty crazy thing to have with some servants. But.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't hate this skill. It's actually, after 2 buffs, who would have guessed it's actually decent? You would at least hope so at that point. Alright, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns and 15 stars on use. So I guess you can get comboed with the second skill, absorb for 1 turn. It's a better skill set than Artoria. It's not the best. It's by far, far from being an amazing 5-star skill set, but it is better than Artoria's at least. And actually can even be used for some DPSing stuff too. Besides farming. Just okay. Overall. First passive, 17.5% debuff res. We have seen magic res Bs so many times today. I have lost count of how many sabers have exactly B rank of it. Probably like 15, 20 or something. Riding A, 10% quick. Not very good when you have only 1 quick that is 2 hits. That is the worst case scenario. Divinity B does absolutely nothing for her damage. Anti-foreigner pen, because we fight foreigners all the time. It's so good. I'm not being sarcastic. Okay, MP. Buffed MP. Ever so slightly more interesting buff than Artoria, because they didn't just upgrade the damage. So it did get the standard damage upgrade, but the only other effect on it is the defense down on overcharge. All enemies 3 turns, minus 20% on base, up to 40. It is, I guess, ramp up if you're doing bosses, but for farming, doesn't really help much. Unless you need face cards, then yeah, sure, it can help. Just a boring MP. Man, that's a boring MP. It's so boring.
I like it more than Artoria's, though, because even though, 20 charge is nice for, buster looping and stuff.
Yeah, this is better for bosses, for sure.
Yeah, you do more damage, at least. You can take something from the previous turn, even if you have no skills active.
Yeah. So I'm not going to fully place on just being a farmer like Artoria, because honestly, she can be used on bosses. I think we're going to see many better options later on. But she's not hopeless on bosses. She can do stuff. And her farming numbers, they're not terrible either, really. For a 50%er, they're not terrible.
Her damage numbers on bosses are pretty good because of the defense down, yeah. Her cards, with the crit, with the star absorb, it's 1 turn, but also the attack up. I like her a little bit better than Artoria because she is still a 30 MP looper, and not everybody has Rising Mud Rain, but not that much. I don't even know if I'm half a tier above Artoria with her. Maybe a little, maybe half a tier.
I'm thinking either a plus or a nothing.
Depends on what you like. I like her a little bit better, but once again, not that much. How about you, Otto?
So, with me, she you're going to be using pretty similar setups. You're still going to be plugging and using 50% Cs between her and Artoria, and she still has really good wave 3 damage, and she is able to do things other than farming. Whereas Artoria is relegated to farming. I feel like she should be at least a plus above her.
Yeah, and also you reminded me because of that topic that we even talked about it earlier. That so many events from the past 2 years, they have a 50% C that's damaged, so that would be way better on Altera than Artoria.
Yeah, it's just
unless they have overcharge, then you can maybe make some if there's 0%ers with overcharge, but that's not really gonna happen.
It's obviously a very good quality of life update for farming in general, because multi-core is also a lot more viable now with 50 starting charge CEs, even if you just use it on 1 unit. But at the same time, it does diminish these special loopers that get to use Black Grill or Rising Mud Rain. It's less. I mean, it's not irrelevant, but it's less relevant.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think I can put her into A tier, like a plus above Artoria.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not mad
She's
about
actually
that.
pretty good.
Yeah.
What's your
High
two
numbers too.
Mordreds?
Not
Oh,
for
no, there-
gains,
there
but for
aren't. I'm
damage.
blind. I thought there were two. Why the fuck did I think there were two Mordreds? I'm dumb.
I like Saber Mordred.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
blind. I don't know.
Well, she's basically Artoria, so yeah. Anyway, next servant. Before we get to Mordred, unbiased moment, of course. We're gonna talk about Okita next. Single target quick saber, so break from all that AoE storm. 12k attack, more or less exactly, which puts her above average when it comes to the 5-star sabers, ever so barely. But it's a nice number to look at least. Double Buster, double quick deck, which has aged fairly well because of Summer Scotty, I want to say. Also, gains on her quicks are pretty lucrative. Even the one art Scott is not bad, being a 2-hitter, but the quicks in particular are the real highlights. They can go pretty crazy on gains, of course. 5 hitters are real. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% quick up for 1 turn and then this on attack buff for 1 turn. So when normal attacking, she gets 20% damage for 1, or 20% attack for 1 turn before damage. So the MP doesn't trigger this, obviously. So it's really, if you want to maximize her damage, I think like the max damage for 1 turn is like QQMP. It's so weird because again you benefit more from this quick buff and then the extra also benefits more from the single card type. Obviously it's terrible for a refund, that should be like a finisher, but that's like the max damage you can do on her own stuff. It's so stupid. But oh well. I have very mixed feelings about this buff. This skill is still like a whatever burger. It's not very impressive. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 1k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a 30% battery. The battery is cool. You know, in some cases, for like even farming, you can actually utilize that a bit. Absorb, not honestly, maybe even needed. As a Saber, she generates a surprising amount of stars. Not a crazy amount, because you obviously need her quicks for that, but yeah, the crit damage is cool,
for
though.
turn 1. That's the only thing I can think of.
True.
Because like Summer Scotty's 15 stars, and she also has Buster Absorb. So if you want the stars on her quick, maybe this is useful.
Yeah, so it has some use. Yeah, true.
Yeah, but other than that,
this is like the best of her buffs, which says a lot, and it's still not amazing.
Yeah, I mean, she's only had 2 buffs to be fair, so.
Yeah, true. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion for herself and 40% crit damage for 3 turns. This is good. This is actually one of the best cases of Mindside Falls in my opinion. She's a quick servant, so defense is very welcome, and crit is obviously a very good stat for her as well. So despite being super basic, I think this actually fits her really well. But yeah, overall the skills, there's not a whole lot of stuff happening with them. There's just a lot of downtime as well. But at least she has great freaking numbers, so hey, still very relevant. 10% debuff rest on the first passive, could be more, but you know, cool bonus. 2% quick, I wish was a lot more, but yeah. Good old tuberculosis, am I right? Sad. Anti-Avenger. I did a video at one point where I used her against, was it Tyra or something, just because of this Zapan, because I was really bored. It's not good though, but it was funny. Don't max it. Okay, the MP. Sadly never been buffed, but still does good damage because her attack is high and it's a single target quick MP. So it ignores defense on damage. That's cool. And then after damage, she does a 30% defense down for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 50. So while it is after damage, that is a very high amount of defense down, which again works as a really nice form of ramp up against the same boss. So the MP, while being basic as hell, actually not terrible at all. I mean, I've obviously used her the most here. I have a you know, big 120 copy as well, fully baxed and loaded as well. I think she's really good, but I wouldn't say she's like, you know, top tier. But I think she's still very good just because of how good the numbers are and carry her. MP is super spammable, ramp up is real, downtime is real in the skills, but even the crits can be okay. There's even a bit of 3 turns for it. What do you guys think about Okita being less biased?
I mean, the thing with supports in this game is that it makes up for lackluster kits. So Okita ended up still being pretty good. I mean, every time I like single target quicks right now with like Kaza Drop plus Summer Scotty is just very, very strong in general. She definitely seems a bit lacking especially in like sustained damage. Her 30% defense down is a really good ramp up though. Unfortunately, caps at 100. I think defense down capping at 100 actually hurts her a little bit. Because like
Yeah.
Because you use her with like Scotty or Kaza Drop.
And yeah.
Yeah, in bosses you'd prefer caster over ruler all the time, so you get that extra defense down as well.
Yeah, so I actually defense down.
And I'm someone who also loves using Rhinus because she's one of my favorites, and I have an MP5, so her MP is minus 50% defense down.
Oh my god, yeah, it caps so.
Yeah, it's so
Rhaenys
fast.
gives her overcharge.
Yeah, true. That also happens.
That's crazy. Yeah, honestly, I think like definitely the kit looks a little bit lacking, but the base number carries her, right? And the battery does allow her, like you said, like if you want to do some kind of like BBCL card lock farming or just generally, let her MP like fire off easy, immediately. If you like, if you have a Pen 2 Max, you can just use one Scotty. The other support can be Kaza Drop, can be some other support that doesn't necessarily need to have a battery. So the important stuff is there. I don't know. I still think she's like at least A, just because her numbers are so good.
I would never put her below A, even if people would call me biased. I would never put her below A.
Yeah, I think at the very least she's probably A. The problem is the competition, which I mean honestly is not that strong. Like we have Medusa Saber, but Okita.
That really did hurt because when I remember doing my first impression of Medusa Saber, I was like, really? She gets all this nice stuff? Come on, dude. That did kind of hurt
Okita
me.
Still has some stuff going for her, like the double buster, like like she has like higher burst damage. So it's kind of I'm not even like confident on saying like in every situation Medusa is better. So I think she's still really good. I put her A to A plus. I don't know. I'm not that familiar with her, but how about you, Otto?
I like how fast her damage is. She kind of epitomizes the type of fun quick play style, where she just does damage rushing. And defense down ramp good. Yeah.
I think I'll go with A, honestly. A plus could be argued, but I'll just go with a safe A. It's just solid. Just a solid single target DPS. Okay. Time for Artoria 2.0, am I right, fellow gamers? Alright. Mordred time. AoE Buster DPS.
I thought that was Saber Lily.
No, that's 0.5. That's the beta version. Yeah. Okay. So Mordred, interesting case. Has a bit higher attack than her daddy, but still below average when it comes to 5-star sabers. Standard saber deck of double buster, double arts. She at least has a bit more hits on her arts, like literally one hit more. And then like one more hit on the extra. So ever so slightly escaping those day one numbers, but does not mean her gains are still like any amazing, because they're not. They're really not. So unfortunate for her still. First skill, 5-turn cooldown. Oh, something popped up on my OBS. What the hell? Okay. I don't know what that was. Alright, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 50% buster up for 3 times, 3 turns. Then 30% buster crit for 3 turns flat. And 20% attack for 3 turns flat. Was this buff live last year? I don't remember. I actually don't remember.
Might not be.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that happened with Arcade. Wasn't that?
I want to say that was after the list then, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, because Saber happened right after Iori.
Yeah, so that was in February, so it can't be during Arcade, right?
Wait, no, Arcade collab happened before Iori. What am I talking about? That's a rerun. I don't remember, man.
Well, regardless, this is a nice buff though. This actually helped her quite a bit. Notably her looping damage. Being able to use that MP, or that buster up for every single MP, and the attack up obviously being a nice boost when you're buster looping, because it's the one offensive buff that you kind of want that's missing from your usual loop support suspects. So this did improve her numbers quite a bit for farming. Not bad for DPSing either. You can especially utilize the bust crit stuff. So it's actually a pretty good skill now. I'm still not a huge fan of the 3-hit buster though for DPSing, but for farming it's good.
Oh yeah.
Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 500% buster absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 3 times, 3 turns, and then a 15-star bomb. After these 2 buffs, it really makes me wonder why she's just not full triple buster. It would make so much more sense if she was triple buster, but... Oh well, or at least have the skill like Artoria does, where she can change all her cards to buster, something like that.
Yeah, she would waste the it's to prevent her from wasting the 3-hit buster up. Trust me.
Yeah, I guess.
Big brain.
I guess it
logic.
could be a demerit in some rare cases. It's stupid. Why do these exist? These stupid 3-hit fucking card type buffs. Why do they print? This is a new buff too. I mean, in this case, I guess it has to because it's a 50%.
Yeah, mana burst would
but
be
come
a bit
on,
much,
bro.
right?
Why? There's
Yeah.
still some of them like even like other skills too. Whatever.
Got the
Anyway.
same thing Salter did.
Yeah,
True.
Had the
True.
3-time. And Lalter. Dang, base Artoria really getting left out in the cold here.
Like these 2 skills are a pretty good combo, honestly, for DPSing as well. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She fully cleanses all her debuffs, gets a 50% defense up for 1 turn and a 30% battery. So with this, you can actually tank quite a bit of stuff in that 1 turn. The downtime is really big, though. I think this could easily be a 5-turn cooldown with these effects, but... Well, it's it does stuff. It's not bad. And it enables her to loop, I guess. So there's that, enjoy. Skill-wise, I think she's just like whatever overall. It's not the best kit, but at least the buffs have helped. 17.5% debuff rest on the first passive, cool for bosses, 8% quick up, and no, that's not good. Or meaningful, rather. Anti-Saber append actually could be relevant when you know her super effective, I guess. So depending on how much you want to invest into that, it could be a thing you could unlock and max, I guess. Alright, MP, so only damage on the normal effect. There it is. But then the overcharge, she gets the same Artoria treatment, so 20% refund on base overcharge, 40% on max. And then she hates her dad so much, she went above and beyond the standard range of super effective. So it's a base 180 to 220.
120%.
Yeah. Anti-Arthur
weird.
phase damage. And also here's the full list, I guess. There you go. There's all the ones you can blast if you want to. The Lancer ones in particular will they just get one-shotted basically.
We're getting so much more every year.
We
We still
are.
got one more last year. With how often they release Artoria faces, this MP is just only getting better.
Dude, yeah, invest now. Mordred stonks. It's been slowly climbing over the years. Anyway, farming numbers wise, she's actually not bad with the new buff though. That's the fun thing. Although it
She's
is
just
with Rising
better-
Mud Rains, so again, it's one of those cases.
She's just better Artoria at this point now, because like her buff
Yeah,
got
I think
run
she has
out.
she has higher attack, she has more steroids. Well, she doesn't have the MP damage, but still, it's overall better, right?
Yeah, because you can't stack the MP damage on Artoria.
Yeah.
Whilst
With the
in terms
Buster.
of Buster looping, yeah, the Buster up and the attack are both stackable. Mordred also, now with a Pen 5, it is more expensive because you need 2 lore. Now with a Pen 5, the one thing that Artoria had was, I think, K-Scope Double Coin Light Atlas. That was possible only with Artoria because the 30 battery was 5-turn cooldown or something. Now she can do it too if you give her a Pen 5. So in essentially every way, if you have enough investment, she is a better version of Artoria. Almost. I mean, okay, I guess not every way, but like if you're looking at the looping thing, she's just better. Like
No.
And then, like in challenge quests too, like she's got a defense buff
probably
and a
slightly
debuff
better.
cleanse.
And
That
she has
is,
some crit
like-
stuff going on
that's like-
too.
That's at least 2 things that Artoria does not have.
Yeah,
Yep.
Artoria just has the change cards to Buster. She doesn't even change the hand to Buster. It just changes all her cards on that turn into Buster. You can't even lock that with BB, by the way. her hand will transform back into a normal deck, even if you use card lock Artoria. So
I think I would put her like next to Altera in the A tier.
Yeah, I think she's just better Artoria because they do so many things the exact same, but she does it slightly better.
Yep. Funny how they go like back and forth, I guess. Tune in when Artoria gets her charisma buff, and then it's gonna be the other way again, Roland. I swear.
I mean, probably if Artoria gets another buff,
and then we get the wild card. We finally get the Giga Arthur MP buff, and then he's gonna be like, "Bow down, bitches."
No.
Oh
no, I don't think they're gonna give him an NP buff. He does too much damage as is.
I mean, oh man, have you seen him do like a couple of like super recollection stuff? Like because of the anti-super large, he can just kill things with his Buster card. It's actually crazy. But
well, soon we get to talk about him as well. But before that, next up, Umu Bride, a pretty interesting case. One of the OG loop supports. Kinda lost a lot of relevance in arts looping after Castoria released, much like many other ones, but still has things she can do in the game. She's not even a bad DPS, to be honest. So yeah, she is a single target arts DPS with supporting capabilities. 11.6k attack puts her below average among 5-star sabers, but not a ton. Standard saber deck still double buster, double arts, but her gains are actually way better than all the ones we've seen so far. So at least she beats the ones so far. Best gains up until this point of the 5 stars. Especially cool considering she's also an arts servant. Skills then. So first skill is 7 turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill. Target ally gets 45% MP gain for 3 turns and 30% battery. I mean, it's the combo. You get the gains, you get the instant battery, and then you just go MP, I guess. Not even the worst buff for herself when you're DPSing. Then especially her arts cards become very impressive. Second skill, 6 skill. Okay, I didn't want to comment on songs, but can a mod skip this song, please? I can't think when I hear Sigma balls in my ear, bro. Come on. This is the one song I can't listen to right now. Coin, please. Okay. Anyway, second skill, 6 turn cooldown. Targeted skill again. One ally gets 40% attack for 3 turns, and then 50% star gen for 3 turns. So yeah, this is the offensive skill this time around. 40% is quite a lot actually for the attack buff. So even there's not that many targeted buffs that give you 40% attack. In fact, can't even think of any other from the top of my head. I'm sure there. Oh, Rhinus, for instance.
Rhinus.
Yeah, Rhinus, of course. Yeah, immediately as soon as I say that, I remember. Yeah. But yeah, it's still nice. It's very good. The Stargen will have mixed value depending on who you target. For herself in particular, it probably wouldn't be the best thing ever. But if you're supporting someone else, that yeah, might be decent. And then finally, the third skill also targeted like all the other ones. So on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a 3k heal for the target, 20% defense up for 3 turns, and then gives the target 30% anti-sky attribute damage for 3 turns. So you get a bit of power mod in there as well. Sky, obviously not a super common attribute to have, but it is nice to have though, because there's not really too much else going on for anti-sky stuff, right? Unless I'm forgetting something. So it's at least because of this, yeah, it's just a nice thing to have because of that alone, if anything.
Yeah.
The skill set...
I mean, it could have been 50, but...
True. It honestly could have been. I really think it could have been. Or maybe include like MP damage for 30% too or something. But like this skill set, it still works. It's super basic, but considering they're all targeted, whether you're DPSing with her or not, or using someone else as a DPS and you're using her as a support, it's pretty cool and flexible still. So I don't really hate this skill set. And because she's art, she doesn't really need hard defense either if you're going to DPS with her. Just how it goes. Passives, 50% debuff rest, cool, and 8% quick up. Pretty irrelevant, but a nice bonus, I guess. Another anti-assassin Saber, there's just a lot of these apparently. Would not see a reason to get this really. MP has been buffed, normal effects only damage, but then overcharge has a bunch of stuff going for it, so everything after damage, on base overcharge, target gets a 1k burn for 5 turns, 20% defense down for 5 turns, 20% crit chance down for 5 turns as well, scaling up to 2k and 40% respectively. I forgot it was actually 5 turns. That's pretty impressive. It's not as high as the number as Okita, but man, 5 turns though. I feel like, if anything, they should have swapped these out because she's the art servant. But I mean, it's still good. Even if it's after damage. Those are, besides the burn, I do like the other 2 debuffs. So it's not a terrible MP. And it does decent damage too because the upgrade. Even if she doesn't have that many steroids going on though. You really gotta hit Sky from her own kit from her own steroids to do damage. Otherwise, you need supports to help. What do you guys think about her? Like, okay, before we talk about like maybe deep, like her role as a support. Do you use her a lot anymore?
I still use her, actually.
Is it because the anti-Sky?
I specifically pulled for Bride. Not just that, because the game boost is really valuable for quick servants sometimes. Because like quick servants really lack gain boost. So like sometimes Bride double Scotty is better refund than triple Scotty, right? So I've definitely used her. In certain challenge quests, I will say it's not always relevant, but there are still comps that I used her for just a run just because of the anti-Sky, and I don't have another better option because like 40% attack up, like you said, is still good, and for certain servants the 45% game boost is quite insane. Like if I'm using a Buster servant, then the game boost allows my arts card to actually just get a bunch of MP, and I can like kind of spam my MP even as a character that doesn't have like that isn't supposed to be able to spam their MP very easily. So I definitely kind of undervalued her support ability last year. I think like after actually pulling her, I still use her a decent amount, which is nice. But I mean they could give her another skill buff, which would I think put her back on the board for being one of the better generic supports.
Yeah, I guess it will be to the second skill then.
So in a lot of instances, like when I'm trying to make her farm, like make her work for farming, she's basically a more expensive Jufu, so I usually just go back to Jufu. But like, yeah, the 30% battery does kind of cross that threshold that I need. Back when I was trying to single core with Ushigozen, she was the ticket to it because Ushigozen doesn't have a 30% battery. So you just do the 30%, and she has enough refund that she can single core like normal. Another thing I've always liked about Bride, which has it hasn't been as valuable as of late, but basically what she does, she gives you all of the bonuses of a card buff multiplicative to a card buff. Because you get the increased damage from the attack, you get the increased NP gain from the NP gain buff, you get the increased star gen. So like it's basically all of the effects of a quick buff on a quick card, except it's not a quick buff.
Yeah, it's universal.
Yeah. So it's she's just too pricey. Like a lot of other servants do the same thing she does to lesser extents, but are way cheaper.
So basically, she's just like one of those things that's nice to have, but maybe not like seeing a lot of constant use.
Yeah, because her MP doesn't have enough support. I mean, I think recently I still used her with Draco actually against Durga. So it is still relevant. Like the defense down is actually turns out to be relevant. It was the run was a 4-turn. No, she cleansed anyways. But like the defense down actually is not like irrelevant either. So
on that note, how would you feel about her DPSing as a single target saber?
I think good. I think her card gain with the gain boost stacked onto
the numbers are not bad on base as is.
Yeah, and the damage is high as well. And she technically has an anti-tray when you put the anti-Sky on herself, even though it's not big. So I think her DPS is fine as well. It's just that there are a lot of other competitions in the arts group. I think her advantage is probably her cards do on top of the MP. Like a lot of the art single target sabers, they're more focused on spamming MP and doing damage with just their MP. Bride does a lot of damage with all her cards because of the attack up and all that. But other than that, I just think like once again, there's too much competition in that group of servants.
But at least she has the support side, so it's not like she's a make or break as a DPS.
Oh yeah, definitely. Convenient to use as well. So
I'm thinking one of the A's. A plus, is that fine?
I still like to put her in A plus, to be honest. Just like people
that's
can
totally
say her
fine.
support is washed, but it's actually not that washed. Like I can vouch for that. It's not that washed.
Yeah, like if you get her for the first time, you'll be happy.
The only thing I don't particularly like about her is I don't like that you have to choose between the support or DPSing. If you could,
you want it to both be party wide?
If I
or
like even to a
people.
lesser extent, even if the buffs weren't as like strong, like I like that type of servant, like the like supporting the team and also doing damage yourself. Cool.
Someone asked, is she a must roll in 20? I would say, personally, I think she's like Crane. They're both nice to have, but you don't need them. Like, they're just nice to have in some situations.
Yeah, depending on what you want to do. Like, in terms of not wanting to, get locked out of a run just because I don't have this support. Like, that's just how a lot of Minturn people are. It's just you kind of have to try to cover as much as possible. But I think as a normal player, you definitely don't need to roll for her. But yeah, I don't know.
A plus though, solid. This is an interesting. The next one is an interesting because I think she didn't have the latest buff either. I wanna say. I could be wrong, but
I don't remember.
Yeah, Saber Shiki though. The buff actually did change some things for her, interesting way.
Yeah.
So AoE, Arts, Saber, DPS, and honestly, funnily enough, kind of a farmer as well now, which is something I still have a hard time fathoming, but yeah.
I don't think she loops as well as Nero, though. Both has one hit in.
Yeah, but they do have the data, though. It's crazy. I was looking at it earlier. I was like, okay, then. Okay, it's real, apparently. So yeah, the one thing that really is unfortunate about her is the attack stat. 10.7k is either the lowest or one of the lowest across all 5-star sabers, so that definitely is not very generous. That is like around 1.2k under the average even. So that is quite a bit of attack down. She's got the standard Saber deck of double buster, double arts as well, with her against cards on base at least not being very impressive, but her skills definitely help with that. That's for sure. So, first skill on, this is the thing I'm talking about. 5-turn cooldown, she gets 40% at arts up for 3 turns. Then she gets Invul Pierce for 3 turns. And then the one that no one cares about, the 100% minus instant death resistance for 3 turns. I guess there could be some cute ways of utilizing that, but it's really about the first 2 effects that make her stand out in both farming and DPSing now way better. Very cool, good uptime as well. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, she gets 25% attack for 3 turns, 36% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. A weird skill, like what are those numbers? What's the combo effects? It's like some kind of lore skill. This is underwhelming though. For those two to all be the only 2 effects with these numbers, it is an underwhelming skill for an SSR. That's no doubt. And the third skill, buffed on a 4-turn cooldown, targeted skill. So she always gets 30% no matter who you target for battery, but then the target you choose gets a 5k heal and minus 10% gauge. Now I believe this can also be used even if they're at 0 gauge, right? It's just like it would just take 10 if it can. But you can target, like it doesn't like, you don't have to pay 10%. Like it still activates the skill. But yeah. You definitely don't want to use it on herself, because at least on a loop, you cannot use it on herself. You have to use it on someone else. But yeah, this, believe it or not, this helps and enables you to be able to loop as well. It's crazy. It's a big heal too, actually, on a low cooldown. Well, although on art specifically, maybe not the most needed defensive effect to have, but you get a sizable heal if you need it. Interesting skill set. Super basic, but numbers are good in some places. That's what it is. Passives. 20% magic res or debuff res, very cool. Then she has this unique passive of, well, it's not unique, but a rare passive. 6% crit damage, instant kill resistance, and mental debuff rest, so that's even higher with the second skill active, I guess. Doesn't really do too much, besides I want to say the crit damage can be okay, but kind of whatever otherwise. And then the cooler passive, this is actually the unique one. Connection to Roots, she gets 6% rainbow permanently. That's actually not nothing. Cool. I mean, it's not the biggest deal ever, but it's kind of cool.
It's a little something. It's like 1/5 of Ark's passive.
Exactly. Not everyone can have, those absolutely crazy passives, especially not this day and age when she was released.
Heroine.
True. Favoritism. Anyway, anti-foreigner append, no. Just no. Buffed MP. So the MP does defense ignoring damage. That's always nice for bosses. It fully cleanses the party's debuffs. That's actually underrated utility, if anything. That's really nice. And gives the full party 10% gauge flat, so it's bonus refund for herself too. And then the overcharges base 60% chance to instant kill all enemies, scaling up to 100%. So I guess if you do hit max overcharge, you can insta kill bronze enemies. And anything more than you can maybe consider silvers as well, but forget about it. It's just kind of a meme. Luckily, it is after damage. Used to be not. If it was still, she would not even be able to farm. And even then,
she has a skill though, right?
She does have the skill, yeah, true.
Death rate down.
Yeah, you can. I guess you can use that, yeah, to get even more.
Yeah,
Although
it is a pretty notable amount. She's able to kill some of the, those coin things on Bleached Earth.
Yeah, this would guarantee silver enemy kills, right? I think.
Yeah,
with these two.
I use her to kill the first 2 waves because she can insta-kill them pretty reliably.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So the one time it's maybe not completely useless. The MP, otherwise, effects-wise, is actually really good. The only downside is 1 hit. So refund sucks. But apparently you can still farm with her, which I'm still baffled by. And using a freaking Black Grail, like what the hell, dude? How, does this, what classes against does this work? There's no way this would work against Berserkers, right? It has to be Lancer, right? There's no way it would be Berserker. That's crazy. Like, the fact that she can even loop with a 50%er would be surprising to me, but this is a freaking Black Grail. Neutral class. Yeah, but okay, what about the ones that have bad gains, like Assassin and Berserker? That's what I'm curious about.
Probably not. I mean, yeah, Nero does only...
Like, do you have enough batteries just guaranteed no matter what? No, right? You have to get some amount of refund every time.
I mean, if you're going to be farming Berserkers, you're competing with everyone. So even if you're able to do Berserkers...
Well, to be honest, she does have an upgraded MP, so I wouldn't say it's the bad case. Yeah. I think she could be a legit contender.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello.
Anyway.
Did you die for a second or something?
I mean, I don't know. I thought but I mean, this character is... I know she's pretty underrated, like, because like people thought she was like absolute trash. She's definitely not trash anymore. The damage is actually nice with her steroids plus the upgraded MP. She has, Party Cleanse is a really nice utility. Once again, Party Cleanse overlaps with Castoria's Party Cleanse, but if there is a really debuff heavy boss, I think this can be very useful because like against, I mean, Sir Nunos is an extreme example, right? But like against stuff like Sir Nunos, against stuff like let's pretend
things like
Sir
that.
Nunos,
Yeah,
right?
I get what you mean. Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
sorry. Look, if you think I'm annoying now, like I was so fucking annoying when I was a kid. I was constantly correcting people.
You're the nerd emote.
Yeah,
the finger point.
I mean, here's the thing, like, bosses are usually, like, most boss fights in the game are one target anyways, so, like, AoEs kind of have this inherent negative part to them in terms of, like, min turns and whatnot, but anyways, that's beyond the point. Like, if you need to spam a lot of debuff, debuff removal, I think it's really nice, and, other than that,
also the one thing she has nice for her boss is the 3-turn invul pierce on high uptime, and the MP also ignores defense. That's a lot of utility.
Of course.
Yeah,
that's really good.
It functions better than her competitor.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but this is a nice combo. Yeah, true. That can ignore all sorts of defensive buffs, and ignoring right now is probably better than removing because like a lot of them are just not removable. Um, I don't know. She's really
I
solid.
guess she's actually pretty good nowadays.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
no farming utility, but like single core farming. Do you really do that much anymore? Don't know.
It's one of the A's, right?
Yeah, I mean she's at least A, but I don't know if she's A plus though. A plus got some strong characters there. I don't know.
A lot of nice utility though, and the upgrade MP on top. Ooh.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
You
don't
could
have,
hear me laughing. Sorry.
she's
Playing
one of the
game.
rare servants I don't have either. So I've only borrowed hyper ones. That's why I'm like, oh man, it feels so powerful. But like, yeah, because they're hypers. Of course they're powerful. So I don't know. Can't really gauge her very fairly.
Would you say A or A plus auto?
I'd say A.
Alright, fair enough. I'm okay with that. And with that, we enter the last row. So what is that? 14 servants left. Surely done in 2 hours. Clueless. Well, it'll just take as long as it takes, right? Surely. Alright. Next up, a New Year's servant, because we're going to be seeing a lot of these when it comes to sabers. Musashi, the OG, the udon lover. There she is. Single target buster DPS. 12k attack, which is just above average for 5-star sabers. Rejoice. Full monkey deck, first of her kind of the 5-star sabers. Triple buster, that is. Gains cards actually very solid on base, especially the arts card is very strong, and in more so when you have one of the skills active. Too bad there's only 2. But I still like her being triple buster. So, the first buffed skills. So, on a 6-turn cooldown, she doubles her normal attack hit counts for 3 turns. Then she gets 30% just, I guess it's just a power mod. It's just a flat out universal power mod for 3 turns on normal attacks. It's funny because if you don't level this up, it doesn't do anything. You only get damage once you start leveling it up. It's kind of weird. And then she gets a 1k damage cut for 3 turns. This is a very interesting skill. Actually, it's actually really freaking strong as well. So not only does it give her more damage, just about everything besides her MP, it also makes her gains insane. Like the star generation especially can be noticeable. But then if you just hit that arts card with this act there, it just goes, dude. It just goes. And honestly, the damage cut is fairly sizable too. 1k is big and it's 3 turns. It's not even like per hit. So that's a sizable damage cut too. Pretty cool skill. Wish they did more of stuff like this, really. Used to be 1 turn a lot of this stuff. In fact, everything. So now it's way better. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. Invul Pierce for 1 turn and then 50% buster for 1 turn. It's literally just a better mana burst because it has Invul Pierce and no downside to it. But it's still a mana burst with a lot of downtimes. So yeah, you get that 1 nice burst turn and then it's just there, sitting on cooldown. Could be way better. Could be buffed. They could honestly do the same thing with Shiki. Just give her 50%, or not 50, just you can keep the buster up like that, but give her 3 turns of Invul Pierce. And then maybe add a new line or something. Could be a thing. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Invul for self for 1 turn. Then she gets 30% star gen for 3 turns and cleanses her debuffs. I feel like the star gen is very much lost a lot of value after the double hits are now 2 turns, or 3 turns as well. I mean, I guess they're gonna stack okay, but yeah. Could be another effect at this point, maybe like MP damage or something. Crit damage? I don't know. That's the kit, skills-wise. I like the first skill a lot. Besides that, I'm kind of lukewarm. 20% debuff res is the only passive, but it's a good one at least for bosses. Anti-Berserker on the append is very solid. You can definitely blast some Zerks. And then the buffed MP is a really interesting one. So she gets this 150% super effective flat against Alter Ego and Moon Cancer class enemies. Not even just servants, it's just any enemy that is in that class. She just gets, you know, the base super effective against them. Very interesting choice. I'm guessing because of Dome. I'm not sure why Moon Cancer is there, but yeah, interesting. Then removes buffs from the target after damage. It is a bit unfortunate, but I guess that this time it's not only defensive buffs, so this one can actually, deal with guts effectively. That's cool. But anything else, she does have Pierce, but it is on a 1 turn. There's a lot of cooldowns.
Does she like not like BB or something?
I don't remember if they ever even interacted. You could be onto something, but I don't remember honestly.
Because she has bonuses against most of the Sakura faces.
Yeah, I guess that's because that's why the Alter Ego and Moon Cancer could be connected. You might be right. I don't know honestly. Someone probably knows better. And then the overcharge is 30% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, getting up to 90%. So actually a lot of scaling for a 1 turn. Nuking buff. The MP is alright, because most of the time you won't be hitting the super effective. The buff removal is nice because it's not just defensive, it can also, get rid of scary offensive buffs. And then the overcharge can add some good burst to the MPs as well, always being there.
This is just a really cracked character. She
just needs her a 50 MP battery. Then she'd be top tier. Then she'd be She needs 1 to 50 MP battery. Let's go.
Yeah, this first skill buff was something else, man.
She just has so many cells, like so many things that can sell her in a challenge quest. Because she's got the debuff cleanse, she's got the buff purge, she's got the pierce invuln, she's got invuln, she's got and then she has good like burst damage. Like she has so many answers to so many things. She's just so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the highest like neutral damage DPSs in the game, and the anti-trade is actually not irrelevant, like you said earlier, with like knights versus alter egos and whatnot. So, I don't know, really good. I don't think she's like EX tier. Did we put any? Oh yeah, we did put people in EX tier, but I just feel like she is still just a little bit short. I mean, you can definitely justify putting her in EX, but she's just
I think her skills could be a bit better still.
Yeah, she just need. I think like the immediacy, because for these kinds of like big damage burst nuke characters, if you can give them a big battery, you can just slap them into like a farming comp, and then they would just like.
Yeah, if she had a battery, she could actually be nuts in farming.
Yeah, so I think she is like, once again, 1 battery off of being just.
Yeah, it's this thing that no one wants to hear because it's batteries and it's boring, but it's actually not a bad solution. Make her that much better.
It is.
Yeah.
It do be what it is. Like batteries are batteries. Can't.
Yeah, I'm definitely okay putting her in A+. I think it's the same as last year as well. Makes sense.
Huh.
Alright, it's time. We mentioned him just a while ago. But the male Saber face, we got Arthur. And he has had a new buff, I believe, since last year's tier list as well. Yep. And it was an interesting one. So AoE buster, DPS, and farmer as well, but probably more so of a DPS, especially until his MP buff happens. 12.4k attack. That is nice. That is quite a bit above average. So that's a good start. Standard Saber deck of double buster, double arts. Gains on base at least. Not very impressive at all, but at least his skills do help with that, which is nice. First skill on that topic. On a 5-turn cooldown, he gets straight up 50% buster up for 3 turns, because yes. And then 30% MP gain for 3 turns. I guess it's just like 50% for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, okay, dude. That's pretty fair. Okay. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30 stars on use, and then 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty cool. Gives him that a bit of crit potential too. Not bad. A bit boring, but numbers are still okay on a decent uptime. And then the brand new buff, Holy Swordsman. 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. He himself gets 100% super large enemy power mod for 3 turns. And then a 30% battery. So now he can actually properly do a 50% loop, because before this it was like a 20% battery that everyone hated. So, and it's nice to have the party-wide attack buff too for some, party-wide multi-core potential too. This is an interesting buff. It's a really interesting buff.
I mean, the 100% that he can stack with Koyan Light against super large, which a lot of like big one enemy bosses, because like as I mentioned earlier, a lot of like story bosses are one enemy. But like this, it sort of mitigates it. Like he kind of does single target damage if it's super large, right? So if you're up against like a giant dude in the main story, then you can still use him as a main DPS as if he was a single target.
Yeah, it's like Sumanai basically.
It's obviously very good. Yeah, but does your chat consider like boss fights spoilers? Like in Ordeal Call?
I would say just the fights themselves are fine because I've done them on stream as well.
I want to show you a small clip. Hold on.
Anyway, I'll cover the rest of the kit meanwhile.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, 20% debuff res on the first passive, pretty cool. Helps with bosses as well. 8% quick up, pretty not relevant with that one quick. Anti-Saber Append, also not super relevant, I want to say. He's not like Mordred. And then the MP, the worst part about him. The one thing that holds him back from being actually super freaking cracked. So he's literally only damage on normal effect and overcharges 10% MP damage for one turn before damage, getting up to 50. The scaling is okay, but man, that is a sad base though. It's not even ramp up. So the MP is the one part about him that just sucks. It straight up sucks, I want to say. But everything else about him is starting to be pretty damn impressive. Great numbers, mostly. A lot of big numbers. It's like the King Hassan of Sabers. Shitty MP, but everything else is kind of nice. Wow.
Yeah, just one of the final bosses of a recent Singularity.
Well, that's why I asked. That's why I asked if it's a spoiler, because like some people didn't like that when I included it in my video.
Oh my god, I quick thought it started playing. Okay, I hope that was not on stream. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm probably not gonna show that just in case, but yeah.
Okay, let me delete it. Hold on, let me delete
it's fine. No, it's not visible on the stream anyway. But yeah, I believe you. With those numbers, he has to do crazy amount of damage to super large for sure.
Yeah. So it's like it's nice because super large is surprisingly not rare. Because like if you look at farming, right, like a lot of the mid-wave bosses are super large, like the big dragons, the Nue,
and many of them are berserkers too, right? Which he's also fine for.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know if soul eaters are super large, but like there's a lot of like mid-wave bosses, mid-wave farming like trash mob, non-servant enemies that are super large. So it's also quite nice for that. Spriggan, yeah, Spriggan should be super large.
It is.
Big, like,
I think. Actually, is it? Isn't Spriggan giant? Because I remember when David got his buff for giant, we were like, "Oh, he's the Spriggan killer now." Maybe it's both. I don't know, but it's at least giant, I think.
Yeah, let me check. Spriggan, yeah, Spriggan is super large.
Okay.
So yeah.
I know people hate hearing it, but at this point, I don't think he's ever going to get an NP buff.
It would be kind of nuts with the rest of his kit now.
Yeah, because he just does too much damage where he is right now. If he gets an NP buff,
it's actually King Hassan issue. Like,
it's the same. I was saying it was the same thing. Like the rest of the kit is looking so nice. If you do the NP buff, it might be too much.
Yeah, because if they give him an NP buff, he with his 3-turn buffs that are better than Artoria's will do as much damage as Artoria does for 1 turn. She can't stack her shit, but he can stack his shit, and he'll be doing he'll just be better than her.
Yeah,
I don't know how
skill set is not crazy, dude. Do you guys remember her third skill is a 20% crit up?
I mean, it's also a 50% battery.
Well, yeah, but like the
also gives her a class advantage against a class.
Okay, I'm trying to say in terms of damage steroids, her skill set isn't like massive, but like you wouldn't run. Well, I mean, her damage is still ridiculous already, but like if you're buffing MPs on like I don't know.
I almost want to say that Arthur is the most volatile servant in the game right now in terms of that, if there's one servant that could get a buff, and if they get it, they would just explode. I think he's maybe the most deserving of that volatile title right now. Because obviously you could say like, oh, but if Gastor gets a buff, it's over. But again, she would never get it. We would never expect that. I think Arthur is someone you could expect to get it, and if it happens, it's gonna be crazy.
Had to switch it up. Well, we would never expect it to happen.
Yeah, watch it happen tomorrow or something.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Oh.
Anyway, what are we ranking Arthur?
Merlin.
This is after the new buff that wasn't in last year.
I don't know if he's A, but I think he's definitely A as well.
Yeah, I think A was a fair minimum at least.
Yeah. I actually like him better than Mordred and Altera at this point, but probably not A+ yet.
Yeah. We'll just leave him there for now. We'll discuss at the end again. Alright, next we get single target again. Mr. Sigurd. Single target Buster DPS. 12.4k attack, much like Arthur. Very nice number. Definitely above average, so that's great. Standard Saber deck of double Buster, double Arts. Gains are decent. They're not trash. They're better than most of the Sabers we've seen so far. That's pretty cool. So numbers wise, not doing too terribly. First skill, wow. 5-turn cooldown. 100% crit damage for 3 attacks. Oh, my phone went off. 3 attacks, 3 turns. That's it. I mean, it's a lot of crit damage, but really, 3 crits? That's it. Come on, man. This is a 5-star limited character. What is this? Do something else, too. Like, what is that? And then this buff. Second skill. 6-turn cooldown. 50% Buster up for 3 times, 3 turns. Like they're gonna make him a farmer or something. What is this buff, dude? And then self guts for 1 time, 3 turns with 1k revive. It's just like, well, I don't understand this buff. It's so weird. And the cooldown coming down was nice, but besides that, I don't. The change with the Buster thing doesn't really change too much. Only a little bit, maybe. A bit more flexibility, but I don't get it. Third skill. Ooh, what is this? 5-turn cooldown. Targeted skill ally gets 100% star gen for 1 turn and a debuff immune for 1 turn. Like, what is this skill now? Like, it's a support skill, and then it's kind of a weird mix of effects too. Like,
doesn't Brynhild have something similar to this crap?
No, she had star gen on her NP.
Yeah, she has like 5k targeted absorb or something. Which is
I don't know what the point of this. I don't know what they were doing with the skill. Like
no,
it's definitely lore, but in a really bad way gameplay wise.
Like it is
supposed to combo. Sorry.
Like all they have to do is like make it 3 turns and add a little something to it, and it's gonna be a good skill. Like
yeah, I think it's supposed to be his glasses because of crystallized wisdom, right?
Well, his glasses really suck.
Yeah.
You're supposed to like combo this with the Brynhild.
They should have buffed this with the glasses event. Missed opportunity, dude. That was a while ago too. It was over 2 years ago. Aware. What is this skill set, man? This skill set sucks balls, dude. Like, if you thought Okita has a basic skill set, this is even more basic and worse.
Oh, this is way worse.
This might be the worst skill set of a 5-star Saber. I'd be surprised if there was someone that has a worse skill set than this. So much nothing burger. Okay, passives though. 20% debuff risk. Cool. 10% quick up. It's a nice number, but doesn't do much with that 1 quick. And then 175 flat damage. Nothing. Anti-Saber. Even against dragons, I would not do it. No. Speaking of dragon, the MP has been buffed. So I do like that it always does a tick down. No matter what the target is or who the target is. It always does a tick down. That's great. And then the super effective on overcharge is the anti-dragon one. So the standard 150 to 200 range. Which again is not bad. You know, dragon targets, they exist for sure. And that's the only reason why you would ever bring him. You would only bring him on dragons, really. Because while he does have decent numbers, he doesn't do anything else.
He's just 5-star Rama before dragons.
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's exactly what he is.
Oh yeah, what was it? Didn't I call him 6-star Rama last year?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Someone can go back and look at the Sigurd segment. That would be funny, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
There's so much similarities.
I don't know if it's the same anymore because Rama got a decent buff.
I mean, it's just they have the same issue. I don't know, man. I mean, giant beast stick against dragons. If you need to push absolute maximum damage, good. If it's in like a dragon raid, you probably still use him because he's Buster with Oberon. Other than that, like if I want to fight a dragon as a saber, I might bring Kurohime.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So there's even more competition for him this year, so he's only looking worse, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, Kurohime is a 4-star, but without an MP upgrade, the damage is still gonna be pretty different. But yeah.
Is he like B tier? Flat B? Still has good numbers. That's the one reason.
Probably. I don't think he can be that much higher than Rama, so yeah, probably.
Yeah, 5-star Rama gets a plus. Okay.
There you go.
I like seeing his damage like tests, because like the highest single target damage I ever see, it's always him.
Against dragons.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he's not at the bottom. Alright, next up, New Year's once again. Won't be the last. Medb, single target arts, DPS, and a kind of a semi-support too. Pretty interesting case. 11.6k attack puts her just under average when it comes to 5-star sabers for the attack stat. Also has the standard saber deck of double buster, double arts. Her gains are not the best, but the quick card in particular is actually pretty good. The one quick card she has actually is pretty impressive. Otherwise, nothing too impressive for gains. Her skill, I think, I wanna say this is a new buff compared to last year. I'm not sure, but I wanna say it is.
I think this is new. This has to be new.
Yeah, this was a pretty cool buff, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is new.
Right, so on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn evade, 40% crit damage for 3 turns, 30% arts up for 3 turns, and a self-30 battery. This is a good skill now. And I'm not even too worried about the 1-turn evasion being here, because she is arts in particular. So this is actually a pretty nice skill now. I do like it. Kind of a boring buff, honestly, but I mean, it's still a good skill now.
Sometimes servants do need those though. Like
yeah, like they just need something, to go on with.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more self buffs and
Yeah. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, minus 30% crit chance down for 3 turns, and they get MP sealed, and then they get a 1k heal. Big demerit, wow, ruined. Yeah, the demerit obviously means nothing. So it's a pretty cool debuff skill, actually. All 3 debuffs for bosses are actually desirable for the most part, so yeah. I still kind of like this skill. I've always thought it was pretty good. Not bad at all. Delay works, you get the bonus damage and utility of taking less damage, probably. Cool. First skill, 6-turn cooldown. Party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn, and then a 20% battery. And also heals the party for 1k and the enemy, so everyone gets healed. This heal actually a bit more meaningful on the player side because our health pools are so tiny compared to the enemy. The demerit again doesn't really mean anything. Another good skill. So I think her weakest part is probably going to be the MP before we can get to it, but I do like her skill set now, especially after this first skill buffed. That's quite a bit of stuff, actually. So I don't have issues with her skill set, really.
Yeah.
Passives are a lot of good stuff as well, actually. So 20% debuff rest is nice, 10% crit damage, cool bonus, 10% stars, and I mean, might as well, sure, especially with that 6-hit quick is going to be pretty funny. 10% permanent arts, sick, great, and then skill seal immunity. Awesome. Like, by far the best passives we've seen so far. No one else comes even close. These are actually some real good passives. Great ranks too for some higher numbers. Like, actually just a really nice set of passives. Good. Anti-assassin, because all sabers hit assassins. Would not bring her against her. Although, actually, a lot of assassins are chaotic evil, though, right? Actually. So maybe you could justify it. But yeah, and speaking of which, the MP. So besides on the damage, there's nothing else on the normal effect. But the overcharge is the infamous chaotic evil split power mods, 40% on base for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 60. So the MP sucks if you're not fighting either of those. It just sucks. It does nothing else. It's really underwhelming. And even if you do, it's only damage, but it can actually hit some decent numbers at that point. Even 1 is okay at 40% base OC, but obviously you prefer to hit both for that 80%. Then we're actually seeing some way better numbers. But yeah, I just don't like the MP.
Her base damage is not low though without traits. If you just look at it raw, compared to some other single target sabers, it is actually higher than a decent amount of servants.
I guess she has the arts up now, so
30
too.
card. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of funny how such a basic buff actually it rounded her out pretty good because it also helps her MP gain.
And she has Taikobo battery. That's what I like to call it anyways. She has self 50 and then party 20. Well, not include. Well, like depending on
the spread 20, self 30.
Yeah. So she's pretty nice in multi-core. She also has attack up. I think she is very solid now as a servant.
Yeah, I didn't realize, but I guess based on all you said, that multi-core potential actually sounds really nice.
Yeah, and as the main DPS, like chaotic or evil, her damage is nice because her base damage being not bad, being like above average makes like if she hits one, like you said, if she hits one PMod, her damage is pretty good. So I really like her. Like I used to really don't like her at all, but I think after the buff, she is really solid. I really got not a lot to complain about.
It really is like such a basic buff making all the difference.
Yeah.
Wow.
She just fits into a lot of stuff because she was already a nice like party utility buffer. She just didn't have self stuff, but now she has self stuff. So
yep.
Yeah.
I like her.
Honestly, this is another A+, right?
Yeah, I put her in A+.
I'd be fine with A+, honestly.
Yeah, I think this is pretty unanimous. Burb is good. Amazing. I really like her skill sets and passive in particular. Is so nice. Okay, then we get to the fun part I was referencing pretty sneakily earlier. Just the one part about him, though. It's pretty funny. But yeah, Stolf Saber. So single target, quick DPS. Probably mostly compared to Okita. They have a lot of similarities going on. 11.6k attack. Puts him below average among 5 stars, though. But not a whole lot. His deck is double arts, double quick, which again, especially when you see the stupid thing later, it makes no sense that he's double arts instead of double buster, but yeah, he is. Gains are not amazing though, is the problem. Even if he has 4 gains cards, the individual gains are not high, but he has stuff to help with that, I suppose, in his kit otherwise. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 20% battery, he gets 20% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns as well. He fully cleanses his debuffs and gets 20 stars on use. It's just a good skill, gets the train going, gives you a nice start boost and then just keeps it going for a while. Also, the 5-turn cooldown is really solid. That uptime is not bad for the MP per turn. Good skill. I wish Okita had something like this. Well, she doesn't really need MP gain, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, like better skills in general. Anyway, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get terrored for 1 time, 3 turns. So every turn there is a 40% chance to stun them for 1 turn, and then he also gets a evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I really like this skill. It's good. That evasion is fat. That is a really fat evasion, especially nice on a quick servant. And, stuns can be nice too. There's no guarantees you might even stun a target, by the way. This is 40% checks every turn. And also, this is not like a terror that you can get activated multiple times. If a stun happens, it just removes the clock from the target as well. So you can only get max 1 stun per target on use. But it's nice. It can help you out a bit to mitigate some damage, which again is nice for quick comps in particular. So I like this skill. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 500% buster card absorb for 3 turns. There it is. So yeah, can someone remind me why he only has 1 buster card? I don't understand this. I never understood this. I mean, I guess you can do card lock stuff, but why? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
I hate his deck.
Uh,
Okay.
okay.
Anyways. Okay.
I mean, like, I don't like. Is it a Freudian slip? I don't know. I mean, it's probably true.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise, it's not a bad skill. It has attack and crit. That's cool. Very useful for him. But I just don't understand the Buster Absorb part. Why doesn't he have 2 Buster cards? Why does he have 2 wards? Whatever. Overall, his skill set is actually not bad at all. It's pretty decent. It's definitely better than Okita's skill, so at least he wins over there. Okay.
What were you gonna say earlier, Otto?
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, when you said some weird arbitrary card absorb, I didn't know what you meant, so I was thinking Charlie, not Charlie, Richard, and I was like, I mean, it makes sense, so I don't know why you're saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Okay. Anyway, 20% debuff rest is nice, and 10% quick up is also nice. He even has better passives than Okita. Frick off, man. Better numbers. Anti-Rider on the append is pretty irrelevant, though. Alright, the MP. So, does damage, and MP seals the target. Base 100% chance, and before damage, he gets 20% quick up for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 40%. So much like Okita, he has a pretty strong overcharge as well. So there's like a buff-based ramp-up instead of debuff-based, which arguably could be better. Especially for gains, it helps with that too. Like, they're so similar though. Like, he has better skills, has this nice utility of the MP game, but Okita has the better numbers. Her gains are so much better and her attack is higher. Those are the main differences.
She has the better deck as well.
Yeah, she has the double buster too, yeah.
But yeah, I just I don't know. I think he at this point I don't like, even with the whole like, you know, capping on defense down thing, I think I might prefer Okita at this point, just because Astolfo is okay, but like, you know, the evade is nice survival, the terror is also nice survival, I guess. But I would rather kill things before they touch me. So
you rather do the quick thingy, literally?
Yeah. I'd rather go with Okita. I would say in most cases. Unfortunately, I do have a Grail to Soulful as well, but yeah.
I like his utility. He's more utility based than damage based, and like honestly, that's the biggest issue he has. He's just not really that great for damage, but like constantly having the NP regen, I think that's cool because you got 20%, then you got 20% for the next 3 turns. Having the evade and the and having
I like
the way
the
of stunning
debuff cleanse. I think I did use that quite a while. Yeah, quite a bit, not quite a while, quite a bit. She oh my god.
That's a Freudian slip though.
Yep. He does have what is it? It's MP seal, right? Am I going crazy?
Yeah, MP seal on the MP.
Yeah, MP seal spam is also really good. So, but I mean, that's how I play the game. I like.
So the utility on the MPs is it's MP seal versus ignore defense. That's
NP seal being spammy is also really good.
Yeah. So I personally like to play hyper offense, so I think Okita probably fits me a little bit better, but Astolfo is not bad either.
I've always placed them on the same tier, and I might still do the same thing. They both have their if they just combine them into one serving, take good things from both, and then maybe they could actually fight Saber Medusa. But right now, they both need things from each other. They're lacking on some areas, like different areas.
Really bad overcharge. That's like the only thing I can think of that's bad about her. Her overcharge sucks.
I'm just gonna put both in A.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're both good.
All right.
Continuing on the single target line, we got the Jebediah Twins Dioscuri. There they go.
They also got a buff.
True, yeah, they have a new buff too. I actually forgot about that until you just mentioned it. Yeah, single target arts DPS.
Indicating how good the buff is. I mean, it's okay, but yeah.
Yeah, it's well, not all of them can be winners, right? But yeah, we'll see. 11.8k attack is around average among 5-star sabers, so not too bad, not too, good. Double arts, double quick, so a bit different from the usual Saber deck. Gains are actually very good. That's the one thing they can do. Like, they can just spam their MP away. It's not really very difficult at all, so good face card gains. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, they get 2 of these on attack buffs for 3 turns. So if you attack with quick cards, you get 10% gauge flat. And if you attack with arts cards, you get 10 stars flat. It's like it's like a fun little switcheroo, because normally quick is the the star generator and arts is the MP. It's like, let's do the opposite, so you get the best of both worlds, I guess.
Yeah, so you make stars while you generate NP regardless.
Yeah, so no matter which card you pick, you get both, basically. I think it's kind of cute.
Blurring them.
Yeah.
As opposed to the other one that does a similar thing where they try to complement the opposite one with each use.
Like, we had the Watanabe thing with the mixed absorbs on 2 different skills. That one I don't get. This one I get. But that one, that was weird. Anyway, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Party gets 15% MP damage for 1 turn, 15% attack for 1 turn, and then debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns. Why are these numbers so bad? Like, why? Why are they so bad? You could make them 3 turns with these numbers. Why? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I like the debuff immune though. That's not bad. That's cool utility, especially for Castoria teams. Like, what is? I don't get the. I just don't understand why these numbers are so bad. Not a great skill. Third skill. Here's where the buff happened. So on a 6-turn cooldown, they get 30% quick at arts up for 3 turns, 30% battery, and then a 1-turn evasion. So the main thing about this that is nice is that up the card types, the battery is so unnecessary. Yeah, it can be nice for the start, but they already spam their MP well enough anyway. I'm kind of confused as to why they thought like a battery is the thing they need.
One reason, so you can lead with Avalon plus Castoria.
I guess, yeah.
That's it. That's actually literally.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you don't need Avalon. You can, because you have a pen too. But like, I don't know. It's just. Okay, here is my slight defense for the battery. I know it's boring as fuck, but
wait, a pen
like,
2 wouldn't be enough, would it? Because you get 70% from Castoria Avalon.
No. What I mean is you don't need Avalon because you have a pen 2 plus this plus Castoria would be 100.
Oh,
So
I thought you meant with like Avalon teams. Okay, like Avalon Castoria. Okay.
Yeah, my bad. It could be Tomoe as well. But like what I. The small defense is when I use Draco, it does feel it kind of sometimes like there are boss fights that don't allow you to bring dupes, or sometimes you just want to lead with something else. The lack of any form of battery does kind of hurt because of how good Lady Avalon is as a secondary buffer. It is a very small gripe, but it does pop up. But once again, it's a very boring buff. Like, come on.
Dude, this is the one time where I agree with the lore that it's the skill name remains the same and they just slap the plus on the rank. This is literally what happened when you attach a plus on a skill. It's like, yeah, there you go. It's better now. You want more? Too bad.
Man, they could have put the battery on the second skill and then made it 3 turns, maybe.
See, it's funny because the funny thing about this buff is it happened like right when the Yagyuu buff happened.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Also, didn't we have a new buff for the Trung Sisters as well that was also better? Am I going crazy?
I don't know if I'd say it's better. It was that
hers is
overcharge.
Okay. I mean, that's cool for the supports at least, but yeah, we'll get to that later. But yeah, the skill set is lacking. It's not as bad as Sigurd by any means, but it's certainly not an amazing skill set either. Worse than Stolf's. Okay, that's a lot of passives. 20% debuff res, very nice. 8% quick up, actually pretty good for them. 7.5% buster up, not that good. They get 18% increased MP gain on damage taken. Sure, as if they need that. If anything, this is a bad thing because you don't need that. Then you just get the demerit of the party having less debuff resistance. 6% crit damage, cool, because they do get some stars too. 3% gauge per turn, cool, but not really needed. Then they have a useful freaking divinity. So the flat damage obviously sucks, but the 5% MP and star gen is cool, I guess. So it makes it worthwhile having. Third depends against rulers, which is a very funny joke. The MP effects wise is good. So before damage, The Invul Pierce happens for 1 turn, and then the damage also ignores defense, so you get the nice double whammy of the utility. And then after damage, the target gets minus 10% quick and arts rest for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 30, which is not a bad ramp up thing. Again, it increases gains too. Like effects-wise, this MP is really nice, just basic but nice, but man, does it not do a lot of damage. It just doesn't do damage. Like, they need way more damage. I don't know. Like, their gains are crazy, but like, it's like Saber Fran again. You have the gains, you can spam the MP, but you're just gonna have to do like 10 MPs to finish a fight. Which they can do, granted, because it's so easy. Very interesting survey. What do you guys think about Dioscuri?
I was very harsh about them last year.
Mm.
I think I said something along the lines of the defense ignored doesn't matter because their damage feels like if they have defense at all times on the enemy. But like, it's a bit of a wet noodle MP. But like, I guess now with the battery, they're a little bit more well-rounded. I still don't think they're amazing, especially with. Once again, this is such a competitive archetype. Like, if you don't need the Invul Pierce that ignore defense, I'm not 100% sure if you really want to bring them, right? And also, Invul Pierce, at least from my experience, usually don't last that long. So, like, you can kind of get around with it with, like, Calamity Jane or Holmes. Holmes can also get around defense ignore, I guess, but like Calamity Jane is a very common answer to like Invul Pierce if it's just like, oh, it starts the round with like a three hit one, right, or something. So or you can bring a CE. So I don't know. I just think they kind of lack damage and Yagyuu has Invul Pierce. Yagyuu having Invul Pierce kind of screws them a lot, actually. I think
it does a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So
that's honestly like the biggest bitch thing to do.
Yeah, and like if you want to use like a just generically good single target art saver, I would pick both Benyema and Bride over them. So
I think I would pick Trung Sisters above Dioscuri as well. I like the utility.
Oh yeah, because Trung Sisters has a weird Castoria thing.
Yeah, they're immortal with Castoria comes. No one will ever die.
Yes, I don't know.
I did Lady Avalon, Castoria, and Trung. It's just no one took any damage ever. It's stupid.
Yeah, I might put them in B plus. I don't know. Is B plus like?
Is B plus or A for Dioscuri? I think.
I don't think B plus is even too low. Like
yeah, it might not be honestly.
Just not that good. Because like the 4-star competition is too strong here, right? Like there are so many good ones
and we got many buffs this year or last year too.
Yeah.
I mean, they got buffed too, but it didn't really change too much.
Yeah, so I don't know.
It's pretty ironic though. Last year we had them an A before the buff, and now they're B plus with the new buff. But honestly, it's fine. It's not like it has to be like just straight up the same or the higher, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, definitely the like Yagyuu, Benyema, those two didn't help at all.
Yeah.
Help their case, and Trung Sister also got a buff. So like none of those buffs helped their case.
Mm-hmm.
They also did get one, but it's just like a smaller one. Yeah.
Well, here's hoping they get a new buff. Hopefully for the second skill, because they're probably not going to give them an MP buff. Anyway, moving on. We got the big girl. I recently played the first DLC of Samurai Remnants, so I kind of like her a bit more. Ibuki Doji, 5-star Buster AoE Saber. There she is. And if I had to guess, she is the highest attack of all 5-star Sabers at 12.7k. So that is a really high attack stat. Good start. Rocks the triple Buster deck. And her gains cards are pretty good for gains as well. There's only 2, but yeah, they're pretty good for gains. Nothing wrong with the upstairs. Then skill-wise, let's see. First skill and 6-turn cooldown. She gets 40% attack for 3 times, 3 turns, and then a 50% battery. Pretty cool for looping. Otherwise, you're probably going to run out of this very fast when you're DPSing. Granted, I guess, Koyan is a thing. But still, I prefer it to be like maybe a lower amount, but like flat 3 turns.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, 30% in 3 turns.
Yeah, that would
I mean,
be
but
so
40%
nice.
is very big. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Skill 2, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% buster for 3 turns, 30% defense for 3 turns, and a 20 star bomb. Just a really solid basic skill. Like, you get the offense, you get the defense, you get, I guess more offense in stars as well. Maybe even gains if you hit those gains cards. Just good skill on a 5-turn cooldown, and nothing really to complain. It's sometimes basic is all you need. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, a single target MP seal for 1 turn, and then she gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and undead power mod for 50% for 3 turns. I used to be of the opinion that this power mod was pretty useless because hardly ever are you farming or fighting undeads on bosses. But we do have Summer Wu now, I guess, which makes it a bit more viable. But even before that, at least you can still get the crit boost. And the MP seal can help. I kind of wish the MP seal was AoE though. I feel like that could be easily doable. Not sure why it's single targets, but yeah, I don't hate the skill. I think the best skill is definitely the second one though. It's just solid all around. There's nothing awkward or bad about it. And overall, the skill set, while basic, is not bad at all, especially complementing some of her nice numbers in particular. So it's good. Passives, 20% magic res. Very cool for bosses. 9% quick up. Not very cool with that one quick card. Then her... Well, it's not unique anymore because there are other servants who have this, but it's a rare one, and it's a good one. 12% buster up at 200 damage cut. The damage cut isn't that high. It's going to help a little bit, but it's not going to be a big difference. But man, 12% buster up though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's a lot for a passive.
The damage cut actually gets some work done too, because between the second skill and that, like, you got some pretty decent saw survival. It's pretty similar to Waver's second skill, except it's
and Rhina's, yeah,
damage cut. But
it is. I guess it is kind of nice. The combination of a damage cut and defense up is it's a match made in heaven, so it can help with that, I guess. Yep. Yeah. And then the her divinity is useful. True. Her divinity is not useless. She gets 20% buff removal resistance. I prefer this to be another 20% debuff resistance because you definitely can't count on this. But in case you didn't bring the like buff removal resistance and there's like a random enemy is like, haha, I'm gonna take your buffs. You might get lucky, but you definitely can't count on this. So it's close to being like just a meme. It kind of is a meme, but at least not a completely useless meme.
Yeah, and buff removal resistance. Like there's some times where it's like, okay, you can do a TA with it. You don't have to use a command code that has half that.
Oh god, that sounds so bad.
The problem is, like, it either does something or it doesn't do something. And, like, I can plan around it not doing something, or I can plan around it doing something. But just having, like, I can't plan around a 20%. I don't want to reset for that. And, like... if I end up resisting the buff removal, but I built around not resisting it, then I'll feel a little silly.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah, it in some ways I feel like it's a negative, just because it gives me a little bit of hope of it happening.
False confidence.
Yeah.
The anti-append is pretty bad though. It's against rulers, so that is pretty terrible. And then the MP, so much like Dioscuri, she gets the nice duo of Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage, and the damage of the MP itself ignores defense. And then after damage, the targets get minus 20% buster rest down for 3 turns on base and max 40%. Pretty good ramp up for bosses, I want to say. Not bad at all. It's a nice MP. Basic but nice. So it's literally just Dioscuri but buster and AoE. That's it. But again, FX-wise, it's still good. So there it is. I mean, Ibuki is still good. It's Ibuki, right? It's just big numbers, big crits.
I think she would be a lot less impressive if she didn't have the triple buster deck. I think the triple buster
and the Giga High attack.
Yeah, it's just... like, her skill set, honestly, if you compare it to some other unit, not necessarily that impressive. Like, it's solid, but it's not necessarily that insane.
Yeah, there's just not a whole lot of stuff going on with it.
The triple buster deck and the triple buster deck and the high attack stat really allows her to do stuff. And the MP both the defense ignore and the invul being a buff means that she uses it to help her cards as well. Like, yeah, you can use command codes, but you can't use both command codes on the same card sometimes. You can't use both ignore invul and ignore defense command codes on the same card. So like it's a good tool to let her card damage bypass defensive buffs as well. So
Indeed.
it's nice. And Buster Down on MP is good for card damage. I would know that, but yeah.
She has no issues doing damage. I'd also like to point out that out of the 5 stars here, like out of the 5-star Buster Sabers at least, there are no other 50% batteries. It's just her. Like, I guess the closest thing we have to that, like, I guess you could say Mordred or Artoria have the 20% plus 30. And then also Suzuka has 50% regening across 5 turns. But yeah, she gets to be special. She's also got like a shit ton of traits. So if you have a servant that has a charisma that does bonus for her, like for anyone, it's basically always her. Because she's female. She can be evil if you're using her with Moriarty. She's divine. She's dragon. She's animal characteristics. She's basically everything trait-wise. It's not a good thing if you're up against enemies that can abuse that, but it's a good thing if you have any particular synergies that you like. I want to say right at privilege, but I know that right at privilege isn't actually a thing. Because, like, you think, okay, well, both of the Raikos are good, both of the Ibukis are good, both of the Kentokis are good, but then, like, one of his most popular characters is shooting. And I don't know if I can call either of them good. And then also there's Archer Moriarty. But we'll get to him eventually.
I really don't use Ibuki a lot, personally. It is a tough one for me.
I mean, Triple Buster pushes her to probably be better than like Altera and whatnot for Challenge Quest.
Yeah, I'm thinking A+ at least for sure, but the question is, are we gonna EX her or not?
No, I don't think she's EX. I no longer think she's EX. Hot take, I no longer think she's EX. I think in terms of card damage, Richard can compete with her, even though he has one whole ass less Buster.
Yeah, but then like he has no defense. He has no he doesn't have any traits, right? It's just
no.
I mean, he has crit ramp.
Why do I need defense? I have a 200% Buster crit of.
Yeah, he gotta go zoom.
Because 200% Buster crit is not going to prevent you from getting crit for 20,000 damage.
The Constantine, bro. Of Constantine.
Well, I guess we'll talk about him a bit later as well. We'll go with A+ for now and let this list complete first.
Yeah.
Okay, ebook is still very good.
We can talk about it later.
Alright, next up, released very close to one another, we got Muramasa, big fan favorite, the man, the myth, the legend. AoE Art Saber of both DPS and farming that he can do. 11.3k attack is not the best start because it is below average for 5-star Sabers. Especially after Ibuki just now, it's yikes. Double Buster, double Arts. Standard Saber deck is back. On base, the gains are not super impressive. They're better than many of the ones we've seen, but not a whole lot. So on base, the gains are like, eh. But luckily, he has skills to help with some of that stuff.
His first cards are about on par with the earlier ones, but
yeah, a little bit better, but mostly the same.
He has one of the worst quick cards we've seen in years.
Yeah, that's all just over 1%er. That is not good. That's terrible.
Yeah, 2-hit.
All right, so first skill in the fight.
Making too many stars.
True.
Don't click it.
True. 5-turn cooldown. He gets a 50% rainbow for 1 turn, 1k absorb for 1 turn, and 15 stars. I mean, it's as bursty as it gets, right? There's downtime, but yeah, when it's up, you're like, yay, I can do stuff. Yay.
This is a skill that would be broken like 7 years ago.
Yeah. right now is like, yeah. Wish there was a bit more uptime going with it at least. Maybe like make the, you know, do it stars per turn or something as well, or absorb for 3 turn or something. Or make the card types lower than 50 and make them 3 turns. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of this.
Set your hand to his deck. I don't know.
I mean, obviously, it's strictly better than most mana bursts in the game, but that doesn't say much because I don't think mana burst is a good skill to begin with. So this is still like, it's just okay at best. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn.
People in chat who constantly make the same joke. No, this isn't Geronimo's full kit in one skill.
Not anymore.
He doesn't have cooldown reduction.
Not anymore. Yeah, true. Can't even do the joke.
I mean, you weren't funny last year.
Dead, bro. No way. The meme
okay,
is
that's
dead.
funny. Anyway, yeah, 1 turn Invul Pierce. Then he gets 100% crit damage against targets that have evasion or Invul for 1 turn. He gets 100% Star Gen for 3 turns, and then a normal 100% crit damage for 3 turns. I kind of still... I think the skill is pretty good still. Like, yes, there's the niche, the weird niche, but yeah, it's still you still get 100% guaranteed anyway for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. And the Star Gen, actually, despite him being an Art Servant, it can actually help with dishing out some stars too. And yes, the Invul Pierce doesn't have the highest uptime, but, you know, it's nice to have it anyway. Like, it's not a bad skill, honestly.
It's not the worst thing ever. I'd like 100% crit up is 100% crit up. And, like, if you are trying to use him in arts supports, unless you use, like, you know, Lady Avalon lasts 1 turn, Johanna doesn't necessarily pair that well with him, so, like, you know, having just carrying self crit up is quite nice, but still not amazing. But
yeah. Alright, the third skill, the one we have, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 50% battery, then he gets this blaze buff for 3 turns, which is basically an on-attack buff, so when he normal attacks, he gets 10% flat gauge. Again, doesn't work with the MP because it's only normal attacks. So all his normal cards and the extra card give him 10% gauge for the next 3 turns bonus. I mean, it's just your obligatory skill to be able to farm and, you know, DPS more zoom. It's not a bad skill. It's just kind of basic. It's literally just there to make you MP more. That's it.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything else. But it's mandatory. Okay, first
it's just kind of awkward. There's a bit. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, let's go to his NP first. Yeah.
Okay. Passive 17.5%. The debuff res, pretty cool. 10% arts up, very nice considering he is blue. His other allies besides himself get 5% crit damage when he's fielded. He doesn't get that. He's too good for that. And then this is a really cool one though. He gets 20% King Power mod. Just, yeah, there it is. I mean, yeah, honestly, it's kind of cool. I like it. It's obviously not useful most of the time, especially in farming. It's like never useful, but it's nice. I like it. It's cool. It's unique. Gives him flavor. Third appendix against casters, which I would just say, forget about it. If only we had an alter ego, Muramasa, then it would be nice. Alright, the MP then. So, before damage, 10% MP damage for 3 turns flat. So he has ramp up, but it does not scale with OC like many others, but still ramp up is ramp up. Then, before damage, he also removes enemies' offensive buffs. Not sure why it's before damage. I guess it's because of animation purposes, because it doesn't really have to be before damage, but cool. And then the MP ignores defense on damage as well. And the overcharge is another form of ramp up. This one does scale. So on base, overcharge 10% arts up for 3 turns, and then 30% on max. I feel like they could have just made both scale the same way in the overcharge. I feel like that would have been fine. It wouldn't really change too much. But okay. I do like the MPFX wise though. I do like it. I think it's good. It's good offense, utility. Yeah, alright. So
okay. So the issue that I have with Muramasa is there's just like a clear disconnect between his skills and his NP. His NP is great for like NP ramp, but he just doesn't quite have the refund to work with that. So okay, you got to supplement it with his cards, and his skills are more card focused. Like you got to use his cards to take advantage of his third skill, and But the thing is that just doesn't gel with the like arts supports because you'll want to use their cards too. Uh, the only cards that get anything for him are the arts cards, and because his refund isn't really that amazing, sometimes he can struggle to loop. Then, uh, okay, so his second skill is pretty nice for like crit damage and such, but it's just awkward because you'll use it to break a bar, and then oftentimes you'll have bar break gimmick that's like evade or invuln, and then that's the turn after you have the invuln pierce. So you have to save it, but then you're not breaking because you don't have the crit damage, and he doesn't really do that much damage crit wise without that, because like you got a 1 turn buff on his first skill. That's like that's how he guarantees his crits, and maybe you need to save that for another bar. It's just it's so clunky. I just don't like it.
Yeah, there's a bit of awkwardness with order of operations and whatnot.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, there's reason. Those are the types of reasons why I prefer Tomoe, because Tomoe has like 3 turn effects that just kind of make sense with what she does. Uh, like she can make stars for more than 1 turn. Sure, he's better at farming, but like, like his, I don't know. He's just kind of wonky.
Yeah, if he was a Buster Servant, his crit damage would be so much more useful. I mean, yes, but also like we
He has the
have
same problem as Artoria.
so many other units that have that kind of niche, like Richard. Wouldn't it be a bit ridiculous if we just had like they would be so similar? Actually, like Richard.
Oh wait, no. Actually, hold on. No. If he was a Buster Servant, then no. Like
He'd
he'd
be
still be
Ibuki
worse
as
he'd still be worse at critting than most of them. Like maybe better than Altera, and obviously more than Artoria. But with Arthur, he has like a really good spread of buffs, and he can double stack them super easily because they're really low cooldowns. Ibuki has really high buff values across like several types, but Muramasa has a 1 turn mana burst and then
a
100% crit.
The thing with crit
Yeah.
ups is like unless it's a really ridiculous number, it is very easy to get from other sources, especially in Buster. Like Koyan Light is 250%, Merlin is a 50% generic and 100% for 1 turn. And if you want to run other stuff, like people run Summer Scotty with Buster. Summer Scotty is not 100%. Like crit ups is the most like most abundant buff types out there for Buster Servant. So yeah, even that. I mean, I guess his MP ramp up would be nice. As a Buster.
Yeah, that's like
Mm.
that like if they had a skill set that makes more sense for that, like dude, this would help him so much. Imagine if his first skill was like 20 or 30% for 3 turns
Yeah, that's what I
instead
was saying
of
earlier too.
50% for 1 turn. That just helps him so much because he's like he's got a big crit buff, but he doesn't have a kit for card damage. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Honestly, after all is said and done, I still think he's pretty good. I don't think he's amazing, but I think he's pretty decent.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's no bad 5-star, honestly.
Like, I would still put him in A tier personally. I think he's good.
Wait, where's A? Let me check. A, I guess yeah. I mean, we got some goobers here.
Cooper.
Like he's just like like he definitely still beats like Tomoe or Shiki in looping, right? Like, anyways.
Yeah,
But,
I'll put
yeah,
him
A's.
above Artoria.
Yeah,
I like
feel
Arthur
yeah.
more than him actually.
Well, we can discuss
No-
whether
no
we should
homo.
bump
Oh, yeah,
Arthur
yeah,
or
yeah.
something, if anything, later. I feel like Muramasa shouldn't be below A though.
Yeah, he's not bad. It's just like he's not amazing. Which I mean, I feel like this message is kind of driven home at this point, because I remember when he first came out, people try to like, oh, he's actually not that. Because when he first came out, people were like, oh my god, this is the most insane character ever.
Yeah,
And then
honestly,
they're
I,
like,
I admit I was in the boat. I was like, whoa, this guy looks sick. He's like crazy.
I mean, I
But yeah,
was too. I was like, wow, that's insane. Isn't that like
honestly, back then he
Space
was a bit
Ishtar
better too.
versus Saber?
He for a while he actually did seem like he was actually the
Yeah.
the balls.
Yeah, but that was more so just because the bar hadn't like shifted up.
Yeah, we have so
And
many
also-
stupid art sloopers now. It's just
And
kind of
also-
ridiculous.
Also, Buster servants were a lot worse then because we
Mm.
didn't have all the big Buster supports we have now.
Yeah.
Like, look at the current arts sloopers. Fucking Space Suresh crits better than he does. Like, come on.
Damn.
Yikes.
Anyway, yeah, let's move on for now. Oh, another one of my favorites. Ain't no way. Saber Okita Alter Saber. Let's
That's a
freaking
solid
go.
one.
AoE, quick, DPS, and farmer.
You're talking about the servant, right?
Yeah, that's a solid one. What do you mean?
Yeah. Completely
I don't
solid.
know. You just said it weird.
That was a funny time. But honestly, I approve. I definitely
That's a
approve.
solid one.
Okay. 12.4k
solid.
attack. Very high and very nice. It's not Ibuki, but it's also very high. So we like that. It's way above average for 5-star sabers. Double buster, double quick. Yes, good Scotty synergy and gains. We got him. Oh boy. Those quick cards and that arts card, they fuck, dude. Okay, excuse my profanity. They go hard, dude. They just oof. I've used her so much in bosses and farming. Yes. So numbers wise, we are pretty golden. Skills then. So first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns and 20% quick and buster for 3 turns. It's basic, but it works. It's literally like it's funny because Okita Alter OG has a similar skill and that has been buffed and it's still worse than this. That says a lot. Unless you're hitting that anti-niche, but even then, yeah, it's like this is better. Skill number 2, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% battery, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and 500% absorb for 1 turn. It honestly doesn't even matter that the absorb is only 1 turn. She's going to be generating so many stars when she zooms anyways. So absorb is... I'm more happy that the crit damage is the 3-turn one. That's the more important one. And the battery can help with, getting started. You don't really need it much afterwards, honestly. But a decent skill. And third skill, a 6-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns, and 30% MP gen for 3 turns. I'm happy that it's 2 hits instead of flat 1 turn, so we can use it a bit easier early on. And the MP can obviously makes it so that it's so easy to spam her MP. It's like as if she even needed that because her face cards are already so good. But now she can also Black Grail farm very easily. So it's like a super basic kit, but the numbers are like, yeah, that's all the doctor wrote. Cool. Passives, 20% debuff rest is a nice thing when up against bosses, and 10% crit damage is just very nice to have because again, she's going to be dishing out so many stars constantly. And pen is against Berserkers, which is also very good because you can totally bring her against Zerks. Do it. MP has never been buffed, but it has pretty good effects. So before damage, all enemy defensive buffs yeet, they're gone. If they can be removed, that is. And then before damage as well, she gets 20% quick up for 1 turn on base OCs, getting up to 40%. So it's not ramp up, but it is nice for the damage and the refund getting better as well. And it's an 8-hitter. With all those numbers combined, it loops without any issues whatsoever. There you go. And I'm honestly, I could be talking about her a lot, but I just think she's amazing. Like she's just, yes, the kid is basic, but the numbers are so freaking nuts. Like she's good for both bosses and farming. That's the thing. Like both she excels at.
She's missing what? An anti-trait? That's about it. I don't think anything.
Yeah,
else.
if you want to add something, I guess that would be it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it is so far the most justified AoE to be put in EX.
Yeah, she is just genuinely like top tier as far as AoE sabers go. She loops so ridiculously easy. Like all of her skill values make sense, and like they function as they should because they're all 3 turns. They help her loop. She's ridiculous. Yeah, she just she's so self-sufficient in her ability to loop, and it just goes crazy when you support her correctly.
Indeed. So I don't even have to, defend her too much here, because even my co-hosts agree that she's pretty great. Which is nice. So I guess we're just gonna plop her down there, or up there rather. Here we go. 5 sabers to go before the final discussion. I already talked about them a bit before, but yeah, the Trung Sisters are next on the block. So single target Art Saber is back yet again, of course. So they're rocking just under 12k attack, which I believe is maybe ever so slightly above average among 5-star sabers, give or take. So it's just, fine. They have the standard saber deck of double buster, double arts, and their gains are actually like whatever on base, but they have a lot of skills and whatnot to help with the MP gain, so it's not the end of the world. But on base, they're just like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. The full party gets 15% attack for 3 turns and 15% arts for 3 turns. I kind of like this. I definitely prefer this to like a regular charismas, because you get those mixed buffs, which is also their main card type as well. It's basic, yes, but it's just kind of cutesy. I don't really hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown, they get themselves now 15% arts and buster up for 3 turns, and then the same thing as Dioscuri kinda. So the next 3 turns they get 2 of these on attack buff thingies. So whenever they attack with arts cards, they get 10% buster up for 1 turn, and vice versa. This one actually don't like as much as I do the Dioscuri one, because they complement each other. So that both cards do both stars and gains. This one is like you're supposed like you attack with an arts card, then you get a buster buff, and then when you attack with the buster buff after, you eventually you're gonna run out of the cards to follow up on, so some of this is gonna be wasted no matter what. It's just kind of weird, right? The one thing I like that it's such a low cooldown. Though the uptimes are really good. It's like almost 100% uptime, even if the numbers aren't crazy. That's the one nice part about it.
Yeah, I guess.
Third skill. This is where the buff landed. So this should be new compared to last year's tier list. So on a 6-turn cooldown, they get 30% MP gauge. They get 20%, or the full party gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns. Full party gets 20% crit resistance for 3 turns. 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time 3 turns, and overcharge by 1 step 1 time 3 turns. So the new lines are the last 2 that I read: the utility of the buff removal resistance and the overcharge. I do like this, because obviously a lot of their supports would heavily benefit from overcharge as well. All art supports basically love overcharge. It's good on Lady Avalon. Castor is broken. Tomoe loves it if you bring her. There's just a lot of good options for that. Rhinus might be the only one where it's not super efficient if you want to counter in as option 2.
Yeah, but she's already making... You're putting her at the front of the chain, and she's giving you even more overcharge.
True. So for her, it wouldn't do much, but yeah, it would be fine anyway. But it's not a big buff, I want to say, but it is nice. Because again, if you're going to bring her with a Castoria team anyway, so that, what's the biggest Castoria weakness? Well, besides instant kill, it would be buff removal. So having a bit of ways to mitigate that obviously makes the team even more immortal. So I don't hate it. And obviously the overcharge makes your team more immortal too, because more special invul stacks. Even, from what I remember, the overcharge on them is not bad either, right? It's like more damage, I'm pretty sure. We'll get to that in a second, but... Oh, it wasn't the healing, was it? Was it the healing?
No, it's Buster Arts.
Okay, it is the dual card. Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, the skill set is alright. It's not as good as Benny Enma, but I kind of overall still like it more than Dioscuri, if that makes sense. Like, as a package, I like it more, but Benny Enma so far of these 5 stars has the best single target skill set for sure, especially after the new buff. Anyway, passive, 17.5% debuff res is nice for bosses. 8% quick up doesn't really do much, because they're double buster, double arts. Divinity C doesn't do anything besides tickles the enemy. Another anti-assassin. I never realized this, but apparently sabers just really hit assassins. But yeah, it's not a very great append for them. Then the MP. So, does damage to the enemy, The full party gets a 1k healing per turn for 3 turns. So that's pretty, actually, that's a lot of healing over time, especially when, because you can stack this with the consecutive MPs actually. Then after damage, the full party gets on base overcharge, 10% arts and buster for 3 turns, and 30% on max. Pretty cool. Can help supports too a little bit with the arts buff. Maybe get their MPs a bit easier. So it doesn't hurt for that either. They're all about having a bunch of buffs, but not the highest numbers, though. That's what they're all about. And I really do like the healing on the MP. Yeah, if you're running Castor, you might not need it all, but it can be nice to have for sure, especially because you can stack it so well. Their MP is pretty spammable after all. I do like them. I don't know how much you guys like them, but I think they're good. I wouldn't say top tier, but I do think they're great.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Damage might be another thing, like Dioscuri, that's not the highest though, I'll admit to that. Like their damage, I guess, could be a bit higher. So they kind of have a similar problem in that sense.
They're just a very like slow burn character. I would say like a slow burn version of these single target art sabers. Like once again, a lot of 4-stars have more offensive. Either the MP itself is more offensive because the MP upgrades, or the MP does like it loops. I mean, not even loops either, but like it has like ramp up damage effects that are bigger than this, or so like for normal use case, I probably would pick a more damaging saber, but I definitely can see the synergy. If you really liked, if you're fighting against something that you really need a lot of sustain, or buff removal, right? Buff removal is obviously
they're like the play it safe option. Like if you're going into something unknown or you're scared, just pick them. You're gonna be fine. You might not clear like insanely fast, but you're gonna be fine. Like it's the insurance.
Then kind of be your healer as well, which is nice. But I think like in reality they're probably, like in most cases, they're probably not that better than Dioscuri, because Dioscuri does still have the let's ignore enemies whatever gimmick. But I do like them a little bit better, but not that much. But
I kind of like I kind of like them a bit better too, but maybe not a big difference at all overall.
I think they're cool, although they're a bit they're not very aggressive with their playstyle. They're kind of boring with their playstyle, but they're solid. They slot into arts teams very well because they're able to help the whole team get their NP more often, and yeah, they ramp their stuff. Like they get stuff out of spamming their NP. Like you get more heals from that. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
They're pretty well equipped for fitting into most arts teams. That's just how it is. That's how they're designed.
I slapped them at A at minimum personally.
I think I'm
sure.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Right. Mostly AoEs left. Next up, the latest one of the Eraser of these 5-star sabers. We got Charlemagne. So AoE, Quicks, Farmer, and DPS. Very similar in role when you think about Okitalter Summer. They have quite a bit of differences, but overall they can both farm and DPS, which is the interesting part. 12k attack is good. Above average among 5-star sabers. Nice to see that 12k start. The deck though is something I'm not 100% sure of. It is double arts, double quick. I feel like double buster would be very nice to see, but oh well. Gains not super impressive on base at least, but he has quite a lot of stuff in his kit, I guess. And the MP has a lot of hits too, which helps. So it might be a bit deceiving if anything. So, do I assume we had this buff last year? I don't remember the buff to his first skill.
No, this is White Day. This is last year's White.
Oh, that would have been after Saber Tier List, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is new. Okay.
Costume.
Cool.
This is a pretty important buff.
Yeah, this increases his damage potential a lot. But yeah, let's see here. We have to break down a lot here. He has a lot of rows. So, 6-turn cooldown. It's targeted skill. One ally gets an invul for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Then he gets this on attack buff for 5 turns. So now, whenever he crits, while this is active, he gets 1 stack of the Heroic King trait that you'll see later why it's important to have those. So that's cool. And if he doesn't have an invul after you use this skill, he gets 20% MP gen for 3 turns. He gets this on defense buff for 5 turns. So whenever he takes any attack, he gets another stack of the Heroic King trait. But if he happens to have invul after you click this skill, like you targeted on himself or someone else already gave you an invul, he MP seals himself for 1 turn, which is not what you want, obviously. And then you also get 15 stars on use. That's a doozy of a skill. Honestly, it's easier to understand in theory than when reading it. It just looks a bit wonky when reading it. But yeah, it's like, crit the enemy, take some hits, don't use invul on himself or don't have invul on him when you use this, or don't target this on himself. Pretty cool skill, I guess. Also, it helps with the loop, helps with the damage with the stacks and whatnot. So, there you go. Because before the buff, he didn't have the option of getting those stacks from attacking himself. That was the big problem, but now he can do that, which is actually quite a bit of a difference. Yes, he needs to crit to do that, but he's a quick servant. It's going to be easy no matter what. Alright, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. He himself gets 30% anti-demonic damage for 3 turns. And he gets 30% divine defense for 3 turns. And then a 30% battery. Interesting. So he's like half aggressive, half defensive with his anti-traits, yeah. It's a decent skill though. Both demonic and divine are semi-common. Like even if you just activate one of those in a fight, it's already a pretty decent 6-turn cooldown skill. If you get both, it's really good. If both work, that is, it's really good. But if none of them work, it's subpar at that point. So it really depends on what kind of value you get.
Mm-hmm.
Third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% quick for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then anti-evil crit damage, 50% for 3 turns. Does anyone else have anti-trait crit damage? I can't remember anyone else. Pretty interesting.
I don't recall.
Very specific. Evil crit.
It's like only on command codes or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because this is just worse than special attack. Like,
yeah.
If it was...
Like, it doesn't help the MP, sadly.
Regardless of it. I mean, he makes, like, 90 stars. So, like, it's not like he's gonna not crit.
Yeah, but, like, it could also affect his MP.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, true. I'm dumb.
Overall, this skill set, I think I like it. It has more stuff going on it compared to most 5-star servants. Although many of the effects are, case specific though. But even on minimum cases, I feel like it's not a bad kit, honestly. It's fine.
Yeah.
Especially with the buff allowing him to get these stacks now easier.
Yeah, that is pretty big because like he doesn't need to rely on taking hits anymore, which is...
Yeah. Now, passives-wise, he's got 20% debuff rest, which is nice, and 10% quick guard, which is also very nice. So the 2 passives he has, they're both very good. Sadly, nothing more, but yeah, not too shabby. Anti-Berserker on the append as well. Doesn't want to lose to Okita Altar there, so matches the nice append, of course. And then the MP. So this is where the Heroic King stacks come into play. So he gets 10% extra MP damage for every Heroic King stack. And you can stack it up to 12 times. So a bonus 120% damage can be attained with max stacks on the MP. And then after damage, it does a minus 20% quick rest down on all enemies for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 40%. So ramp up for bosses, not too much for farming, unless you're going for face cards as well. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the MP before the buff because, again, you needed to get hit to get those stacks. For farming, it was useless. Even for farming right now, it's still a bit awkward, but for bosses especially, it's so much nicer now because it's like you can get so many more stacks. You don't have to rely on just getting hit. You can just crit. It does mean that you can't get the stacks from your MP or the extra attack, of course. But any face card, and they should be mostly critting anyway when you're fielding him, so... stars are so abundant with him.
Dude, I loved his buff so much. It just perfects like what he's supposed to do. He should have had it to begin with. It's it just makes so much sense. I don't know why they made it so restrictive before.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's
He's a DPS. Why would he
basically-
want to be hit? Like Bunyan had it both
Now
ways
when-
too.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say, now when you compare him to like Okita, it's kind of like, do you want better internals and a deck, or do you want like higher MP damage? Right? It's now kind of a choice between the two, which is really nice. I think it sort of like separates them, because like before the buff, he really felt like just a downgrade of Okita.
Yeah, unless he
Walter
hit all his
Summer.
traits or something.
Yeah, even then, it's probably not enough to justify, I think. So, like, but now with this, his MP damage potential is extremely high, and I like it. I think it makes him distinct and on top of making him good. So I
And like
like to
Chad is
put him
saying
in
as
this-
well, it's nice that both of the on hit and on attack things, the effects themselves are 5 turns, and when you get a trait, the trait also lasts for 5 turns, and this is on a 6-turn cooldown. So throughout a fight, you're gonna have a lot of stacks on all the time. Like probably minimum 5-6 stacks at all times, basically.
Oh yeah,
Probably even higher,
oh,
honestly.
man, it's so funny when I fight bosses like demonic Bodhisattva with him, because it's
yeah.
AoE attack, so he always gets hit. But yeah, like usually it's not gonna be that many stacks, but still, it's really good. I don't know, I like it a lot. I think he's now, in terms of overall power level, the same as Okita Alter Saber, but they play differently, which is important, because we don't want to have just the same character again, you know.
Like, I'm not actually opposed to the idea of
functionally,
bumping him as top tier as well after this buff, because now it makes sense.
Yeah.
I still think for farming, I'd probably take Okita, but for DPSing, they're both super viable now.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't he have his
farming you
buff
can
last
card
time?
where you might.
I don't know.
No, it's White Day. We probably didn't.
So if it's last
Saber
year's
is
White Day,
oh,
then
yeah, it
no.
was
But if
the
it's a
first-
year before that, then
Right.
yes.
Yeah, Saber's the first list, right after New Year's. So,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, White Day's not here yet right now, so
It should be in March every time, right?
Crazy.
Yeah, frickin' dude. I'll bump him up there. Let's go. The era of quick. At least when you have good quick servants. Alright, 3 to go. The next servant is someone we also talked about or referenced many times throughout, talking about other 5 stars. There she is, Medusa Saber. Single target, quick, extraordinaire. 12k attack, good start. Stands above average among 5-star sabers, nice number. Full quick, triple quick, MP included. Everything is green as it gets. And man, she has some really good gains cards though, especially the quick. They feel very nice to use. Wowzers, I can't believe she has a 1.14 on the MP game. That is,
Yeah.
it's hard to fathom really that there's a number like that sitting just there. But it is real.
It's kind of still, yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're far from those old days where they made casters that had like 1.5.
Yeah, with their one-hit arts or whatever.
Yeah.
Jesus. Anyway, so numbers-wise, we're looking good. Amazing, even. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown. 100% chance on base to petrify an enemy for 1 turn. She gets 50% quick crit damage for 3 turns, and then this on-attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she's attacking with quick cards, does a 500 curse on the enemy for 5 turns. Not a huge fan of that part, but the other two, not too shabby. The quick crit especially is very nice because she's triple quick as a saber. And then the petrify, it is 100% base. It can still be resisted, yes, with resistances, but 100% base is, I like that for sure. And again, it's not restrictive on the target. Doesn't have to be male, servant, doesn't matter. It's any enemy that can be stunned with this. So that's cool. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 50% self-battery. It's mostly to get her going fast, really, because after that, you probably don't need it too much. Full party-wide, 20% attack, 3 turns. And then all allies get 30% anti-demonic crit damage. And I guess there was one. I forgot about this one. There was more niche specific crits. Yes, this was one of them. We immediately get reminded that there's another one. I like it. Demonic fairly common, but even if you don't land that, that's a big battery and a pretty cool spread.
No, it's buffing demonic.
Oh,
It's
I'm
not
stupid.
against
I
demonic,
have to. I blame us going for 6 hours without breaks. So okay, yeah, it's demonic allies get crit damage for 3
I think
turns.
you did that last year too.
I swear, you do. I believe you actually. She's not
But
demonic
she's not
herself
demonic,
though, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, it's kind of.
But still not bad. Good skill. Third skill, I love this skill so much. 6-turn cooldown. She gets invul for 3 hits, 3 turns. Debuff immune for 3 hits, 3 turns. 30% crit resistance for 3 turns. This is a beautiful example of an amazing defensive skill. It's all defensive and it's all like spread across turns. Oh, if only like every servant could have access to amazing defensive skills like this. It's so good.
Yeah.
Truly
Immunity in particular.
Yeah.
Really valuable because like you don't have to deal like it's 3 times 3 turns as well. A lot of like break debuffs you can just ignore it. But yeah,
good skill set overall. Nothing groundbreaking, but just good. All right, skills 20% or passives. 20% debuff res, great. 10% quick, really great with her crazy quicks. Divinity D- is just a joke because we don't need that at all. Anti-Berserker again, very good append. Wow, very good. And then finally we land on the MP. So flat 150% super effective against man attribute enemies. Amazing.
Really,
Probably the most
good
common
niche.
attribute. Yeah, crazy.
Also, if she's Earth, then that means she gets extra bonus.
I mean, she has to be Earth, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah,
just
even
ramp
better.
up.
I mean, I wasn't sure. I was just covering my bases in case I was.
That is a good reminder, though. It makes her niche even better, yeah. 40% chance to petrify. That's the one part I don't like about the MP, really. It's like, you know, you can't rely on that. Like, the skill is much more reliable. But, you know, if you land it, hey, great. Especially considering the MP is spammable. You might get some free turns here and there. All Earth attribute allies get 20% attack for 3 turns. And this is after damage, right? Yeah, it is. Right?
No, it's before damage. But
is it? It should say it on the wiki if it is something that can affect the damage.
You mean attack. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. No, the quick up is before damage.
The attack, yeah. But yeah, as we just established, she's also Earth attribute, so she herself gets this nice attack buff too. And then on the overcharge, a 10% quick up before damage for 1 turn, and then 30% on backs. That's just a nice MP. I mean, come on, dude. Even discounting the 40% petrify, which may or may not work, that's just a nice MP for offense. Very good.
I mean,
wow, what a servant though.
They're like, oh man, 40% petrify. We can't let a spammable quick petrify be too broken, and they still made Monte Cristo anyways.
Yeah.
So I kind of don't understand. Dude, it's not even 100%. It's 500%. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like Medusa can't have guaranteed stun. Like, are you serious?
Like, it's like the character you think of when it comes to Mystic Eyes of Petrification of the Nasu lore.
Exactly. It shouldn't just be a stun. It should like, you know, like right now in NA, you know, Johanna has like the fucking rock statue. You should just turn them into rock statues. It should be like Pigify plus. I don't know why it's like 40% is chance to like. My God. Anyways,
still a pretty nuts servant.
But if you give her an MP up, no.
Let's not go there. Nah,
you can't
dude.
get her an MP upgrade. You cannot get her. You give her an MP upgrade. The other 2 quicks just kind of like, oh, okay, I guess I'll.
They would bury Okita and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think they could. At least she can get an MP upgrade, unfortunately. I mean, she is very good. Insane internals, big battery. You know, just a lot of things good, but I don't know if I want to put her EX.
I almost feel obligated too.
She's close, but she has. If she's not against man, she has some issues with damage, I guess. Like MP damage. Not really big issue.
But she has
like,
good crit potential
really
too. I don't think she lives and dies by her MP.
Yeah, especially with servants like Causer Drop, and then we've also got Scotty. Like having a quick deck these days feels great. Like I know a lot of people are still hung up on the whole 80%, like the minus 20% modifier that quick has, as opposed to like arts. Dude, there's so much modifiers now that you can just stack it on there, and you could just spam
Arts
quick
is definitely
cards, get your NP, do a
Arts
ton
is
of
definitely the
damage.
card type that has the least card damage. I don't think people are gonna be too
I,
against
I,
it.
I
Yeah.
was, I was, I was just saying that because they're
Oh.
like arts is 100%.
Okay. Create drama. I didn't intentionally create drama. I just think like maybe we need to, because like is Medusa Saber really a full tier above Okida? Maybe.
Well, we can
I
always
guess
bump
maybe.
other stuff later, but I feel like Medusa should be in EX. I kind of regret not putting her in EX last year.
I guess as a Saber. Yeah, she has anti-man. Never mind. Yeah, sure. She has an anti-trade. That's good enough for me. Just put in the EX.
Yeah.
Again,
I
we'll
guess.
discuss some like shuffle possibilities at the end, but I'll place her at EX. I'll
Because we got
goddamn do
no
it.
single targets there either.
True.
Yeah.
All right, 2 to go. Next up, Yamato Takeru. And it's funny because last year when we did this, I didn't even know what Yamato did. So I had to do a first impression on stream as well. But now I do actually have one. I actually have MP2 because of the GSR gave me 2. But yeah, I know.
I wonder if we're gonna run into
daily
that
single.
problem where like the
Yeah.
servant came out like a day before the tier list happens, and you're like, oh man,
It would be
I haven't
funny
read
though.
this." Yeah, it'd be a different kind of interesting, I guess.
But yeah, let's talk about Yamato Takeru. So AoE, arts, DPS, and farmer, arguably kind of single target-ish too, because the way the MP works. But yeah, it's pretty interesting servant. So 12.5k attack, is that like the second highest now? Yeah, it's probably the second highest after Ibuki. So yeah, that's a really great stat. Super high. Standard Saber deck of double buster, double arts. Gains on base actually pretty bad. On base, they're actually pretty bad. That's the funny part. A 0.3 on the MP gain is pretty brutal. But okay. Anyway, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns, revised with 3k HP, 30% battery, and then on death activate buff for 3 turns. So allies get 25% gauge if he happens to die while this is active. I guess it's like an insurance.
No, it's the other way around.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. I'm stupid. You're right. That makes way more sense. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so you can like Habertrot sack.
Yes,
but he is a servant that doesn't really care about charge because of his refund. So
yeah.
I don't know why this is here.
It's probably just flavor stuff. But okay, cool.
They still haven't released his wife.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of SR servants we're missing, so I wouldn't go. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Rama, there's a lot of SR servants. Anyway.
Yeah, but like I thought it would be like a bronze servant that has some kind of
Nah, he's not gonna be bronze. That's crazy. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 2 power mods. So he does, or he gets 50% anti-divine and demotic mods for 3 turns. And then 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So again, depending on who you're fighting, this is going to be mixed value. The crit damage always works, but, you know, divine, demonic, depends. Some targets can have both, of course, in which case you'll be very happy because that's 100% power mod, which is absolutely insane. But even just one is not too bad of a damage boost, which is semi-realistic, at least on bosses. Pretty interesting. Yeah. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 1 turn, and then another 20% battery. Well, not another, it's another battery, I mean. So you can get 50% from the skills. Pretty cool. I do like that this is a mana burst, but they realized, oh, you shouldn't make a 1-turn buff anymore. Because like they were like, oh, Muramasa happened though. So like, let's do something else.
Half of it.
A compromise. But it's nice because you want the 3-turn for sure. So yeah, it's nice. It's not the best skill ever, but it's all right. You know, it's all right. It's better than mana burst. Skill set itself is not the best, honestly. The numbers so far are pretty good attack wise, but the skill set is like, yeah, it's all right. You know, it just does stuff. Passives, 20% debuff risk is nice. 10% quick up, not really needed on a standard Saber deck, but you know, if you hit that one quick card, I guess it's cool. Divinity, pretty useless. Anti-Saber on the append, also pretty useless. And here we go with the actual nice, really nice part about the kit, the MP. It's only 2 lines besides damage, but they're nice lines. So before damage, the target you attack gets minus 50% arts resistance for 1 turn. This is before damage, but the trick is, it only affects the target. This is an AoE MP, so it's only 1 enemy that gets that. So it's like a big blast. Like those skills that Ultimates in Star that are like adjacent targets. Pretty interesting to think about. And also after damage, all enemies get minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40. So for bosses, ramp up is pretty cool too. It's a very spammable MP as well, of course. Most notably because of that big minus 50 arts, even if it's 1 target, that's a crazy amount. So it's gonna help the damage and refund a lot. Very cool MP. Super basic, but actually strong. Very strong. What an interesting servant, though.
He is the best looping saber by a mile, right? Like, I mean, just nothing really comes close. He's very simple. Like he has the anti-trade thing, but he is very like one note in many ways. But that one note is extremely convenient. Like whenever I need a generic looper, I would tend to gravitate towards him. Like sometimes even, you know, sometimes if it's against berserkers, I would just grab him still because he just has such good refund. Because it's like it's 8 hits and he has like you said, has the 50% arts down and he has another arts up on the skill 3. So he's just a really good looper. I don't know how high I can place a very good looper, but I do think he has the potential to hit really high damage with the 1 target arts down, as well as if he hits like anti-trade. Like you know, Demonic Divine is not the most uncommon double trade either. It's the same P mods as Taikobo, right? I think so.
Yeah.
The Mind Divonic.
Yeah, so it is quite common. I mean, I am struggling. I don't know if I want to put him EX just because like he is so.
I'm not a huge fan of the skill set, honestly. I think that's a bit lacking,
the
maybe.
Skill set isn't amazing. Yeah,
the MP is amazing, though. That's the one part. The high attack and the MP are crazy.
Low? Is his damage low? I don't think his damage is low. No?
Well, maybe on the adjacent target is not the highest, but on the main target you're definitely gonna blast. And I feel like that's fair. That's fine because most of the time there's like one target with higher HP anyway.
Exactly. So I don't know. I really like him. I will admit I probably wouldn't use him. Like he wouldn't be too impressive in a challenge quest if he doesn't hit either P mods. But I don't know.
I think he's A plus personally.
He's a de facto arts looper for sabers.
He actually does like I know the 1 turn NP damage buff is a little awkward, but he at least has like 3 turn buffs. He isn't as locked out of his damage capacity across more than 1 turn as Muramasa is. Having the niche is also pretty cool. He just fits the mold a lot better than Muramasa.
Yeah. I guess he kind of needs a hit trait.
I'm okay with having him a plus above him. I do like him. It's actually kind of
sorry. I was just gonna say it's actually kind of insane looking like this because sabers have so little arts loopers. Like if you look at any other class, I think if Takeru was in any other class, it would be like, oh, it's just another Tuesday. You know, we got like loopers for days. You know, you're not even in top 3, but sabers just don't have any loopers. Like he's
also really funny because 2 of them have 1 hit in Ps as well.
Yeah, it's just like if you take him to like Archer, let's move into the next week. What do we have? We have Jarcher, who doesn't have the best damage but very good refund. We have Ptolemy, who has 80 battery and really good refund. We have Durga, who has I think exact same base gain and MP hit count, but like she has less art sub, but still, like we have so many like, and then low star we have like Zenobia. There's just so many loopers in many other classes where Sabers just don't have them.Maybe that's what makes me think he's so special, but I guess like
he does
overall,
stand
he's
out a
not
bit
that
more,
special.
yeah. Right. We're gonna go with A+ for Takaru for that. But yeah, now it's time to talk about the other new servant. We covered the new 4-star earlier. Now we're gonna cover
Oh my god.
the latest new 5-star Saber, also New Year's. Richard the First. There he is, Mr. Lion. Big Buster AoE man and crits. So starting off with the 12.4k attack, very high, very nice. It's like maybe the 3rd or 4th highest among all Sabers. Still very solid, definitely above average. He's got a double Buster, double quick deck, which is pretty interesting. Can do stuff with Saber Scotty as well, no worries. Gains are very good. There's only 3 gains cards, but they are solid. Very solid gains on them. That's pretty cool. High hit counts across the board is also nice. First skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 20% MP Jed for 3 turns, and then 20% Star Gen for 3 turns. And he gets this all-attack buff for 3 turns. So whatever he attacks with any attack before the damage happens, he gets 30% Star Gen for 3 turns. When I was reading this on first impression, I was like, isn't that crazy overkill? And yes, it is. It is crazy overkill. It also applies to his AoE MP before damage. So you can, like, every attack that he does gives you that 30% before the hits happen for 3 turns. And there's no limit to this because it's 3-turn buff as well. Like, he's gonna have like hundreds of Star Gen up. Like, it's so weird. But yeah, so that means he can actually generate a crazy amount of stars constantly, which is pretty cool. And the other buffs, the AoE buffs, are also very solid too. So this skill is pretty damn nice, I want to say. Good. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 20% rainbow for 3 turns, 30% MP damage for 3 turns, and then you can target this on an ally and it reduces their cooldowns by 1. So all the damage buffs, they only go to him every time, but then the target you can choose for the cooldown reduction. Chances are if you're DPSing with him, goes on himself, but you know, it's kind of nice having that flexibility. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 30% battery this time, 500% Buster Absorb for 3 turns, 50% Buster Crit damage for 3 turns, and 20 stars on use. So yeah, you can immediately start slapping with those Buster cards if you so choose to. It's all offense. That's what I was saying when he released as well. It's all offense, but is it a bad thing necessarily? Maybe not. He just goes really hard on the offense. Man is ferocious. All offense. Passives, we got 17.5% debuff res, which is okay. 10% quick up is actually not bad with the double 5-hitter quicks. Very cool to have. Anti-rider on the pen, probably wouldn't care too much about that. And then the MP. So before damage, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Yeah, you can ramp up your crit damage with the MPs. 2k burn on all enemies for 5 turns. Not really significant. He doesn't have any other burn stuff going for him, just a lore thing. And then does a minus rainbow resistance on all enemies for 3 turns. 10% base OC and 30% of max after damage. But hey, against bosses, it's pretty cool ramp up. So all your cards just get better. And there he is. This man is all offense. That's all. He's just a built machine to crit your face.
Completely just offense.
When I was making his review, the most surprising thing is his looping damage is really high. Good, because I was like, oh, okay, so this servant is like he's using his MP for the crit boost, and instead of like instead of just damage, but compared to other AoE busters, it's surprisingly high for some reason, despite him not having an MP upgrade. Which I guess his like self buff just lines up well with Oberon. Because like if you look at it compared to, I mean, obviously he's not gonna compete with Rising Mudrain, but if you compare to other Bunyan
50%ers,
yeah, it's surprisingly high. And he obviously gets he makes just so many stars. Like it doesn't matter what cards he's picking after a couple of turns, or not even after like one turn. No, it doesn't matter what card he's picking. He just makes a crap ton of stars.
Yeah, every card he's going to use is going to generate a lot of stars. Every card. He has a high hit count on every card, even the arts one.
Yeah. And then like the crit ramp up obviously is just the icing on the cake. Like even if he just uses MP on the first turn, the Buster crit following it would be 100%, right? Because it's 50% from the skill, 50% from the MP, and then it just keeps getting higher and higher and higher. Obviously, using him to spam his MP, you do need card RNG. I think you do need card RNG. It is genuinely a thing that is more fitting for people that like to reset for us. Maybe you are willing to reset RNG for if you want to like completely maximize his crits. But he's really fun for sure. I think he's like a more extreme version of Ibuki if you want to talk about like Buster Sabers with card damage, because he has less Buster cards to utilize. But if you're able to like maybe kill someone off or use someone like Ruler Artoria, honestly, after her buff, card shuffle, I think she's a legit support. Like,
but I also do like on that note that again the crit damage, the ramp up on the MP, it's universal. So even if he only has 2 Buster cards, considering how many stars he generates and gets that crit ramp up, even his arts and quick cards can actually start slapping as well. Not just the Buster cards. He's not reliant. He's not locked onto that. Obviously, those are going to do the most damage. But at some point, even all your other cards are going to start slapping too.
Yeah. I really like him. And like, I also did like a farming team on the... Okay, it's always the 90 star node. But it is really satisfying because his MP didn't really do much damage. It's using BB and CL. Like you use CL, you get your hand and you swap in Richard.
BBCL.
Yeah, BBCL, and you lock the cards. But like you just see his MP damage. His MP not do a lot of damage, and his Buster card just does like 1,000,000. Like obviously, they take increased class advantage damage, but he is explosive and satisfying to play. I'm not sure how good he is overall just for like normal usage, because I do think these types of characters, they always suffer from like, man, I really want this card on this particular turn, but I didn't get it, so I kind of like it kind of broke my streak and whatnot. But I think the sort of consolation prize is his looping damage isn't low. So like despite being a card damage focused character compared to other AoE Buster Sabers, it might be that the Buster AoE Sabers are too mid. It might not be that he's actually that good at looping. It might be just his competition are pretty mid. But I think that sort of makes him like still pretty usable. I think it's just that he's probably not the most popular because Phantasmoon.
I think what Otto was saying earlier as well is kind of true as well. One thing that is a bit scary about him is, again, he's all offense. He doesn't have any defense. So unless you finish a boss fight fast, you might be a bit scared at points. That is one thing I'm not the biggest fan of, though.
Yeah.
Some defense would be nice as well.
Definitely. You're gonna like he's gonna die to like 1 or 2 crits. That's why he like if you have a couple tauntsies and whatnot, like I'm not even proposing like straight up min turning, but it's just like a more like hyper offense playstyle where you're constantly like cycling out your Koyan lights and then like getting your like trying to get more cards, more than 5 cards every 3 turns, right? Like reshuffling your deck and you just keep on doing it, and then it's fun. I think he's more fun than like, because if I want a all reliable Buster Saber for challenge quests, I'll probably still pick Ibuki. But he's satisfying, man. It's really fun to play.
Just hyper offensive. It is sad that he doesn't have much defense, but hey, this is the culmination of AoE Buster Saber. Like it's the same thing every time. He just did it the best. Yeah,
like you can't really go more offense than this at this point.
I don't.
As far as actually being the best of AoE Buster Sabers, I still think Ibuki's better, but that's because she's actually able to survive. She has some defensive things. She has a better deck.
And she has a better deck. Yeah, the better deck. Like Richard is weird though, because like, do I even want him to have triple buster? Because like, if he has triple buster, I might not be able to spam his MP as good. But like, it's a very
Yeah.
difficult. Like, I don't even
It's a
know if I
dilemma
want
for
him to
sure.
have triple buster. So.
I feel like he should be an A+ though, for sure. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my copium is that he is his ceiling is like potentially even better than Ibuki, but his floor is obviously a lot worse than Ibuki. So I don't know. I mean, it's justifiable A to A+ depending on how you want to see it, in my opinion. But I like him a lot. I think he's super cool.
Mm.
Okay.
Do you have something to add to Richard still?
It almost looks like a Simpsons character.
Oh, you were talking about the shape of the
Not
graph.
quite a middle finger though.
Okay. But yeah, on that note, this now concludes the initial placements. We're going to take a little bit extra. No, obviously no time or anything. So now we're just going to see and discuss whether we want to move anyone up or down. I'll zoom out a little bit more so now we can see the full list. So both you and chat can suggest. I'm obviously going to put more emphasis into your comments instead of chat, but you know, we'll see. It can be about anyone. I assume we're mostly going to maybe consider some of the higher ranks, if anything. That's how usually it goes. But, you know, maybe even look at some of the lower ranks too. So let's just take a bit of time now before we lock this in, the first tier list of the year.
I mean, a lot of people are saying Iori to EX. I mean, yeah. Here's the thing. I just think like in order for 4-star to be an EX, you might have to do something that 5-star can't even do. I can however understand bringing Nero down to A+. I can kind of understand that.
I think that's the only one of the EXs I might be willing to A+, but I think I like the others at the EX at least.
Yeah, because our MP kind of lame. Our MP is kind of lame.
It is.
I do agree. Yeah.
Alright, I think I'll do that, yeah.
A is quite populated.
It is, yeah.
But would we move someone down or up?
I think there's definitely an argument of like characters like Altera and Mordred not being even half a tier above Artoria. I think like Mordred is pretty distinctly better, but is it even half a tier better? I'm not 100% sure. So I can understand bringing some of them down to B because I look, Okita beside Mordred. I guess Mordred's not bad. I don't know. Okita is just like kind of a.
It's mostly because the new buff Mordred had compared to last year, the attack up and the looping buff.
I suppose
that's pretty high.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if some of the. I like Arthur a little bit better than the other AoE busters in A, but not. But he is worse in farming, so.
Yeah. Also, some people saying Sumanai should be like maybe B+ or a bit higher.
Sure.
Yeah, let's put another servant in A.
No, well, not A, but he could be B+, I guess, if we want to move him higher.
Okay, but like, when do you use him outside of Dragon?
But Dragon is fairly common, though, for what it's worth.
It's demonic.
No, Sumanai.
Oh, I thought you were saying Tsuna.
Oh, yeah, I said Sumanai, yeah. My bad if it was
okay, that's why you were saying B+. I was about to say,
Siegfried.
like, pretty...
Yeah, I wouldn't put this Tsuna from C to B+.
I think Rama can be in the same tier as 5-star Rama.
Really?
Maybe.
His numbers are still not as good as... At least Sigurd has good numbers. His kit just sucks.
Does Rama not have good numbers? I thought he had pretty good numbers when demonic. I don't know. Let me check.
They're okay. Because really all he has is like that attack buff applying to it. He has the NP upgrade, but...
It scales better with supports, okay? But like... Oh, wow. Yeah, surprisingly, not a lot of people screaming for Musashi EX. I think she really needs a battery.
I think most people agree that she's not the top tier.
She's so close, yeah.
Well, I personally would like to see Ibuki move up because I think that she is one of the best AoE sabers in the game. I think Okita is still better than her, but I feel like she shouldn't be in the same tier as Richard.
I do. I think both
I
have their
mean,
ups and downs, though. Like
that
they're
is an
neither are
opinion.
perfect, but they both have
Okay,
like good things going for them.
that is an
Okay,
opinion I've heard from
what
a
are
lot of people.
question? What are her downs?
40%
I think her
attack
skills
of
don't do much, to be honest. I don't like the three hit attack. I hate that thing. Actually, I'm not gonna. I hate that. The three high hit 40% attack. I hate that a lot.
I use Koyan Dark. 30% defense up's not gonna save you, bro.
Yeah, she could use. Honestly, she could actually use a bit more defense too. I'm not gonna lie.
30% defense.
Yeah, but we're talking about 30% defense and with the damage cut and the NP seal versus no
I have
defense
offensive
at
buff
all.
removal. Oh, you mean
I'm
Richard?
not talking about.
Koyan Dark.
I'm not talking
Okay,
about
look.
Korean Dark, dude. Stop making it about Korean Dark. God
No,
damn it!
I'm just
We
saying
almost
she
got
still
through the first
dies.
tier list.
She still dies. Okay, fine. Richard. Yeah, but like, is it that? Okay. Look, I've always believed if I kill them, they can't kill me. But Ibuki does have 3 busters. I
Yeah.
will say that the triple, like, if she doesn't have triple buster, there's no way I even consider it. But because of the triple buster, because like, okay, I personally, because Richard didn't have that much time to shine, especially in the, I don't see a lot of runners use him yet, but I guess
Ibuki-
crit up also.
Yeah,
He runs into the
Ibuki-
problem of he hits crit cap. I'm not joking. He like, if you use him with like Koyan Light and Merlin, he hits crit cap. So maybe he has too much crits. Oh man, what a statement! But like, I don't know.
I Otto doesn't like this, but I think I might. I think I want to keep Ibuki in A+ this year.
Yeah, on the note of him not having a chance to do a lot of things, she has consistently been one of the. She has gotten some pretty crazy runs for because like the Kenshin challenge quest, for example. That is she was doing half damage there, and she was still able to min turn that, which is very very high bar.
She has anti-ruler, I guess, but I understand. Like, triple buster is triple buster. Like, triple buster is kind of, you can't really argue against that. It's one of the best decks in the game for buster servants. Like, no shit, right? But
Is Lakshmibai half tier higher than Tomoe? I kind of think so, yeah, because she's not. We didn't place her as a full DPS. Tomoe is basically a full DPS. Lakshmibai also offers a lot to the team.
I mean, okay, Ibuki and Richard was already an argument I was having with someone else when Richard first came out. This is difficult. I mean, I guess 50 battery also is more flexible than Richard. Can kind of see it.
Yeah.
The only tier I'm also high is the A tier as well. I'm thinking if we should move anyone from A or up or down.
I feel like
I almost want to put Lanling into A+.
You know, I just think I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's just like you're not gonna use him still. It's like John. Like,
it is one of those cases where you know, if you have a lot of disturbance, you might not need him. But I feel like if you don't, he's really freaking good.
Yeah, sure. I fine. I think I can.
I'm fine with it.
I'm bumping Lanling into A+. Boom.
Liz to E, sure. I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Just put E. I don't know.
They're saying we should have someone at the E.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
No, we can.
I can't have her be below Saber Lily.
Then put
we
Saber
can
Lily
sit here and rejoice that there is no E tier servant here today.
Yeah, okay? Yeah. For one, dude, it's a non-toxic list. Come on, bro. It's non-toxic. It's a wholesome
Is
tier list.
Richard really
The
better
theme
than-
of
Yeah,
this
you
year's
can
tier list
eat
is
this
wholesomeness,
list.
okay? E tier who?
Here's actually okay. Is Richard better than Arthur? Probably.
I think
but
so.
But if Arthur hits super large, how often do you hit super large? Because if Arthur hits super large, he's better than Ibuki. Is it?
I feel like it's not the most common thing.
Fine.
But dude, the
yeah,
10 Arthur fans are gonna be happy you're gonna trying to vouch for him. To be honest, he is slowly climbing the ranks. I think every year. Maybe he was the same as last year, but I think overall over the years he has actually gone up.
He's gonna.
Again, I said earlier, he's the most volatile servant. He gets that one MP buff, boom, he's now the best Saber in the game. It can happen. It can happen. It actually can happen.
Fran Saber is Arthur Pendragon.
He's one sick MP buff away from being the best Saber. Not even like a top tier Saber, best Saber. Seriously.
You know,
I mean, okay.
yeah, you know what? We could drop Muramasa to B plus, just so he can be with
why?
Artoria.
I don't think
Yeah,
he's
for that
in.
one
Nah, he's not
fringe
Artoria
guy.
tier, bro. No, he's not Artoria.
Yeah, I can't do
Artoria,
that. Okay.
Artoria
Yeah,
is literally.
I'm
a welfare
joking,
server,
but-
bro.
Yeah. That would be so sad.
I think Mordred and there is an argument to drop Mordred.
I was thinking of dropping Mordred and Altera to B plus as well next to Artoria.
I think there is an argument, even though
they're
think
mostly
Mordred
the
and
same, right? There's some
Yeah,
different, but they're mostly
they're
the
not that
same.
much better. Yeah, they're not
Like
that
both
much
Mordred and
better.
Altera to
Alright.
B plus. That's what I'm
I
thinking.
really like the idea of Mordred being better, but
Is it like it's not even a big difference, really?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see them on the same tier as Artoria though.
Freak.
I feel like I think we made the judgment with the two of them because Artoria is just like not as good.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I can see Ibuki EX, but that's about it.
I think
well,
this
hey,
year...
that's 2 to
Okay,
1.
Is
Is this democracy now?
Don't make me
No.
pull the birthday card
No,
again. That was
no.
recent.
I
Wow.
have one question though.
Yeah?
One question. Is there a universe where Benyam was EX? No. I don't know.
I think there
don't
could
know.
be, but I don't think that's today.
Okay, fine.
It's close. Honestly, of all the A pluses, she's inching out of there, and maybe Ibuki as well.
What if she gets an MP? Okay, I mean.
Okay, yeah, that would be sick.
I mean, I can see Ibuki, but other than that, I don't think so. I think everyone else is like probably not that good. Yeah, I can see Ibuki, and the reason I'm not gonna rate Iori that high is just because we're not doing like hard MP1 versus.
Yeah,
MP5
we're kind of past the point of assuming all non-welfare golds are
Yeah.
MP1. It's just
Yeah,
kind of
that's-
silly. It's fairly
what I was
realistic,
thinking
but also
too.
fairly realistic that you have more than MP1 of non-welfare golds. If you like a servant, you probably go for
Yeah,
MP2,
go
especially if
and
it's a
see
farmer.
Iori.
You will
Hell
definitely
yeah.
do that.
Have you seen his damage after his MP upgrade? What do you mean Yagyuu on the same level as Iori?
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know that Yagyuu got a really ridiculous MP buff last year. In case you don't know, check my buff breakdown on it. It's stupid. It's a crazy MP buff.
Like when I read the set, I genuinely do not know if you mean like he should be higher.
They just dude, they blame me for being old man biased. It's them being old man biased. They hate them and they're like, nah, they shouldn't be high because they're old men. Like, bro,
Yeah,
have you
'cause they're a
seen the
bunch
MP
of-
buff? It's sick, bro.
They're
What
a
do you
bunch of
mean?
gooners. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean Yagyuu.
I hope you all
Yagyuu's
guys
damage-
jerk off to old men, okay? Frick off.
Yagyuu's damage.
Hey,
at
what makes you
55,
think they don't?
81,000. 81,000 raw. I guess it's not fair. He has like one turn arts up,
Yeah.
but then he has arts down. It's hard. I don't know. But yeah, honestly, the only like major thing I can see happening is Ibuki to EX. Other than that, I
Come
guess
on,
not.
Messi said it like 5 times.
Bro,
now.
this stream has been running for so long. We ran out of song requests. There's no music playing anymore. I just realized that. The stream has been, even on YouTube, this tier list will be way over 6 hours long. That's crazy. Again, to emphasize,
Please,
this and the extra classes will be by far the longest. Everything in
Wait,
between will be
wait.
shorter. But yeah,
Hold on.
Please,
Last
miss,
year, did
if
this
I-
happen to Ibuki?
we're still about Ibuki.
Yeah, yeah, and I used the birthday card.
I'm about to coin
Last
flip
year-
this. I'm about to coin
No,
flip
no.
it.
Last year, did they move Ibuki to EX
Miss-
with the exact same thing happen?
I have a vague recollection of that
if
being the
I-
case. Yeah, I
Oh,
do
if
remember.
If I
Fuck
see
you
this
then.
DoorDash
No, she's
ad
A+.
again with the 3 guys with
Nah,
big
fuck you,
eyes.
she's
But
A+.
what
I
about
am
your
going
other
to
favorite,
die.
dude? Otto,
I'm
isn't
going to
like
shit
your
myself.
isn't your favorite like Sheba, for instance? What about her rank in the Master Tier List? You can't use the same card twice. Why am I listening to
well,
myself
you
singing
see-
Unravel now?
Well, you see, the thing you're not accounting for is the NP buff that's going to happen within the next month.
Wow, that is even more
Wow.
copium than
Yeah,
I am. At
that
least
is-
Koyandar
that is
showed up in
something.
Order
No, the
3.
fuck it isn't, dude. Yet this like last night you just posted a picture of lotion and Koyan bean and
What is that? What does that have to do with anything about copium? It's a joke.
You're-
It's not even lube. It's face cream.
It means that you're going through some shit, man.
No, look. It's gonna. I
It
told
means
you.
you're thinking about
I
it
told you.
too
I
much.
went to Japan and I climbed Mount Inari.
Yeah, and you prayed
I
for
pray-
you went up on a sacred mountain, and of all the things you could pray for, like a good health, a wife, you prayed for a
That was
Koyan
the
and
third
P-buff.
one. I prayed for my health. Third.
Well,
It's anyway.
You need to.
okay.
There's other things you
Okay,
need to pray
I
to. Sir.
am gonna lock this list in. Maybe next year we'll have the same discussion again. I'm sure we will actually, but this time I'm gonna lock it in like this. Yeah, we're gonna lock it. I'm not even gonna make it S tier or anything like that, like last year. This year we're just gonna go with these tiers, okay? There it is. There it is. It's locked in.
Yeah.
My hands are clean. They're off the table. Done.
One of your birthdays, chat. Can you bribe him with your birthday?
We'll see what happens.
And it doesn't count if you disagree with me.
But there you go, frick, dude. That was a long list. Honestly, I'm surprised my voice lasted this well. Anyway, I thought I would have to have someone take over, but it's fine.
I mean, bro. Okay, I'm gonna just list a couple of random quick units to you that got buffed last year. Skahak, Bavanchi, Kama, Melt. Like all those are. I mean, I'm not gonna spoil it, but like all of those are
well,
contenders for EX.
well, Kama was this year, to be fair.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
Was
we're
Kama
gonna see a
no,
lot of
Kama
those
was-
buffs in the
yeah,
coming lists for the next weeks. But yeah, dude, we should probably wrap up. Oh my god, that's crazy. If anything, I'm surprised I didn't need a toilet break. I sat here for nearly 7 hours. Actually, by now, the stream recording is about to hit 7 hours, so yeah.
Oh man,
Did you guys take any toilet breaks? You didn't, did you?
I did.
Oh, you were sneaky about it.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
I'm going to need to here in a minute. I don't know that.
But okay, there it is. There you have it. You can see the full list. That is Saber Tier List 2025. Locking it in. You could argue, hours on end about, moving people up and down. It's fine, but we're done now. So that's it for 2025. I'm gonna obviously refer to this whenever buffs happen and maybe, do minor fixes here and there, but otherwise the next full list will be next year if you guys so want to. And to show appreciation and desire for more tier lists, if you're watching this later on YouTube, press the thumbs up button on it, okay? Even if you disagree, again, this is quite a bit of effort, so just for the effort alone, it would be great if you can press the like button. Just, set aside differences. Year of the wholesomeness, kaban. We can get there, minasan. Also, subscribe not to miss out on the next tier list. We are kind of planning on doing these every single week.
Also, catch Plushy and I on the Smobcast over on my channel at Autobean on YouTube every Sunday.
I was just about to shout out you guys as well, but yeah, you did my job for me, so that's great. Good.
Yeah.
But yeah, do subscribe to Plushy and Otto, their YouTube channels, Otto's Twitch. Check about very good content. I was in the Smobcast 2 weeks ago as well, so do check that episode. We had a lot of fun talks.
Clickbaited it.
Yeah.
Clickbaited it so
successfully
hard
too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now. It's for being a big YouTube member tier supporter, and that's it from me. You guys want to say goodbye as well? Otherwise, yeah, see you next week.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.